message I just sent.
The RP threshold is 90% still.
It was 75% last year.
Was it 75% last year?
Yes.
When did that change?
It changed in 2018.
So 2018 it was dropped down to 90%.
No, it dropped from 90% to 75%.
Let's pull that up. This is why we've got that ruling page set up, because I was on that and I don't remember us changing it to 75. I remember us changing it down to 90.
Because 16 kingdoms voted yes for the paladin and it failed by 1 vote. Because it was 22 kingdoms last year, because we were Viridian Outlands and Nine Blades joined.
So I'm going to pull up COM rulings really quick. And what this is y'all have seen the document before, I'm sure. It has all of our changes, everything like that.
All right, we are live, folks.
Excellent. So I'm going to go to 2018. You mentioned that the threshold was changed to 75%.
I believe that was the case.
I recall that year. Yeah. The changes I have in COM rulings for that year: award standards, vote threshold changed from 100% to 90%. I specifically remember that was kind of one of the deals that Polaris agreed to that vote. Maybe it was Polaris, maybe it was Rising Winds. I cannot recall. That essentially they were like the holdout, and they agreed that as long as it stays high, 90%, rather than other options that were like 75% or lower. So I'm not sure where the 75% value came from, but I don't have any documentation that indicates that.
In the ROP, it does say 75%.
That is not good, because I'm sorry. So the ROP is 75%. That is correct.
Yeah, I think it was
standards is a different value. However, one of our other bylaws indicates them both as being the same value. That's my bad. I will add a line here. So ROP changes are 75%. Award standards changes are 90%. Cool. We're on the same page again.
Yep, and 17 votes is their threshold then for rules of play.
Yes. And 24.
And yeah, the ROP does say awards as well as 90%, so that is correct.
Cool. Excellent. I was like, no, it's definitely 90%, but I was talking about award standards. We have another document somewhere that I'll have to track down and share onward. All right, I am going to transition up to my other station ahead of this meeting, so that way I've got a computer I understand how to use. I am going to leave this on in the meantime, though, just in case it doesn't work.
For the name, do you want our persona name or our legal name?
Legal name would be better.
I know I saw it somewhere. The guide, I think, had it. Let me see. Hold on, I'm trying to find it. I'm just positive I saw it. Yeah, it wants what branch you are: Circle of Monarchs, V8, XCOM, and BOD, and then it wants which kingdom you're repping. So Burning Lands rep is the example, and then your Amp Guard name.
Cool, thank you.
You're welcome. If you give me a second, I will show mine so you can see.
Monarchs representatives, I've posted to the con page the live streaming link, as well as it is currently on the website. So if you want to share it to your respective kingdoms, please do. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My shoes are in the back porch.
Okay.
All right, everybody, I'm gonna go ahead and mute everyone. Y'all get ready to use the space bar. And
Good morning.
good morning.
Good morning.
All right.
All right. Cassio, I'm going to step down and close out my other setup I'll be back in just a moment. If we want to just do a kind of a soft roll call in the meantime.
Okay, I'll get started.
All right.
So good morning, everyone. I'm going to go through and ask for representatives from each of the kingdoms. Hope everybody can hear me okay. And just as I hit your kingdom, please just chime in and say yes, so we can also do kind of a comms check as well. Representative of Burning Lands. Representative for Blackspire. Representative for Crystal Groves.
Yes.
Representative for Celestial Kingdom.
Present.
Representative for Dragonspine.
Here.
Representative for Desert Winds. Representative for Emerald Hills. Chewy, can you hear me okay? It's sounding like some people are having trouble.
Yes,
hearing.
ma'am. And just to let everybody know, you are muted. Hit your space bar in order to speak.
Okay, so I'll stop from the top again. Representative for Burning Lands. Representative for Blackspire. Representative for Desert Winds. Representative for Emerald Hills. Representative for Golden Plains. Representative for Golden Vale. Representative for Iron Mountains.
Sorry. Here.
Sorry. Hi, who was that? Which
Golden here.
Golden Vale? Okay. Iron Mountains.
Here.
Northern Lights. Northreach.
Here.
Neverwinter.
Here.
Polaris. Rivermore.
Here.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds is here.
Gotcha, thanks. Teldegor.
Here.
Viridian Outlands. Winter's Edge.
Here.
Wetlands.
Here.
West March.
Present.
Nine Blades.
Here.
Okay, and I'm going to go back up to the ones that we missed. They have to hit their space bar, right, Chewy, in order to speak?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay, thanks. Burning Lands. Oh, some people are still trying to get in. Burning Lands. Blackspire.
Present.
Desert Winds. Emerald Hills. Was that someone talking?
Yeah, Emerald Hills just joined. I think they're just getting set up.
Okay. Golden Plains. Polaris.
Here.
Viridian. Was that Desert Winds?
Oh, there we go. Desert Winds is here.
Okay, I got you. Okay, Viridian Outlands.
Yeah, here.
Gotcha, thanks. And one more time. Burning Lands. Emerald Hills.
Here.
Golden Plains.
Sorry, the delay on the space bar is messing me up. I'm here.
Okay, cool, thanks, I got you. Okay, it looks like we're waiting for one rep, and I will get with that rep right now. Devin, are you still getting set up?
Actually, I should be pretty good to go here. I am going through each of the representatives' names right now and kind of setting them up to the format they requested on the guide. This is mostly to help all of the representatives and myself in the XCOM with identifying you as the representative, not so much the individual. Also, the idea behind this for all the representatives is to kind of calm down the human factor or the more emotional factor of the conversation and kind of remind us that we are discussing representatives of our individual kingdoms, not so much talking to a person. But I feel sometimes kind of helps the discussion stay a little more civil. So as you all have seen, the setup that I have for naming convention is COM dash the 2-letter kingdom abbreviation that you have dash whatever name that you would like to go by during this meeting.
Kevin, you should set your name to match that,
It absolutely, I will here shortly. The last computer I was on that was set up, but I transitioned back up to my office. Still getting that part good. But thank you, JP.
Hey, before we go too far, guys, so a little Zoom etiquette, press the space bar to speak. And also, if you're chatting, the live will not show the chat. So if you have something to say, please raise your hand. And for those who need to know where that's at, if you'll go down to the bottom of your screen, you'll see where it says reactions. And you'll see the word, click on the little reactions tab, and it'll see raise hand. You can raise hand and we'll be able to see it on the side. And then when you're finished, you can lower your hand. So if you have any questions, let us know. If you have anything you need me to see, please just reach out to me and send me a private message.
All right. Just doing a quick recheck. Once we get all of that name set up, we will move forward.
All right, somebody just said something in the chat. There's no raised hands. Let me go ahead and show you what I'm looking at. Let me get somebody else in real quick. All right, somebody just said something in the chat. There's no raised hands. Let me go ahead and show you what I'm looking at. I guess it's not going to do it. No. Never mind. Did pull that right.
Yeah, all I have is the emojis, and then there's no nothing underneath it.
It's under the emojis, and you click on it, you'll see a little thing where it says raise hand. It should be right underneath it, the bar right directly underneath.
Yeah, no, I get that. It's just it's not there.
For some platforms, it doesn't exist at all. I've noticed this issue from time to time. Mine also actually doesn't have it underneath reactions. Yeah, I've run into this a couple of times. What we can do for those who don't have, like raise hand specifically, is use the clap or thumbs up signal. And that should kind of go up next to your name, as you see here up on my screen, for at least a couple of seconds, and we'll try to keep an eye on stuff like that.
Okay.
But like I said, it does go away after a short moment. So if you're not acknowledged by the XCOM, just continue to push it up there until we acknowledge you. All right. I believe it looks like we have all of our naming conventions set up correctly, or at least close enough to get this started. 10:10's a good time. All right. Welcome to the 2021 Annual Circle of Monarchs meeting, hosted through Zoom and broadcasted over YouTube. My name is Devin Reimers, and I shall be acting as Executive Committee Chair during this meeting. Joining me is Cassio Robert, and she will be acting Executive Committee Secretary. I shall now call this meeting to order. Will the Secretary please perform roll call? Cassio, I do believe you are muted right now.
I'm so sorry. All members of the AmpGuard International Circle of Monarchs are present and accounted for.
Excellent. We have quorum. Will the Secretary please introduce the AmpGuard International Board of Directors and all attending guests during this meeting?
The following members of the AmpGuard International Board of Directors are present and accounted for. Dusty Marshall as President of the Board, Chewy Chambers as Chair Member of the Board, Jennifer Stewart as Burning Land's representative on the board, Drew Skinner as Chair Member of the Board. The following additional members are present and accounted for. JP Prentice as General Counsel, Jennifer Palmer as Executive Director, Annette Hine as Award Standards Chair, Nathan Ormadine as Award Standards Member, Charlie Bowers as Award Standards Member, Ben Goldstein as Award Standards Member, Tyler Salvador as V9 Chair, Craig Plazany as Rules Organizer.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. All right. Let's go ahead and get this meeting started. I know we have quite a few topics today, so before we get rolling into our reports and presentations, let's go ahead and start off by kind of going over general meeting etiquette, any preparation and participation notes that we would like for the COM to follow during this meeting. Just a brief moment. I'll pull up the same link that I provided all of the COM on the shared page. This is going to be through the XCOM's guide to the annual COM meeting. What we're going to talk about first is how we prepare during the meeting. Before we got started, we made sure everybody's naming convention was in such a state that we could identify who the individual was representing. RRO, COM rep, etc. If you haven't set up that stuff, please go ahead and do so now. I believe we've gotten everybody taken care of. During the meeting, some of the best practices that we want to follow are encouraging you to take notes. So if you have like a small sheet of paper next to you that you want to write down thoughts or ideas that you want to say, please do so. You don't need to have fully written out thoughts or anything. This is just so that you can remember the topic that you wanted to speak on while other people speak, and you can still listen to them. So just like 1 word, 2 word, and that's great. Whenever you are talking, make sure you stay on topic. This is going to be a long meeting. We're looking at potentially up to 8 hours. We don't want it to go longer than that period of time. So when you're speaking, make sure you have the exact thing you want to say and stop there. Be brief. I know I can be guilty of this, and I can say the same thing 3 different ways in a conversation. Try to just have one way to say it. If there is not clarity or somebody asks about it, then we can expand on it. But have your one way of saying the thing, and we'll move forward. And remember to be professional. There's going to be things that we disagree on during this meeting, and that's absolutely okay. That's kind of the entire point of this, is that all of us are representatives of our individual kingdoms and regions of AmpGuard, each representing various cultures from across the group. We have a lot of different directions that we're coming from, and the idea is to work as a council to figure out the main direction of the organization as a whole. So remember that everybody here is ultimately here in good faith for their organization and region. Ultimately, remember that the successful meeting depends on effective communication, engaging dialogue, and persuasive arguments. So try to keep these notes in mind. If you don't have them set up or pulled to the side just to kind of remind you, please do so. All right. Some of the first things we're going to go over now that we've discussed best practices are the rules of order. So during this meeting, the XCOM is going to facilitate the meeting as we've already kind of started. One of the couple of things that I want to go over is in-person procedures. So we've already started this process, right? The executive committee is going to call each business item, report, and proposal forward. Whenever we have individuals that want to ask questions, please save those for the end of reports and proposals before asking them. This is where we can raise the hand, etc. Reach out to the XCOM via chat or Facebook if you feel you haven't been called on. I'll be monitoring both just to make sure that we have access to everybody being able to communicate. Each of these reports today are going to be between 20 minutes and 40 minutes. We have 3 reports to my understanding, 2 of which are about 20 minutes long, and 1 of which was about 40 minutes long. After those, please ask your questions. When you're asking questions, we're going to limit time of speaking to 2 minutes. Same thing with discussion. If you need more than that 2-minute time, please ask us, but we will limit at 5 minutes most. This is just to kind of save everybody's time and prevent long discussion. From there, once we have our questions done, we'll vote on topics. We're going to go down the list of all the representatives as indicated on the voting record for the annual COM meeting link shared in yesterday's post. We'll indicate each person's vote, and if you see any errors, again, please let us know immediately. Then we'll ask if there's any discussion that is desired. If no discussion is desired, that vote stands and we move on to the next proposal, next topic. Ultimately, these voting sections should take a very brief period of time, maybe 2-3 minutes at most. We'll call on each kingdom, indicate your vote by speaking or by messaging us directly, preferably by speaking so it is recorded on the actual broadcast. Once we have a discussion that's declared or required for a proposal, we will need a second for it. Once we have that second, discussion may begin for the COM. We're going to try to limit those discussions to 40 minutes long. That is mostly to save everybody's time. I also figure that everybody will appreciate that if a discussion doesn't appear that it can come to any sort of resolution during this meeting, we are going to encourage that the motion be tabled and set aside for its own individual meeting for more care and discussion for each of the representatives. All right. If we are able to resolve an issue during this meeting, we're going to go ahead and see if we can push that through. Minor changes, etc. Vote on it and move forward. If we find again that a resolution can't be found, I will make a suggestion that we motion to table and move forward. All right. The final bit that I want to go over is how we are going to be voting for any appointments that are done during this meeting. I did post during one of the previous things a process, I'll pull it up really quick, called Ranked Choice Instant Runoff Voting. The reason that I wanted to share this ahead of time is that I recall in past meetings where we've had concerns or questions about how we are going to be conducting voting. I felt that if, as facilitators, the XCOM presented what our process would be ahead of time, and we used a process that is vetted by various governments around the world, that the COM would be okay with this process. The Ranked Choice Instant Runoff, what we'll do is 1 seat at a time rather than multiple seats at the same time. And we'll allow each of the monarchs to go through and indicate their most preferred to least preferred. Whichever representative has the most preferred is likely to win in that case. If they have more than 50%, they win the seat. If no one has 50%, then we remove the lowest voted person, most preferred, and then all of their second most preferred are then considered into the tally, and so on and so forth, into continued rounds of redistribution. I believe this process is pretty self-explanatory, but as we're going through the voting later in this meeting, we'll discuss it and break down what's going on with each one, so that way everyone understands what is going on and there's no ambiguity. All right. That covers our rules of order during this meeting. Are there any questions before we begin? Denny.
When it comes to ranked choice voting, can you vote no confidence?
The preference here would be from most preferred to least preferred. So we have 4 options, for example, today. You would just vote who you have the most confidence in to the least confidence in. So if you have no confidence in the person, they would just be your last option. All right. COM representative from Golden Plains.
So there's not an option just to no vote someone.
That is correct. However, I can see that being a desire for something that's added. When we get to talking about appointments, we'll talk about adding a fifth option, which is no confidence in all four. And you can just put that as your single option. All right, are there any further questions? Excellent. All right, we'll go ahead and move forward with our agenda. First item that we have on the agenda today is all of our COM committee reports and proposals. We're going to go ahead and start off with the Ombudsman. The Ombudsman did provide a report this year, which I would like to go ahead and share now. Give me just a brief moment and I'll pull it up. All right. So our current team right now is Bowen from Golden Vale, David Size, and Airben from the Iron Mountains, Alan Smith. In total, there have been 15 members who have interacted with the current Ombudsman team kind of over the last year. A small few reported multiple challenge or new challenges which arose from old ones. So very small amounts of members had multiple separate interactions. The most common kingdom members to contact the Ombudsman team were the wetlands. In general, most of the contacts were 60% from members who had received bans, either locally or at the kingdom level. In a majority of those cases, the reporting member had expected direct intervention from the Ombudsman team, though the amount of direct intervention varied by circumstance. Is the opinion of the current Ombudsman team that the membership at large of Amtgard continues to not be well informed about the role of the Ombudsman? I think this is kind of clearly indicated by that fact that 60% of the people that reached out are suspended members. We believe that it would benefit the membership, as well as various kingdom leadership, to be aware of our FAQ, which is provided right here. We will share that in the minutes after this meeting as well, so representatives can read through that. I will also provide this report in those meetings, so again, representatives can read that. Once again, we strongly feel that the value of the program should be made clear that we are aware of no time that the Amtgard Ombudsman team member, past or present, shared information obtained through the Ombudsman program without the permission of the member providing it, unless it was related to hurting themselves or others. That said, we did have a member cross a significant line in their communication with one of the Ombudsmen, and while no part of that conversation was shared publicly, we did share the unacceptable comment made explicitly to the Ombudsman. Finally, we want to remind people who sees this, it is always the best to think of the Ombudsman team as solution enablers, not providers. All right, and the next request here is that they would like a third member for the team, which I think is what the Circle of Monarchs had in the past. So that there are two members is just short membership on the Ombudsman team right now. They know that it's already in the process to find somebody, but they greatly appreciate any action that the representatives can take in kind of finding additional people to volunteer to work with the Ombudsman team. If either Bowen or Arabadan were to step down right now, it would cause a little bit of difficulty for the Ombudsman team with just one member present when there are normally three. Otherwise, this is the report for the Ombudsman team. I do have another proposal that I would like to talk about regarding the Ombudsman program. Historically, when we made the Ombudsman program, it was the first committee outside of kind of what we normally had with the Circle of Monarchs and AIBOD, so it fell under the Circle of Monarchs. But as our organization has grown and we've turned into Amtgard International, I feel that it would be most appropriate that we transition the Ombudsman team under the executive director. What this would allow is for more direct support from the executive director, while also allowing them support of the volunteer committee to find new personnel. The proposal was shared on our agenda, and I will go ahead and post that now to a shared screen. All right, language is as follows. When the Circular Monarch created the Ombudsman, current structure didn't exist. It makes sense to shift the team under the executive director. Functionally, this doesn't change anything for the team other than who they can reach out for resources and support. The exact proposal wording, migrate the Ombudsman to fall under the executive director. I'd like to motion this item to a vote. Cassio, I will read down the list if you want to indicate votes as I read them off. Representatives, as I call on you, go ahead and press the space bar or indicate in the chat what your vote is. I would prefer verbal acknowledgments. Representative from Burning Lands, Rob Elric.
Yes.
Representative from Blackspire, Cody Sanders.
Yes.
Representative from Crystal Groves, James Cabler.
Yes.
Representative from Celestial Kingdom, Chris Mercedes.
CK votes yes.
Representative from Dragonspine, Elizabeth Malley.
Yes.
Representative from Desert Winds, Edward Blood.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Representative from Emerald Hills, Tanner Sanders.
Yes.
Representative from Golden Plains, Maria Castillo Salinas.
It's Mariah, and yes.
I apologize, Mariah. Representative from Golden Vale, Pix Wright.
Yes.
Representative from Iron Mountains, Stanley the Daft.
Yes.
Representative from Northern Lights, Michael Keck.
Yes.
Representative from Northreach, Stephanie Cavanis.
Yes.
Representative from Neverwinter, Gaius Egorotera. Representative from Neverwinter.
Yes.
Representative from Polaris, Denny Cadill.
Yes.
Representative from Rivermore, Zachary Miles.
Yes.
Representative from Rising Wind, Shane Huffman.
Yes.
Representative from Taldegore, Bryce Myers.
Yes.
Representative from Viridian Outlands, Stephen LeBlanc.
Yes.
Representative from Winter's Edge, Kenneth Webb.
Yes.
Representative from Wetlands, Trent Nelson.
Hey, Omar, it's Chewy. So Doug Chambers,
Oh.
I'm the senator now. So yeah,
Fair
but yes,
enough.
vote yes.
Representative from West March, Jody Ventine. Representative from West March. We'll come back to that one. Representative from Nine Blades, Ryan Sutherland.
Yes.
Stand by briefly for the check of who's here for West March.
Yes.
All right. That was Jody, correct?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Jody. All right. We have 22 yeses in favor, 0 no, 0 abstain. This proposal shall pass. We'll put it on the agenda as such as a COM ruling. All right, that clears up our Ombudsman Committee report and proposal. Next up, we will move on to our Awards Standards Committee report. Annette Hine will be representing for the Awards Committee along with their various team members. Chewy, can you make Annette a co-host so she may share her screen for the report?
Yes, sir, I can.
Hello, thank you, Vilmo. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yes,
Annette,
ma'am.
we can hear you.
Perfect. All right. Yes, my name is Lightning. I'm from the Iron Mountains. And the Awards Committee does have some proposals for you to look at today. I'll pull that up in just a moment. But I'd like to start by thanking all of the AMP Golders who took our surveys, gave feedback, and engaged in conversation online. We could not have done this without you. You're going to meet several members of the team as we go through the work. but I also want to shout out some folks who are on the committee but not in the presentation today. Kit Fox, Koska, and Omand were team members who have contributed to the proposals, and I would like to thank them and the entire team for their hard work here. In these proposals, we've done our best to reconcile a wide range of views across the game and build something based on consensus among players. So as you're listening, we encourage you to consider your kingdom's deal breakers, preferences, and must-haves. Keep in mind that you can propose amendments if necessary to reach consensus. Today, you're going to see proposals on two themes. The first one is the Night of Battle that will be presented with an explanation of methods by Elia from the Nine Blades, and then you'll see the proposal itself and supporting information presented by Magnus. It's important to say that this is a new proposal that is different from the Battle Game Night proposal that the Circle voted on last year. Last year's proposal was referred to the committee. We then gathered more information and created an updated version. After you've made your decision regarding the first Night of Battle proposal, there will then be a second proposal concerning changes to the Order of the Warrior, which will be presented by Fuzz and myself. Everything that we had to present today has been already published on the Circle of Monarchs Facebook group, mostly at the end of May, and we know that this is just one part of today's business, so we will definitely be moving through efficiently and leaving plenty of time for voting, discussion, and all the other agenda items. We are happy to take your questions at the end of each slideshow, as Devin mentioned, so when you have questions, please hold them until the end of the slides, when we'll call for questions. So at this point, Nathan, are you able to unmute yourself? It looks like I will share the methods slides, and then you can just tell me when to advance. Does that work?
We're good. I think Chewy gave us a co-host. We should be able to share it ourselves.
Oh, are you also a co-host?
I think so.
If you're not a co-host, let me know. And I think I got most everyone. I'm sorry.
Okay, perfect. Nathan, take it away. You should probably unspotlight me and spotlight Nathan if you haven't.
It's on speaker view. He just needs to talk. It'll spotlight himself.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Cool. I just unclick the mute. That way I don't have to hold it down. Thanks, Annette. So I'm Squire Elia from the Kingdom of the Nine Blades. And again, I'm just going to go over some of the methodology and explanation behind the data that we use to create the Night of Battle proposal up for vote. As a reminder, this slideshow has been available for a couple months on the COM Facebook page, so hopefully this isn't new information. Keeping that in mind, I'm going to try and get through this quickly, so if there's any questions, there'll be an opportunity to ask at the end of the slideshow. Just bear with me until then. I know it can be a little bit dry. So is what I'll be going over here. So for anyone who's unaware, those of us on the awards evaluation committee are just volunteers from across the game. Some of us have prior experience with research and survey type projects, but none of us are professional researchers. We've invested some period of time and energy writing these surveys and parsing data to discussing and debating proposals, and are intended to reflect the views of the majority of AMP voters. Last year's proposal was brought to COM that was deferred to us to review, evaluate, and revise. So we used all the data that we have gathered to create an updated proposal for consideration. While it is impossible for anyone to be completely unbiased in any situation, we list here possible sources of bias on our end to maintain transparency, so that if anyone has any concerns from these possible bias sources, it can be brought up. Discussed back in the April 2021 IKCOM meeting, here we have just some of the concerns that were brought up regarding our first couple of surveys. Specifically concerns regarding bias, assumptions, and concerns about our survey format. Regarding bias, some felt that our surveys were biased towards encouraging the creation of a battle game knight, mostly because we didn't give the option of no battle game knight in every question in the first survey. We had it as the first question, and we didn't need to repeat that. And by excluding it from options from the rest of the survey, that meant that even those who didn't want a battle game knight could have input and influence on what it might look like if the majority said they did want it. We had a bit of a cyclical issue where some respondents were concerned that because there was no proposal for them to answer about specifically, they didn't know if we would interpret their answers as they intend, and or if they were unsure how to answer because it would depend on the proposal format. Similarly, the survey was designed as open as it was because we as a committee didn't have a set format and we were trying to get input on creating it. This issue has been noted, and we are going to keep it in mind when we're designing future surveys. Concerns existed about the order of possible answers, which was intentionally designed the way they were to combat different subconscious sources of bias that occur when respondents take multiple choice surveys. We highly encourage respondents to fully read the questions and answers before answering. Because our surveys were voluntary, we didn't have consistent numbers of respondents in each survey. The demographic section of our first survey was also optional. As a result, we had a large number, approximately 140, respondents skip that section, so we lack demographic information for roughly a third of respondents of the first survey. Obviously, COVID has had significant impact on Amgar's population. For the purpose of our analysis, we're using attendance data for 6 and 6 between October 2020 and March 2021. 6 and 6 refers to the number of unique sign-ins who signed in at least 6 weeks within that six-month period. Only sign-ins from within the kingdom count towards those numbers. Visitors do not count. We use 6 and 6 to simulate the number of active players. With population changes due to COVID, we wanted to make sure that our analysis was accurate. So we calculated our margins of error based on the 6 and 6 in October to March data, as well as the 6 and 6 data from our 2019 population data set. The differences between the margins of errors were less than 0.5% for all 3 surveys. So we kept within the 2021 data as it was the most recent and most accurate. This just explains what a margin of error and confidence level are. Our data regarding masterhoods, paragon counts, knighthoods, and all that kind of things were gathered using the orc using Sir Kismet's JSORC, his running custom report for us, as well as from using the orc website's report functions. This table shows the population count from each kingdom, as well as the number of respondents from each survey from the kingdom. The percentages show what percentage of the kingdom's population answered as a respondent belonging to said kingdom. Reminder that survey 1 had 140 respondents that skipped the demographic questions, as such are not included in this. This is meant to show the amount of representation of each kingdom's population that responded and indicated their kingdom. This just explains the chart. And again, if you want to look at these in more detail, the slides are posted in the CM1 Facebook group and you can go over it there. This table from left to right indicates the kingdom's population, what percentage of the total population of Amgard the kingdom has, and what percentage of the total respondents from each survey each kingdom had. The point of this is to show the proportional representation of a kingdom's respondents should match the proportional representation of their population. For example, the Black Spire had 111 out of 2,206, or a little more than 5% of Amgar's population. So ideally, they would also show a little more than 5% representation of respondents for each survey. This one, again, just explains the table. This is our demographic information showing that we did have a good amount of knights get involved in giving responses in the surveys. Similarly, this shows the number of respondents according to the highest orders of the warrior, showing that we did have respondents from every level reply. Again, all these demographic questions were optional in the first survey, so almost a third did skip them. It shows that we did have a significant number of paragons answer our surveys as well. This includes class masters from previous versions. It also includes those who have Walker in the Middle as Paragon Reeve, because even though cohorts might word them differently, they're pretty universally viewed to be approximately the same. Our data regarding gender identity shows a similar makeup to data gathered through previous surveys, including the 2020 Warrior Survey, the org name data estimate by Lightning 2018, the 2019 Fighting Anxiety Survey by Promethea. As we expected, the majority of respondents were male, with more than double representation of the next highest group, which were females. For ethnicity, again, our data approximately matches the little previous demographic available of AMCAR's population, with white or Caucasian having drastically higher number of respondents than any other ethnicity. I'm just going to go into why we collect demographic information, because it's something that is constantly brought up both in discussion and often in the other option of our questions, saying that it has nothing to do with the topic. Collecting demographic information is extremely important. It helps us to ensure that the data we gather accurately represents the AMCAR population. This could include statistics, including age, race, gender, sexual identity, time in game, kingdom, etc. There are huge numbers of factors that influence someone's AMCAR experience, and all of those things can be a key variable that can show where those experience differences occur and why. This data can then be used in future surveys and research to get more accurate statistical data, statistical analysis question, to ensure better representation of the populace. Here is our references and links to all of the data we gathered. Again, if you want to check these sources specifically, you can find the slideshow on the COM group page and use the links from within that slide, from within the slideshow. And that's all for the methodology. There are a couple of supplemental attendance tables in the slideshow, but to save time, we're going to skip them unless it's requested, as this is all available and has been available for review for a couple of months. If anyone has any questions regarding our data or methodology, I'll now fill those questions, after which Charlie will take over to talk about the proposal itself. Don't know how to look at the chat. Are there any hands up?
No, there are no hands up. That's right.
Yeah, I don't see anything in the chat.
Perfect. Then Charlie, over to you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Charlie Bowers, AmpGuard name Sir Magnus Heartseeker, and today I'll be sharing with you the Night of Battle proposal. Just gotta get my screen set up. Oh, 1 second here. Apologies. I believe this should be the one. All right, hope you all can see it. So last year, there was the Order of the Grail proposal that was brought to us, and we were then tasked with looking into the award, doing surveys, and reaching a proposal for a battle game related knighthood. So today we have before you the Knight of Battle proposal, and it is a 5th belt that we'll be going over. So first off, Order of Battle is awarded to players who have understanding of tactics of battle gaming or effectiveness as a player in class battle gaming. It can range from individual excellence to working as a team, commanding multiple small units or large teams. And we do have a 1 through 10 example for how to achieve the orders of battle. And a quick note as well is that this criteria is not meant to be comprehensive, and they're meant to work in conjunction with each other, not as individual avenues toward this masterhood and knighthood. And they are recommendations, not requirements. So for our first order, it is granted for showing basic skills in class battle gaming. And this can be as simple as effective use of your abilities, tactics that'll have a short-term impact on class battle gaming. And it's recommended to be awarded at Shire level or higher. Second order is doing the same as the first order, but now you are doing it on a consistent basis. Consistently using your abilities well, having short impact terms on battle games, also recommended for a Shire level. For third level, for third order, it is granted for showing intermediate skill in class battle gaming. And this can be working to capture or defend an objective in a class battle game, or leading a small unit during a class battle game. And this one is also recommended at a Shire or higher level. For fourth order, this is now you are doing everything from the third order, but on a consistent basis. You are consistently leading the battle games or successfully capturing or defending. And this one is recommended at barony or higher. Fifth order is showing advanced skill. And advanced skill is swaying the momentum of battle, successfully using your individual abilities to capture or defend multiple objectives, leading small units and large units in class battle games to victory. And this is also meant to be given at a barony level. Sixth order is once again doing what fifth order is. I think you're seeing a pattern here, showing it consistently, that you're consistently showing those advanced skills. You're consistently helping sway the momentum of battle, effectively using individual abilities to successfully capture, defend, so on and so forth. Seventh order is individual or team strategy that will now have a game-changing effect in kingdom or duchy level class battle gaming. With this one, it is you being a key component in victory or a major obstacle in defeat during a kingdom or duchy battle game, leading large units. And then this is where we get class battle game tournaments involved. Victory in a kingdom or duchy class battle gaming tournament would also make you eligible for a seventh order. Eighth order is showing this consistently. So it's the same as 7, is showing it consistently though. And earning a paragon can also get you an 8th order. A 9th order is continued consistent individual or team strategy. For 8th and for 7, 8, and 9, all these can also be earned by winning a class battle gaming tournament or earning a paragon. And for the 10th order, it is again consistent use, consistent individual or team strategy. This can be leading multiple large units, small units, earning a paragon, winning a class battle gaming tournament, and it is all based around just consistency, that you're doing it a lot and you're working your way up there. Once you reach a 10th order, there is Battle Master, and that is the title that is received upon earning your 10th order of battle. Once you receive your 10th order battle or your masterhood, you become eligible for Knight of Battle. Some quick notes. If orders of battle are given for paragons, eligible classes include the 10 core classes, anti-paladin, paladin, and monster. It is suggested to have 1 caster class as a paragon. Class battle gaming tournaments. The team member must heavily contribute to the victory in such a way that requires adequate skill. Number of kills. This does not necessarily mean number of kills as being a highly aware and a highly effective support role. It's of equal importance. And below we do have the suggested symbol for orders of battle. And it is a wand, an arrow, and a sword. And the symbol is a white belt trimmed in blue. And the masterhood symbol is a gold phoenix on a tan background. And with that, I do want to hop into a PowerPoint, show how we got there. You might have questions as to why we have the awards as we do, and hopefully this PowerPoint will answer some of those questions. After the PowerPoint, I'll be free to answer. I'll be free to hopefully answer all of your questions and do my best at that. So let's move forward. So a little bit of history. The awards evaluation committee got is a group of volunteers that serve the Circle of Monarchs. In 2020, we received the proposal for Battle Game Knighthood. It was Order of the Grail, and the COM referred this proposal to the committee. And since then, we have reviewed existing rules in the org, surveyed Amtgarders, and created an updated proposal for your consideration, as we've just shown. It is drafted to reflect the overall consensus of Amtgard players and the best judgment of the committee. Below, we have the link. We've already done the meet the committee, but in case you've forgotten, we have Ben Goldstein, Nathan Ordean, myself, with the team lead as Annette, and then the advisory members are Denise, Armand, and James. So within this presentation, it'll show that respondents strongly want a path to knighthood toward battle gaming. They want a 5th path rather than being under sword. Respondents did want a definition for each level of new battle gaming award, but they were less clear on the exact criteria Amtgard should define for the award. So respondents were less clear on the exact criteria Amtgard should define for the award. Respondents did vote for class battlefield prowess as a key component. Respondents did not support requiring any other component that we considered, but there was support for suggested criteria, such as paragons and success in class battle gaming tournaments. There were other options that we did have in that did not receive enough support to get added into the proposal. This was archery related awards, Orders of the Griffin, and Orders of the Mask. For respondents supporting a path through knighthood through battle gaming, respondents very strongly wanted a path through the battle gaming, and the support was strong across all kingdoms and all levels of warrior except for warlord and sword knight. A sizable number of minorities of respondents expressed various concerns about the prospect of a knighthood, and we do address those concerns. So first, just to break it down, respondents want a path to knighthood through battle gaming. We have strongly agree and agree right here. You can see already that that is about 74.6% versus strongly agree and disagree. And then we do have the breakdown through kingdom. Mind you, we do have that prefer not to answer right here. There was 138 of them. But through here, we can see the breakdown of agree versus disagree. And we do have 2 kingdoms that are in the disagree, and all the rest of them, well, 1 kingdom in disagree, 1 that's 50-50, and then the rest of them are in favor of agree. Amtgard should have a knighthood earned through class battle gaming. This is the support based on Orders of the Warrior. As you can see, with the exception of Warlord, everybody from various different levels of Orders of the Warrior do prefer to have a knighthood earned through class battle gaming, including the prefer not to answer down here as well. So there were some concerns, and we did investigate them and look at them as well. So we do have the following concerns of it'll be difficult to judge which players deserve awards for battle gaming. And that was the one concern that did have more people agree that that would be a concern. And after that, we do have all these other concerns. They did fall into the disagree of players believing that this would not be a concern that they would have, which is people becoming more angry, diminishing the status of paragons, excluding casual players to have fun in battle games, teamwork being devalued, a new 5th knighthood would be too easy to obtain or too difficult. All of them were disagreed upon. Respondents did have some clear preferences. Respondents did want a new path to be a 5th path rather than falling under sword. They did want a definition for each level of the battle gaming ladder. And they supported alternate options over the Grail's proposal as originally referred to the committee. Respondents do support class battlefield prowess and order tactician as their most favored opinions. So right here, we do have the breakdown of 5th belt versus sword. It was 46.7 to 40.7 and 12.6 with no opinion. We do have a breakdown as well to show that they separate belt and path versus under sword knight. and you can see the breakdown here. And once again, with this one, we did have a lot that did not answer, I believe. I'm trying to find it in here. But I digress. You can see here that it does show the breakdown of which kingdom wanted it which way. And then, do we want an award to be specifically defined, like warriors, or more ambiguous, like the other ladder awards? And a majority of Amtgarders did want specifically defined 1 through 10. And we, once again, have the kingdom breakdown for that. Did it show specific versus more ambiguous? Respondents supported alternate options over the Grail proposal, which did lead us to focus on revision. So as we can see here, Orders of the Grail, we did have class battlefield prowess, Orders of Tactician, and earning Paragon codes, just slightly over Orders of the Grail, which is why we are focusing more on this during this revision. And just pointing out, class battlefield prowess and Orders of Tactician are the main two, since they were the two that scored the highest within our surveys. And this proposal does allow duchies to give their highest available ladder awards for success in duchy battle games. Currently, in Amtgard, we have 12 kingdoms where duchies can give an 8th order of the order award ladder. There's 8 kingdoms that can award up to a 7th, and there's 2 kingdoms in which duchies can award up to a 6th. Respondents supported some further criteria as suggestions, but not requirements. Paragon titles are good as suggestions, but they do not pass anything to make them a requirement. Same goes for success in class battle gaming tournaments. It was something that should be a suggestion, but not a requirement. And these suggestions will function differently depending on each kingdom's circumstances, each kingdom's values, their culture. As with any path, awards for battle gaming does depend on the judgment of your monarch. We do have the breakdown of Paragon titles being suggested, but not requirements. Suggested was at 41, required 35, and then neither was at 23. And we do have the breakdown by kingdom as well. So we did go with 3 paragons. So we started Paragon at 8. When we were analyzing the data from survey question 2 of how many paragons should be suggested, it was unclear whether we should count the 0 votes. It was a flaw in the survey design that will inform our future, that we will use with our future survey designs. Including the 0 votes did make it a close vote between 1 to 2 paragons, and leaving them out resulted in a close vote between 2 to 3. The original battle game night proposal that was referred to the committee would have required a marshal and a caster class paragon. But once we were looking at the write-in survey feedback, we chose caster class as a requirement, or as a suggestion, not a requirement, based on physical accessibility. Reviewing the orc data did show that with a suggestion of 3 paragons with 1 caster class, it would qualify 47 candidates across 16 kingdoms. This appeared to be a reasonable number, given that the eligibility via paragons is only one of the several ways to qualify, and having 3 paragons is still not a requirement. We do have the updated list here. How many should be required? We did have one that we crossed up, but we still kept it here for the sake of showing that we did have this data. Point being, there were a few votes that had to get added or removed, and it did cause slightly different numbers, but not enough to really change the vote. But we did want to show that we did have to make an adjustment and update. And this is when we remove the 0, you can see here. And once again, just showing that we did have to add or remove people. So in here, we do have, oh my gosh, my Zoom bar is getting in the way. 1 second. Just moving it down. All right. We do have a breakdown of kingdoms where they have players with 2 paragons with 1 caster, 3 paragons with 1 caster, and comparing it to number of masters without a knighthood in that mastery. So if we had 2 paragons as a suggestion, it would be 151 versus the 47 that we got with. And right now, across all kingdoms, we have 117 people that are masters, but are not flame knights, but eligible. 78 eligible for serpent. 70. Oh, my apologies there. 15 for sword, and 68 for crown, which is why we felt that having a requirement of 3 paragons fit in well with how the other belts looked. Next up, we do have a breakdown of my apologies, serpent masters, people who are masters, dragon, garber, owl, flame masters, and this is just total throughout Amtgard right now. Next up, class gaming tournaments like jugging or Phoenix League can be suggested, but not requirements. Suggested, required, and not required or suggested. And suggested criteria did pass, which is why it was added to this proposal. And we do have a breakdown of kingdom as well, to once again just show how the kingdoms thought it should be for the respective kingdom. They did report, respondents did report varying access to class battle gaming tournaments. Prior to the COVID-19 shutdown, how often did you play battle games in organized competition? A couple times a year, every chance that they got, never gotten to try it yet, tried it once or twice. So we can see that there is a good margin that does do organized competitions a couple times a year to every chance they got. And there are some that just haven't gotten to even try it yet. So some respondents, there were existing rewards that were not supported to be added to this proposal. Archery related awards were ranked lowest overall. Martial battlefield prowess related to Orders of the Warrior were also ranked low. Griffins and Mass were written in, and a lot of respondents did not support a change to their status. And our recommendation for Orders of the Mask is that roleplay is already under the existing dragon definition. It is a performance art, and we suggest that if people are receiving such, it should go under the existing dragon definition. And that's why we can see here, martial battlefield prowess and archery award did score low. However, for archery, there is still a way to achieve a knighthood with class battle gaming, and that can be through playing a druid, scout, assassin, or an archer. It can be effective in class battle gaming tournaments as well, and there's definitely a way to achieve this through using a bow and arrow. No current proposal changes for the Griffin, and this is the breakdown that we did see for Griffin. Fall under 5th belt, no change, did score the highest, and fall under Sword Knight was one of the other lower scoring ones. Order of the Mask, we did fall under 5th belt versus fall under Serpent Knight, and no change, so once again scored highest, so there was no change. And our suggestions for implementation. Should this proposal pass, there may be players who are already qualified for various orders based on this recommended criteria. Monarchs do have the final call to award players, but the committee does recommend the following approach. Since Amtgard Battle Gaming is long-standing and many skilled players already exist, we recommend against requiring all players to start at 0 orders of battle. We believe it's appropriate to award more than 1 order of battle to bring qualified players to that appropriate level on the battle ladder. If a player is qualifying through Paragons, we do believe it would be appropriate to check whether they are rolled over from class masterhoods and verify that they know the rules from the V8 rule set. And consider the core criteria of orders of battle. Is this person known as a team leader? Are they an effective field presence? And for how long have they been doing that? We do have our resources here. And that is it. I'd like to open up the floor for any questions, comments, concerns, any of which you have. do see the chat. I will. I do see a few hand raises. I don't know if I can click those or not, though. I think I saw Liz first.
Something that someone in my kingdom was concerned about was how 1 through 3 are recommended for Shire level battle games. I know personally in Dragonspine, Shires can only award 1 and 2. They were interested, and a few people I think followed the thought process of if that kind of verbiage could be changed to suggestions of battle like team size versus going off of park, since the park sizes and requirements differ so much throughout the game.
Yeah, so the question was relating to Shire versus like Shires being able to only award 1 and 2 versus team sizes and such. So these are recommendations. They are not requirements. And one of the large things that we're trying to do here is make this available so that each corpora and each park under their corporas can award the highest order that they can. If your kingdom only allows up to a second, then yeah, that would stop them at a second. We would still recommend that if somebody's doing very well in a shire, however, maybe they'd have to go to a barony or knock it up to a kingdom to award them that, but they should still be recognized for their level of play within that shire. However, once again, each kingdom culture is different there. So if your kingdom does feel differently on that, you can award that as you see fit.
Thank you.
Yep. I did see Denny next, so I will unmute Denny. Or ask to unmute Denny, sorry.
Ha, I can unmute myself.
There you go.
All right. I just want to say I think a battle game night will be good for Amcard. I think that class games are our primary hook. I think they bring more newbies to our game than any other aspect of the game. Like people see like live action D&D and live action like insert swords and sorcery trope here. People get into class games, they try to get better, and at some point they fall in love with the game and say, "Hey, I want to strive for masterhood and eventual knighthood." And come to find out, there's no path to that through class games, so they stop playing classic games as much. As a result, I know many knights who don't actually play the game part of the game anymore. And our very system tells veteran and core amp cards to not play games, focus on your portion. And I think that does a huge disservice to our primary hook, what brings newbies in. And I think that we should vote for this battle game night for multiple reasons. And one of them is that I think it'll massively benefit from this perspective of recruitment and retention. Thank you.
All right, just a quick note. Denny, I absolutely agree with everything you just said. I think it was absolutely great. I do want to remind everybody that this is the portion for questions for this particular part. If we get to proposals and discussion periods opened up where that's even necessary, then absolutely get into your points here. I only say that because I just want to make sure that we're moving forward with our time. Back to you, over to you.
All right, it looks like Nine Blades has a question. Varen, I'll do ask to unmute.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I was wondering if I could get a clarification on battle game tournament.
Yes.
Yeah, please.
So a battle gaming tournament, class battle gaming tournament right now would be any battle game tournament that is held within our, one moment, I'm going to bring up the proposal. So we do have class battle gaming tournaments getting recommended at 7 for Kingdom class battle gaming tournaments. This could be, you have something like a 10-man teams class battle gaming tournament held at your Kingdom. It could be a Phoenix League tournament that is single elimination, double elimination, however you see fit. Any tournament of types that involves class battle gaming that you can think of or make or allow your Kingdom to make or you as a monarch create. And that is what the class battle gaming tournaments would be in this regard.
So in this case, it sounds like it's the kind of thing that is planned in advance, operating at like a sizable event, as opposed to a pickup game.
Yes, for a class tournament, yes, it would be as opposed to a pickup game.
Great. And how to put it, as far as feedback or in terms of the that would be in the next section, just to verify.
Feedback on items, on opinions related to the award, or
I suppose I can phrase it in terms of a question. What are the
yes,
odds?
sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I'm dealing with translating feedback, so.
Oh,
Yeah. There was a concern about the limitation of it being like one of them has to be in a caster class. Is there wiggle room on that going forward? Or is that like the kind of thing where once cast, it's cast?
so with this, it is the question is related to that caster class paragon, and it is a recommendation from the awards committee because it does put all of that when we're looking at how many would be eligible otherwise, or how many would be eligible with 2, with 3, 3 with caster, 3 with no caster. We did notice that 3 with caster did bring it in close to the level of how many people are currently eligible in the other paths to knighthood. However, it is a recommendation, and if you feel that somebody is at that level and is performing at that level and doing very well, I don't see any reason why not to award it, even if they don't. It is our recommendation that they have a caster, but certainly not a requirement. And if you think somebody's very eligible and you fully believe that they are, I hope that that isn't a thing that prevents you from getting an award.
Thank you so much. Those are great clarifications. And
yeah, no problem.
Yeah, thanks again.
Yep. All right, looks like we have wetlands as next.
Hi, so I am a couple things. One, the good job on putting the surveys together and all that, but I am concerned about the number of responses, specifically considering it was during the time of COVID. Discussing with my kingdom specifically, we talked, or a lot of my players discussed how they checked out of Vanguard over the year of COVID. I think looking at your data, only 10 people responded from the wetlands. So I have a concern with the scope of the data from that, in just in general terms of surveys and polls and stuff, with just in general. Second thing, whatever, the wetlands is completely against the battle game night in the aspect that there's a huge worry about the creation of a toxic environment. I'm going to disagree with Denny like wholeheartedly, that by creating like this competitive aspect of the one part that's supposed to be fun, could be a big problem, and that's what's been discussed among our kingdom in general, is as to why, I've done the polling just with in person, and we completely are against it because we're afraid of that toxicity, that could possibly come of that. Just a heads up on that for right now.
Yeah, so the question was related to the sample size for our surveys, as well as the potential for a toxic gaming environment within AmpGuard. So I'll kind of try to answer both of those as best as I can. For my survey, a lot of the survey questions and the graphs shown were shown from that first survey, where there were an additional 140 people that had not answered what kingdom they were from or where they were from. Along with that, when we add in the numbers that we got from our sample size versus how many people were added within our survey or had taken our survey, we did take a look at margin of error, and the margin of error was less than a 3% margin of error for the population size that we gathered versus how many people are active in AmpGuard as a whole. And once again, those numbers that we were comparing them to were compared to before the COVID time, and that is how we got those numbers. To answer the question relating to toxicity on the battlefield or creating a hostile battlefield environment. A great thing to remember about this award, if you're going a Paragon route, if you're going for team leadership, if you're going for knighthood in general, is that for Paragonhood, part of being a Paragon is that you need to be available to answer questions for newbies. You need to be a pillar of knowledge. You need to be somebody that people are going to be comfortable going to, talking to, and really reaching out to. And if your route for doing this is to get angry during battle games, or to become toxic during battle games, or raise the tension levels of battle games, you're almost essentially shooting yourself in the foot. And the reason why is you're making yourself ineligible for a Paragonhood if your route is to go Paragon. There's a lot of attitude and behavior that is involved with achieving a Paragonhood with our current rules as written. You need to be that approachable person. Along with this, to achieve a knighthood, you do need to have a level of behavior as well. And I don't know, for me personally, if I'd be able to vote on somebody who got their way to where they were through toxicity. So could it potentially make a master through winning class battle gaming tournaments? It could. Could it create a knight? I do not believe so myself. And I believe it is up to us as AmpGuard as a whole to work with that and improve our culture to make sure that something like that does not happen.
I would like to quickly comment here, if I may.
Go ahead.
I think that Nathan, as our surveys person, should also jump in and address the question on representation of different kingdoms within the data.
Absolutely. Here, just a moment. What I would like to do is provide everybody with a 5-minute break. We have been going on this topic specifically for about 35 minutes now, which is a little longer than anticipated. Before we go on that break, though, what I want to do is remind everybody that this is a question period for the proposal and report itself right now. So if you have questions about those things like clarifications, that's kind of the direction we want to go. If you have discussion points or disagreements or anything like that, please save those for the discussion period after we go through the proposal. Again, the main idea is to find if this is a proposal that will work for the COM based on the information this team has provided for us. If it's not something that the COM wants, during the voting process, we'll learn that discussion process. We could figure out what that path forward looks like. Otherwise, I just wanted to remind everybody, let's keep the questions towards clarifications for this report and the data that they've provided for us. With that said, let's go ahead and start a 5-minute break. We'll come back here at 23 after the hour. All right.
Sounds like my pizza rolls are done.
Yeah, right. I apologize for that loud ringing. I'm sure everybody loved that. All right, Annette, we'll go ahead and start back off for your team. Let's wrap up some questions. Let's allow for, I think, the 5 remaining questions that we've got about the report, and then move on to your next section.
All right, and after we finish the question and answer, I believe we will actually be voting on this proposal.
Okay. That sounds good. So once we finish up with the questions, then we'll get started on the proposal.
Yes, and I am actually being told that Elia has had a computer freak out and he should be signing back onto the meeting in something like 1 minute. So that almost overlapped at the end of the break, but
That's all right.
Not quite.
Let's go ahead and get back on the questions, and hopefully your team will be able to answer those in the meantime.
He's in the waiting room.
He should be approved.
I just got him let back in, yeah.
Perfect. Elia, are you there?
You might have to co-host him again.
Yeah. I'm looking. I saw his name on the list for like a second.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Hi.
Yep, we hear you.
Yeah, sorry about that. My yeah, share screen.
Yeah, you still push to talk.
Yeah. So this is just to address the concern from the wetlands about their level of representation in the surveys.
Okay. I don't know if my camera is designed to work, but that's fine. So you guys can all see this right now. This is one of the supplemental tables I talked about earlier. But the point of COVID having dropped the anchor population is absolutely valid. We've, as a game overall, have dropped almost by half, based on the two periods of 2 data sets that we have of the 6 and 6 between July and December 2019, and 6 and 6 October 2020 and March 2021. And in this table here, I have those changes written out. And that is certainly something that should be taken into account. However, it's not something that maybe should be, we can't, sorry, I shouldn't say that. We, as the awards committee, we have shared the surveys in all the kingdoms the same way. And we've encouraged the kingdom monarchs to make sure that they share the surveys and make sure that they encourage their populace to take the surveys to make sure that all voices get heard who want to be heard. We've also had these, what's it called? Had this data open for a couple of months when there was concerns about representation or numbers or things like this. Had been brought up earlier. There might have been things we could have tried to do to help alleviate and address those. Where it is now, we can't force people, obviously, to take our surveys, and we can't base our data and what our recommendations were on what we might want to assume those who did not take the surveys may or may not want. So all we can do is take the information and data that was given to us by those who decided to participate and make the best proposal and choices that we could with what we had. Take that as you will. I'm not sure if that addresses your concern enough.
All right, what we'll do now is continue on with questions. So I'm not really sure which order they came in, but on my list here, I've got Wetlands, Trent Nelson at the top. Go ahead.
Already asked my question. I'm good right now.
All right, next up we have Northern Lights representative.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Can you still hear me? Because I can't see the little
Absolutely.
icon. Okay. The question I had was in concerning the Paragon aspect for the higher awards. In the, yeah, bring it up here. In the 8th through the 10th, the wording it states is or earning a Paragon.
That is correct.
So that was a little confusion that some people in my kingdom had. Is it that it can be given if they have one or more of the Paragons, or is it a combination of it?
So the question is about the Paragons, and with the Paragons, we do have them available starting at 8th, 9th, starting 8th and going up to 10th. And the reason for this is this means that when you earn a Paragon, you can get an 8th, but if you already have an 8th through either winning class battle gaming tournaments or showing your individual skill well enough within class battle games or showing great leadership skills, what have you, you might already have an 8th. So if you earn a Paragon, then you could get your 9th. Or if you're at 9, you could get your 10th. Or you can make it all the way to 10 without even getting a Paragon at all. What it allows you to do is kind of mix and match and choose your own route to get to this. If you're a player who does very well at something like leading people, you might have led several battles. You might have been the team lead for your team to get victory on a kingdom scale all the way up to 9th order, and then you get a Paragon. Or you could get 2 Paragons and then win a class battle gaming tournament. So it kind of allows a mix and match. Hopefully that answers the question.
Actually, it kind of went into what if you were to say earn your 7th order and you already had Paragons, what would that do?
So if you already, are you talking about existing Paragons before this proposal gets, if this proposal were to pass? Yeah. That specifically is up to the monarchy. It is up to whomever is the monarch in your kingdom at that time to determine whether or not you believe that person is eligible. This is very similar to how, or like when we introduced Orders of the Crown, how there was how people went back and brought people back up, grandfathered up to what we believe. Our recommendation for it is check to determine if that Paragon hood is a master hood that carried over from V7, or if it was a Paragon hood awarded within V8. And even if it is a master hood that carried into Paragon hood with the change from V7 to V8, make sure that person understands that class. Maybe they're still playing it today even. Maybe they're still doing very, very, very well in that role. And that's what would determine, that's what you could use to help determine whether you believe that person is eligible or not.
Okay, thank you. That actually really does help. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Celestial Kingdom, you may go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you. My question is pretty simple. On the slide regarding preference between new belt or under Knight of the Sword, do you guys have the percentages of breakdown excluding the no response portion like you did with several other of your data sets?
So I do not believe that we have that breakdown. I can probably run the numbers very quick for you while answering other questions and do my best to throw it into the chat. It shouldn't be too difficult to get those numbers. But to answer the question, we do not have an exact graph right now. But I can get that info.
All right, Denny, go ahead and ask your question.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. This question actually comes from Merrick from Polaris. He's a first-time caller, long-time listener. And does this require Paragon to be a kingdom level award? Because currently each corpora defines who can award Paragons. For some, it's a ducal level award or even lower.
So question is really, there are some kingdoms that you can achieve Paragon not at a kingdom level. Granted, a lot of the competition for a 7th order and an 8th order are at a kingdom level. 8th order is at kingdom level for all kingdoms. Duchies, even in, actually, no, there are duchies that can award 8ths. However, when it's reaching at that higher level and higher echelon of awards, I believe that it would be at a kingdom level at that point, but it is up to the kingdom how they want to perceive that and whether they want to make that eligibility call.
Thank you.
Yep.
I actually
right.
pulled up our supplemental data table if you want me to jump in on the question of what's the percentage without no opinion. Charlie?
Oh, absolutely. If we have that, I don't think we have that graph. If we do, that is awesome.
It's not a graph, it's a supplemental table
yeah.
we did, but let me show real quick. Show. Alrighty, so this, can you guys see a spreadsheet? Yeah?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, so this was, again, this data has been released at the end of June. Should a knighthood owned through class battle gaming be a separate path and belt? Should it fall under Sword Knight? And you can see we have just a table here, which is the same, it's exactly the same information you just saw on the slide, but it's just table film. So we had 193 saying separate path and belt, 168 saying under Sword Knight. So if we calculate that out, we can get a percentage. So separate path would have been, looks like, slightly over 50%, 53% if you don't include no opinion. And that, yep. So that percentage would be 53 if it's just between separate path versus falling under Sword Belt. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it would be a 53-47 then, I believe.
Yes, we can. There we go, yep. That is the split there.
All right. I believe
We
no
have
further...
we do have a request to scroll down on that, so you can see. I believe West March.
I mean, let me also drop this link in the chat so that anyone can pull up this table to everyone. Hang on, okay, and then.
I just want to remind everyone that the links and chat are not available to view for our streaming services. So if you could, please post it in the comm chat as well on the Facebook page.
Yes, so this is part of what we showed at the end of June, but I can post it again to the page now.
You're amazing. Thank you.
I'll do that as soon as I stop screen sharing.
All right. So this will wrap up the question portion of the awards committee proposal for Night of Battle. What we'll go ahead and do now is vote on the proposal as written in this document. Give me just a moment. I will share my screen now. All right, so this is the document that is linked in the agenda. Proposal introduce Night of Battle Amp Guard. Can be found right here. We will go ahead and start off with Burning Lands representative.
Burning Lands votes yes.
Black Spire. Representative from Black Spire.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Black Spire votes yes.
Representative from Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Representative from Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom raises a point of order. We should have had a discussion window before voting on this.
We'll take a look at the rules of order after we complete this vote, if that is okay, CK. Actually,
CK
we'll pause
votes
real
no.
quick. We'll pause real quick. Let's check the rules of order, and we'll get back to that.
The rules of order state that we vote, and then if there's discussion afterwards, you can have discussion. But there's a vote on every proposal before any discussion period.
Wait, hold on a second. I got to make sure that I'm understanding what's going on exactly. Like, we're voting on letting this built in right now. And we were told not to raise our hands because that discussion would come on after we asked direct questions.
Correct. So part of the process for the voting is you vote on the proposal as is right now, no discussion. Yes, no, abstain. Then there's a motion for discussion. That's when the discussion period can happen. Then we vote again without any changes. And then we move forward with, do we make changes and vote on this again? Like, does it work? Or do we table this for a later discussion period?
Wouldn't it be faster and more simple to allow discussion prior to voting? Just out of curiosity.
Unfortunately not. And part of that reasoning is we want to establish where everybody is in the first place. That's why we kind of have this proposal set up the way it is. This is also the same process that we followed previous years with the Circle of Monarchs. So we vote on an item. If it's not liked as is, then we get into the discussion. The voting period doesn't take terribly long. We actually probably would have been done by now with the vote, and then we can move on into the discussion. But the process is we vote first on the item, then discuss if discussion is warranted, vote again without changes, and then determine if changes should be made or if we should table.
Point of order Polaris would like to make is that the reason why we have it this way is it's kind of designed to answer rulebook changes where in any given year we might have 20 to 30 or more rulebook changes. So it's to get to them rapidly. Like there might be a rulebook change that nobody likes, and people just vote no, and there's no vote to discuss. So that's why the rules of order are the way they are.
All right, quick question. Celestial Kingdom, does that kind of answer the question for rules of order?
It does. Celestial Kingdom votes no.
All right. Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Representative from Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Representative from Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Representative from Golden Plains.
Votes yes.
Representative from Golden Vale.
Yes.
Representative from Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Representative from Northern Lights. Representative from Northern Lights.
Yeah, Northern Lights votes yes.
Representative from Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Representative from Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Representative from Polaris.
Polaris votes a resounding yes.
Representative from Rivermore.
Rivermore votes no as written.
Representative from Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes absolutely yes.
Representative from Tal'Degor.
TD votes yes.
Representative from Viridian Outlands.
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Representative from Winter's Edge. Representative from Winter's Edge.
Can I be heard? Winter's Edge votes no.
Representative from Outlands.
From Outlands?
Correction, Wetlands.
We're voting no as written, please.
Representative from West March.
West March votes yes.
Representative from Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes, please.
All right, tallying the votes, that is 18 yes, 4 no. As the counts are totaled, this change would not pass. 20 votes in favor are necessary for the item to pass. Is there a request for discussion?
Celestial
Yes.
Kingdom motions for discussion. Or
Wetlands will
seconds.
second it.
All right. With discussion periods, how we'll roll is same as with questions earlier. Raise your hands when you want to speak, and we'll go down the order from there. And we'll call on each individual. What I'm going to do in the meantime is stop sharing our screen right here so that each of those individuals can kind of have the floor whenever they're speaking as well. We'll go ahead and start off with the representative from Rivermore.
Hello, I'd like to make a motion. I move for a vote on the following resolution related to the previous failed measure. The Circle of Monarchs endorses the concept of either a fifth knighthood path or a second award path towards Sword Knight in some form and intends to consider revisions and related measures at a subsequent meeting. Essentially, I'd like to punt this to a further meeting rather than trying to do revisions here because it's likely to wind up off in the weeds.
Vote to establish a committee.
Thank you, Rivermore. Next up, we have Polaris.
Yeah, so the counter that this will make class games toxic, I've heard that counter before. And I would say that that's provably false. It's provably wrong now. You can become a sword knight through just fighting now. And the primary way, what's the primary way you get better at fighting? Fighting through the ditch. The question I have for the wetlands, is the ditch toxic now? You can get knighted by developing skills to the ditch, right? It seems to me that people use the ditch to escape toxicity of politics and other stuff. And if the ditch was toxic, Amtgard would be dead right now. And I know some top class gamers. I'm on a Phoenix League team full of them. All those people are boons to their park and class games. They have good field attitudes, and when they do play local games, they aren't toxic and they don't turn those games into horrible nightmares. They make those games better. To this end, this is a proposal to echo what Magnus said earlier. It's a proposal for battle game knighthood, not battle game mastery. If someone's toxic on the field and they make your park a living hell, they should probably be banned and not elevated to a status that revolves around good character. Thank you.
Thank you, Polaris. Next up, we have Burning Lands.
Hello, everybody. I'm a sword knight from back in 1997 before award standardization. And in our kingdom, battlefield prowess was definitely taken into account. As a matter of fact, it was said that between my level of griffins and my battlefield prowess was the main reason why I got my sword belt in the first place. I do believe that we need to recognize battle gaming. I do think that it needs to fix the sword belt. However, I'm not adverse to creating it in and of itself. The one thing I do want to consider, guys, that we do need to consider is niche belts can become a problem. I know this slippery slope fallacy, and you guys can bang on me for that, but we don't need a knighthood for every aspect of our game. We can consolidate things and make the belts that we already have, I don't want to say easier to get, but more inclusive. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Chewy from the Wetlands.
Okay, I can even work my own mute button. That seems. So I mean, really, for what I've seen, a lot of this is, yeah, there is toxicity when you breed, when you bring in competitiveness in certain aspects of our game. We see that with our to our tournaments to a certain extent. And you're correct in that. Yeah, we could ban those individuals that we deem toxic, but really, what we want to do is grow our game. And one way of growing our game is make sure that we're inclusive in all our battle games. I think the easiest way of doing that is make sure that we open up our aspects to everybody. And I know personally, I've seen it in a number of years where, we make a big joke of 17-foot polearms, breaking a battle game, or, 40 archers shooting an individual piece. So, power gaming is a real thing. And, that causes a lot of disruption, and you see the things now. Was there, a lot of angst involved? Not really, but if we don't make it as open and as inviting as possible, then it makes the battle games a real big negative draw. And I come from a kingdom that has super competitive people as well. So we will have a tendency to team together, and you'll see it. I've been to many interkingdom events where certain individuals are teaming up together. Not only that, but we're talking about a knighthood. A knighthood shouldn't be just for team efforts and paragons and all of that. It becomes a big issue for me myself. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm a big proponent of nixing all the knight spells all together and going down to an individual knighthood with multiple paths coming into it. So that's kind of where I'm at on that one. So thank you.
Next up, we have the Wetlands Monarch.
Couple things. One, I'm still going to just say that I would, if we table this for future, I would like us to relook at the survey. And the reason I'm saying that is, as a person that studies surveys and polling, looking at, Wetlands has 10 respondents, and there might be more, I don't know, but I think that using this table or this survey to kind of make a decision is kind of flawed in that thinking. Second, going back to the Paragon issue, I think before we use Paragon in any aspect of a masterhood level, the concept of erasing all Paragons and making it a universal how to award those, because I've seen people get awarded by writing an essay to get their Paragon. There's no universalness to that, and if you're creating an award standard, that's an issue. And there's a couple of other awards that are already established, Griffin and Mask and Lion. We don't use those as ladder awards, but those should be, in my opinion, I've discussed with people, those should be brought back instead of creating a whole new system of awards. Let's look at that. On the other thing, on the toxic battle game thing, a player doesn't have to be kind of a jerk on the battlefield to be toxic or to make it not fun. All right. I'm just going to say in general, for example, if I am playing a bard and I'm going to call out Crix because me and Crix are friends on battlefields. And so I'm going to target Crix. I'm not going to let him, survive very long in the field, and because he's a good fighter on the field. So I'm just going to shut him down every single game. That's what I mean by toxicity, is where a player is going to target another player that might be, a good battle gamer, and basically ruins the fun in battle games themselves. That's what I mean by toxicity. Not the general attitude, but the competitiveness just takes the fun away from battle games.
Thank you, Wetlands. Next up, this thing's skipping around all over on me. We have Polaris again.
I'd like to also kind of add a rebuttal for the people who say that like they don't like to look at an award like this based on team effort. They want to see individual effort. And to that I say, look at Flame Belt, look at Crown Belt, all the masteries involved in those in team efforts. If I'm the Monarch, I'm not doing literally everything myself. I'm leading a team. I'm putting that team together. I'm having them do stuff. Like I'm not running all my events. I have an autocrat to do that. If I get a Master Smith, am I single-handedly running all my games? No, I'm putting a team together to do that. Every member of my team is contributing. If they don't, I fail. And likely the members of my team who are contributing earn awards in and of themselves. So yes, in Amtgard, some of the best things in Amtgard are accomplished by teams, and this should be no exception. Thank you.
Next up, we have the representative from Winter's Edge Clover.
Can I be heard?
You are heard.
Okay. So a couple things here, and again, I'm gonna try to be short and concise, but I feel like there's a lot of stuff that's been getting talked about that I need to address. First, I'm a very grassroots kind of monarch. I've been to every single park in the kingdom and talked to the people individually. I kind of agree with earlier person who said I don't know how I feel about the amount of people that were covered in this survey, because the stuff that I've been getting has been pretty much the exact opposite of what this thing is saying. They are not a fan of this new night belt, and a lot of it is for the reasons of toxicity. The big things that I want to address when I'm talking about that is, you mentioned Polaris, I believe, mentioned earlier, like the ditch line is a place to develop skills, and we don't consider the ditch line a place of heavy toxicity. And I agree with you 100%. However, I have seen people that are chasing a sword belt at a tournament start getting real toxic real quick. Now imagine we don't have a place to, quote, develop skills like that when we're chasing our battle. Literally every battle game is part of this belt line, or part of chasing this belt. And we talk about trying to recruit new people and stuff. There's a reason a lot of kingdoms have moved into 5 and under tournaments and stuff like that. That's because you can't get new players to go into a fighting tournament when they've got a sword knight that's just going to brick wall them, or they're going to get hit before they even knew what happened. And now we've got people that are going to be chasing a belt that are going to shut out a new player to just completely shut them out of a game, because unfortunately that's the kind of balance that we have in our game right now. We have classes and stuff that are capable of completely just shutting down large portions of a field. Now, and that's a whole other issue. That's game balance. It's not really about this. My big thing for this is that the idea that it will not create toxicity is just kind of silly to me, because when you put what many consider to be the highest award in our game on the end of this, a lot more things that would be let go probably wouldn't be let go, because now there's something on the line. Now there's a reason to be competitive. And at least from the pulse that I get from the people in my kingdom, battle gaming is like you said, it's the big draw of our game. It is, and it's the most fun part. But I believe that the reason that is because nobody remembers who won next week. That's all I got for now.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Golden Plains.
So I'm confused about, I agree that the polls don't show well, because in there it showed that only 10 people from my kingdom answered that, and of that the majority was in favor of adding it to a separate belt. When I polled my kingdom separately prior to doing this meeting, they all resoundingly wanted it, yes, but did not want it attached to sword. And The reason why I'm very inclined to believe this is because any one of us can all acknowledge that the sword belt path is toxic. If you want another path to sword, why don't you put the griffin back in there so you can bring some honor back to the battlefield? And then maybe it wouldn't be so toxic. But if you're going to take such a huge part of our game, such a huge selling point, and make it a path, okay, but don't add it to a already pre-existingly toxic belt path, and then just make it more toxic, because then you'll get, oh, well, you're not a real sword knight. You're a role player. I just think that adding it to a already pre-existingly toxic belt path is the wrong call. Definitely. Thank you.
All right, next up we have Rivermore. Rivermore? Representative from Rivermore, I'm unsure if you were trying to speak right now, but it appears you're still muted. Let's go ahead and move on to Emerald Hills.
Hello. So I just wanted to address, I hear a lot of people talking about competitiveness and not wanting to have that be a major factor into us looking at this, and that the toxicity of it can help ruin it. But if we look at a lot of what happens on battlefields and in battle games, it's already a competition a lot of the time. It's my team versus the next. You know, I know someone mentioned that people getting singled out on the field and getting shut down for being too good is a worry that we should be looking into. And I agree, it's something we should be looking into if this were to pass, but it is not exactly a determining factor on someone's individual skill so much as the fact that that player was countered. You know, at the end of the day, you know, from my perspective at least, is we're already effectively playing a competition, and we're already see players already get heated on the field without it even being here. It's going to happen regardless. How we handle that situation and what we look to in those people that do that should really be what we're looking at. If someone's getting angry and yelling and screaming on the field, we should probably not even be letting that player be on the field if that's how they're reacting. That's already something, you know, we should be accounting for when looking at someone for a knighthood. It doesn't change the nature that we have a major aspect of our game that doesn't lead anywhere. Whereas, you know, what's the difference between, you know, the sword knight being just pure skill, or why are we saying that the biggest part of our game and the attraction that most people draws most people in shouldn't be that determining factor? You know, at the end of the day, it is a competition. When we step on for a battlefield, we want to see our team win. I don't really think that it is going to dissuade that as much. And if getting into the higher level awards, if we're talking about, as the proposal is written, we are looking at already trying to have tournaments that we're looking at for it as a consideration for it. That would be more of it. It would be just, you know, like looking at a Phoenix League match. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have Desert Winds.
So I would like to quote the Paragon Path podcast. They ask on each one how to make yourself better without ruining other people's fun. And I think that needs to be accounted for in all aspects of our game, because we should be teaching others and helping others grow along the path just as we are, elevating everybody up. That's all I had.
Thank you. Next up, we have the representative from Dragon Spine. Representative from Dragon Spine?
Sorry, Zoom is
There you
not
go.
my forte. Kept typing in the chat. But I just wanted to mention, and it is something that I talked about with the members of my populace before coming to this meeting, the toxicity that keeps getting mentioned, this knighthood isn't for being the person that wins the most, isn't being for the person that kills the most. And that's where a lot of toxicity tends to come from in fighters. This is for the teamwork aspect. Like that, the toxicity that is already happening in the game is a completely different issue that we need to work on, but that shouldn't decide whether people have an option in this knighthood. And that's coming from someone who is like, let's put Griffins back. Do we need a separate knighthood? But if we're going to put this forward, the toxicity is a separate issue culture-wide.
Thank you, Dragonspine. Next up, we have Polaris. And Polaris, I believe you actually wanted to make a larger point here, so you were allotted that 5-minute time.
Thank you. Before I make my larger point, I'm going to say that one counter to kind of echo what Dragonspine said, Amcard is a team game. If I really want as an individual to shut someone down, the other team has a way to counter me or to keep that person up. So individuals against individuals on the field, that is not as big of a deal because Amcard's a team game. And another thing I'll say is that some of the Monarchs are voting no, and this isn't just against the wetlands because they made the very clear point that a very low percentage of their kingdom participate in the survey. But some of the kingdoms who are voting no had a good percentage say, yes, we want this. So this is just a plea to please represent your kingdom. And so here's the larger point. And I think that, and if this doesn't pass, that's a shame because a lot of kingdoms wanted it, and a lot of people in Amcard wanted it. We have 18 kingdoms right now who want this. I'd argue that number is actually more if you count the people in that kingdom instead of just the rep that's voting. But I have great news. There is a way we can have a battle game night right now. If you look at the rule book and you qualify for higher orders of the warrior for winning major kingdom tournaments. The rule book defines major kingdom level tournaments as Weapon Master, War Master from Crown Quals, Olympiad, and or an inter-kingdom event tournament. The rulebook doesn't outright state or even imply that the nature of our tournaments has to be 1 versus 1 ditch rules. In fact, if I were a newbie looking at the rulebook and I didn't know anything else about Amcard, I would assume that tournaments which are defined after 60 plus pages describing classes and abilities, that tournaments actually use those rules. So what's this mean? It means that one reign, the champion could decide to make Weapon Master a team-based class tournament. The Iron Mountains Monarch could define the Phoenix League or Juggling Tournament at Rakkus as an inter-kingdom tournament. The Rising Winds could do the same for Bridge Wars. All of the kingdoms that run Keep could consider the Phoenix League tournament as an inter-kingdom tournament. All of those kingdoms could award Orders of the Warrior to members of the teams that placed in those tournaments as appropriate. The award standardization was made open-ended like that. All of that is recommended criteria anyway, not required criteria. If a kingdom really wanted, they could throw out Order of the Warrior altogether and award Knight of the Sword to their best class gamers and use a non-official ladder award to make that informal qualifier. And with the awful 90% rule to change this stuff, I think a grassroots movement like this by several kingdoms is the only way to get this to eventually pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Polaris. Next up, we have Crystal Groves.
Yeah, I polled my people about this, and they're landslide yes. Now they're split kind of between whether they want this to be underscored or not. But I think that we should go ahead and create this, and after it's been implemented for a few months, poll the people again and see where they want that to be. As far as the toxicity is concerned, Paragons, that was the same thing brought up when Paragons was going to be a thing. The people were going to be toxic on the field. and that it was going to create bad situations for new players. And that hasn't been the case. I know a lot of people in my kingdom who are very competitive when it comes to wanting their Paragon, and they're not disrupting the field. We have rules in place already against toxic players, and if they're going to violate the rules to try to acquire this, they're just not going to be able to play with us. We should just treat it as such that they violate the rules and go through the steps of punishment for that. Battlefields are already competitive. I know when I go out on the battlefield, I'm going out there to have fun for the first part, but I also want to win. And I don't know anybody who's going out on a battlefield and go like, I don't care if we don't win. They want to have fun, but at the end of the day, usually when you win, you're having more fun. You can become a master without becoming a knight also. So when you have these people who you don't think are knight worthy, just because they reached masterhood, the COK still has to approve them because that's based on your personality, not your skill. And I've been playing for 19 years now, and since I started playing, I have heard people talking about wanting this to be a thing. I know it was a landslide in my kingdom. I think it was like 48 or more to 3. So I know this is a thing my kingdom wants, and a lot of people around Amcard that I've talked to over the years want. And I think it's something we should make happen, and then if we have to adjust something later, we can adjust something later. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, sir. Next up, we have Celestial Kingdom. Celestial Kingdom has also requested 5 minutes, and it's been granted.
Hi, everyone. So I am actually the other co-author of the original Knight of the Grail proposal. Magnus and I put it together last year, and then I had my senator at the time, Dallin, bring it forward to the com. I've got quite a bit to say on it, and it's amazing, quite frankly, to see the fact that in 1 year's time, we saw a rough proposal go through committee, come back around, and now we're here discussing, and it's a viable reality that it's going to pass. I voted no on it specifically so that we could have this discussion because I think that this discussion is necessary and needed. I am a master smith. I have my master smith for tournaments and large-scale wargaming. A lot of people think that we're going to have some sort of toxicity come from having this happen. And when it comes to large-scale wargaming and tournaments, I don't think that's going to be the case at all. I think that when you get into those large interkingdom war games, you're already having people play as competitive as they can be. They go all out, whether they're playing a caster, whether they're playing a melee class. You've got the people who are going to lead the charge and organize their teams. All these things already happen. I don't think that you're going to see a material change whatsoever in how those large scale games go. And Magnus and I have discussed this. I don't think that some of the qualifications are stringent enough. I think the size of the wargaming needs to be larger, but that's my experience, my kingdom. There's 22 kingdoms. So just from my experience, I don't believe that we will see this. And I believe I have qualified experience on that front. Now, to sort of address new belt, Knight of the Sword. We currently have 4 belts, and each belt represents a strain of area or domain of the game. Crown represents leadership, and there's multiple paths on that. Flame represents service, and there's multiple paths on that. Serpent, multiple realms of crafting, and again, you have all these different paths. Sword is the only path of the game or the only belt that has one path. And sword arguably is martial skill. It is the martial domain of this game. To create this path and not put it under Knight of the Sword, I think does long-term harm to the game as a whole. I think that in doing so, we're perpetuating a lot of the toxicity that has been brought up regarding Knight of the Sword. And this is a path that we can implement that helps heal some of that and brings back to our game a knighthood path that is tied directly to the core of what Amtgard is, because battle gaming is the core. No doubt about that. I hope that everyone will look forward and see kind of what the ramifications are if we don't implement it and don't implement it under Knight of the Sword. That we're continuing to say Knight of the Sword gets to be special. They get to be unique. I think it's telling when in the data you had everyone widely supporting it except warlords and sword knights. I think that was kind of telling in the data. So it's my hope that we are going to pass this. And when we go to the next round of voting, Celestial Kingdom is voting yes. Again, I voted no because I felt that this conversation was necessary. So that's what I had to say.
Thank you, Celestial Kingdom. All right. Next up, we have Iron Mountains. Before Iron Mountains begins, I do see that awards committee would be on deck. For the awards committee individual to be able to speak, we would need a second from another representative. We'll get to that once Iron Mountains is done.
Golden Plains was second.
Hey, so it seems kind of like we beat this toxicity question to death, but I guess I just kind of wanted to point out, I feel like if we're seeing toxicity in certain elements of our game, that the question is not, did this toxicity come from the path to recognition, but more, why are we recognizing toxic players? I don't think that choosing to recognize someone for excellence in any particular path in their game is the root of the toxicity. I think that particularly in the sword path, when we're talking about the toxicity that we see there, are we also talking about eliminating the path to warlord? Do we really think that the path to warlord is what causes the toxicity? Or is it the way that we've built that path, which breeds extremely toxic cutthroat competition? Is it the fact that that path has such a narrow path to the pinnacle of success that our players are willing to treat each other with disrespect? I think that we're drawing a false comparison between the competitive elements of our game, which every path really except for flame is competitive. We're drawing a false comparison from competitive to toxicity. And I think that's really important for us to recognize. If we're concerned about toxicity in our game, we need to do some due diligence to figure out what the root cause is. Beyond that, I think that the battle game knighthood would be distinctly different from the sword path as it currently stands, in that battle game knighthood would fundamentally require leadership and cooperation on the field. Our warlord path is individual excellence only. I know plenty of people out there on the battle game field that are tanks. Man, their KD spread is nuts, but they are not team players. They don't do anything to support the people around them. I'm not going to recognize them for knighthood. And lastly, Polaris, you brought this up, that battle gaming is kind of the key element of our game. It's really the only part of our game that is LARP, right? It's what people see as they're walking by going, hey, that looks like a heck of a lot of fun. My question is, why aren't we incentivizing the heart of our game? Particularly when we are facing an extraordinarily steep decline in participation across every single kingdom. 50% drop in player participation that's a serious wound to our game. And so I think it's important that we are emphasizing what makes us really special and recognizing players for being excellent at battle games in a way that they can be recognized as pillars of our community. Because frankly, at least in the Iron Mountains, paragons are important, but they don't carry the same weight as a knight does. So I do think that particularly as we're looking to recover our numbers post-pandemic, that recognizing this element of our game will be really important for that. All right, Steve DeFleur, thanks.
Thank you, Iron Mountains. Next up, we have the awards committee representatives being seconded by Golden Plains to speak.
Elia, are you there? Elia, is...
Oh, yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Sorry about that. Yeah, I didn't see that I got second. Apologies. So this was just regarding the concerns about the description.
You muted again, Elia.
Hello, okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, sorry, I'm not sure what's going on there. Just to, in regards to the difference between, discrepancy between how kingdoms have heard from their kingdoms personally, as well as between that and our surveys. Big thing is when we had put out our surveys, we make sure that every kingdom got those surveys, and we asked obviously Monarchs to try and encourage their players to take it. Obviously, we can't fill out surveys for other people or force them to take it. So it's only as much as they were willing to submit to us. However, it's also common that when the people will respond to the people they know, so having you folks as the Monarchs talking to your populace, they're more likely to respond to you than to a random person from an AMP committee that no one's met or heard of before from your kingdom. There is the concern that there's a small number of people from your kingdom that replied. There's in that population table that I had shared from the presentation for the kingdom representation. Most kingdoms got pretty close to what their theoretical proportional representation should be for comparison of the AMP wide population percentage. Just definitely valid to be aware, to be concerned about the low number of participation. However, it's not the discrepancy isn't so much that people didn't have the opportunity to participate or to answer in the surveys. It was either choosing not to participate or possibly just not being exposed to it enough.
All right, thank you. The next representative to speak is Rising Winds.
Yeah, I want to start off by echoing what several other reps and Monarchs have said regarding support of this choice, especially Iron Mountain's input, and now with the award committee's input. We had more people participate for last year's proposal than this year, and we can't force players to participate. But if you're going to sit here and say that these surveys say yes, but your personal polling of your players says otherwise, then those players should have spoken up over the last 2 years. We have went over this same point at 2 meetings in a row. This has been conversated since I started almost 6 years ago, and probably a lot longer than that. We're doing a large disservice to our players if we don't implement a battle gaming knighthood at this point. We're disrespecting every player who has been vocal over the last handful of years. But I really want to remind everybody here that we're not here to serve our own purpose. We're here to serve the interests of the people in our kingdom. We have been talking about this for years, and for 2 years in a row, we have polled people, and the majority of our players have said yes. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Rising Winds. Nine Blaze, I apologize. I thought that you had withdrawn earlier with a comment that you'd made. However, that said, you are next, disregarding your misunderstood withdrawal.
Thank you. So I just wanted to say that we seem to be heaping a lot of disdain on Sword Path right now, and there's a lot of evidence that we could be doing more work there. But I will say that if we're worried about introducing toxicity into paths, I think we'd be remiss to say that we haven't, all of us, I'm sure, seen, competitiveness or bad feelings or bad blood in any of the paths to knighthood, be they flame or crown. And I mean, if the concern is introducing that, how to put it, the fault is probably not in our award systems, but in ourselves. We're getting much better at it, and I've been very heartened by that. But I think that it's a misnomer to say that the whole thing hinges on potential toxicity of one belt path, when we're just getting better at really improving across the board for all of our belt paths. I just wanted to see what I could say about the tilt on that one, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Nightblades. Winter Age, the floor is yours.
I'd withdraw, I'm sorry.
There it is. I did misunderstand one. All right, Viridian Outlands, you're up next.
First off, I'm just going to apologize if I cut out. Feel free to cut me off if I do. I just want to echo some of the statements that have been said with the toxicity and stuff. I feel like it seems like kingdoms have forgotten what knighthood was supposed to be about, which is about teaching and being a positive influence on the game. And if the concern is toxicity in the path, then those people aren't knights, and you shouldn't even be awarding them those belts. On top of that, 100% support Polaris's opinion on the belts. Just saying.
All right, thank you, Viridian Outlands. I do believe we have another awards committee member that wishes to speak. Can we get a second from one of the representatives?
Second.
So many seconds. Go ahead.
Not to cut myself off real quick, but did Nine Blades go? I know they got bumped for a second.
Yeah, I got them back on.
Okay, cool. A couple things I just wanted to kind of point out, not to like beat a horse in regards to looking at the, your population that responded, but one thing to keep in mind is there was, if you factored in everyone that didn't answer their kingdom and you average it out, you're looking at about another 20 people per kingdom. Now, is that actually going to be even? No, but looking at averages, if you only had 10 people that responded from your kingdom, on average, it's probably more like 30. So just to keep that in mind. Also, the last thing I wanted to point out is, and this is also kind of coming from me having been in this seat before, having been, Monarch at the COM and having to vote on proposals. We're here, representing your kingdom, but also representing what the people of Amcard want, and the people that were the most engaged in the game and took the time to take these surveys and give us their feedback. We're rounding accurately, 75%, 3/4 of the people in, that were engaged wanted this. So just some things I wanted to point out for, again, having been where you are, to keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so next up, this does bring this discussion to a close. We're going to move into a second round of voting. There are no changes to the proposal as it stands. I do also want to quickly note that Rivermore did request a motion to table on this topic. So if, for example, this item does not pass, we will start to, the next vote would essentially be, do we table this for future discussion? Rather than jumping into additional discussion to try to resolve this. But that'll be a question that we will ask once this is resolved. So starting off, without any changes, we will vote on this item. Burning Lands.
Burning Lands votes yes.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris once again votes a resounding yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes no.
Rising Winds.
Yes.
Taldegor.
TD votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge votes no.
Wetlands.
Wetlands votes no.
West March.
West March votes yes.
Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes.
All right, as the tally would have it, there are 19 yes, 3 no. This item does need 20 votes in favor to pass. As I noted before, there were motions to table this discussion. Really quick, before we move on to the next vote, I want to ask the question of Rivermore, Winter's Edge, and Wetlands, who all voted no on this item. Are there any resolutions that could potentially be resolved with under a 30-minute conversation or discussion? Rivermore, you can go ahead and speak first.
It is possible, but I would expect that it would take longer than that to resolve this.
Okay, thank you. Winter's Edge?
Quick, I don't think it'd be resolved within 30 minutes now.
Okay, thank you. And Wetlands?
No, it wouldn't be resolved in the 30 minutes.
All right, thank you, Wetlands. All right, with that said, there was a motion to table by Rivermore that was seconded by Wetlands during the discussion. However, I wanted the discussion to come to a close before we move on to that. So what we will do now is move on to a next vote, which will be to table this discussion.
I have a question about that real quick. Will it get pushed off until the next next clan?
No. So what this motion will be, and I'll clarify the language on it. This is a motion to table the discussion outside of the COM meeting. So essentially the COM can now discuss this specific topic, this Night of Battle item, outside of the annual COM meeting, which is generally by the ROP not allowed unless you have specific permission from the COM during this meeting to do so. So this means that y'all can discuss this and plan this whenever you want to following this meeting in the coming months. So if y'all want to discuss this, schedule it for next month, you can do so. All right, so as I stated, this round of voting is to determine to motion to table this discussion for outside the COM meeting. It doesn't establish a time period. That will be for the XCOM to work with the COM to determine. This just says y'all can talk about it out of that. Are there any questions or concerns on that part? Excellent. All right, we'll start from the top. Burning Lands.
I'm sorry, Vormar. I was in the bathroom. What are we voting on again?
We are voting to motion to table the discussion of Night of Battle outside of the COM meeting for a later date.
Yes.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom. Celestial Kingdom. We'll come back. Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Wind says yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom voted yes in the chat. I've marked it up here to apply. Golden Plains.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
North Reach.
North Reach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldagore.
Taldagore votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
Yes.
West March.
Yes.
Nine Blades.
Yes.
All right, the votes are in. 22 yeses, 0 no, 0 abstain. This item does pass. So this will mean that this item is tabled for the COM to schedule at a later time. All right. With that said, what I'd like to do is give everybody a bit of a break. So we've been kind of going at this for the last about hour and 15 minutes. So we'll do a 10-minute break. We'll be back here at 12:45. Well, 12:44 if we're following it correctly.
On a side note, this meeting is going way smoother than last year's.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Like, I also appreciate the viewing of the votes as they go through.
Yeah, this year is way less brutal than last year.
Last year was
Thank
so
you,
bad.
Gormar. Thank you. This is awesome.
Look, I just want required nap time and juice boxes. That's all I want.
Oh, I want juice boxes.
I think it's a good idea.
I am in.
Hey, we'll put that in the budget.
Yes, for next
make
year.
I'll make a motion right now for that, if that's the case.
I'm so down. I'm supposed to be senator next year for GP, so
We'll get little foam mats we can all lay down on. Maybe we'll all be in person. We'll get juice boxes. It'll be great.
there's going to be air conditioning in there, right?
No, we're going to do it in a sauna. We want this meeting to be as short as possible. Comfort is not what we want.
No, that sounds so horrible. Hard pass.
You already had me on the uncomfortable with the mat on the floor. Like,
okay, once you get over 25, that's not, you gotta have Tempur-Pedic. Like,
I reserve the right to have a paid to accompany me to help me get up off the floor once this is over.
Absolutely. Chewy will gladly help pick you up off the floor. No problem.
Yeah, I can pick you up. We can make that happen. I mean, I'm older now, but my back's still fairly strongish.
Yeah, as the only one over 50, I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
Try again. You're not the only one over 50, my lord. You are not the only one over 50.
Another one. Oh my God.
see, I'm not gonna lie. I made it to 30 and cried. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I make it to 50. Like,
I
got a few more years before I hit 50, but just a couple.
yeah, I'm getting close to 50, so.
Just makes me feel good. I'm not the oldest person here.
Nope, not going to say a thing here.
Well,
Love
if we're
you all.
talking about unique criteria for Monarchs and stuff, I'm curious, am I the only one in here that's a Shire player?
What's
no? I'm a Shire player too.
I've been between Shire to Grand Duchy and back to Shire and now Barony, so it's all moments in time.
oh no, I'm in a duchy.
Yeah, my park's a barony.
When I served as king in EH, our park was a Shire. By the time I left office in EH, our Shire had moved to Barony.
Nice.
Yeah, we bounced back up. I came back and the holding was a Shire. I jumped in, got thrown under the bus and said, "Oh no, you're gonna be regent." Oh wait, no, now you have to be pro tem sheriff. Oh wait, no, now you're gonna be pro tem baron because we're elevating you. Okay, my term's up. Can I leave now?
I did 3 years of being the Monarch Regent Champion and PM, where I only held one position, but no one else was like doing their job. So
That's a mood right there.
yeah, like at a duchy level too, I might add.
Oh,
Yeah, it was pretty gross. We managed to fix that. We definitely have more volunteers now. Yay, us.
So Northreach, we have.
they should be providing like free coffee cards.
We're the crazy people that have 1-year Kingdom Monarch spots, and I just stupidly signed up voted in. I got voted in for my 2nd year long term. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna go nuts by the time we're done.
I don't think they term that as voting
honey.
in. I think they term that as drafted.
Yeah, no, that's voluntold.
Yeah, you were voluntold for a prison sentence, ma'am. Like,
yeah,
I'm
Thrown under the bus.
I'm 4 months shy of 2 years right now.
oh no.
Yeah, it's awful.
I did a year straight,
no, sir.
starting out with the pandemic. So
I'm not letting Tristan get away with that. He threw this on himself.
Yes,
he
did.
he jumped up and down. He was like, I want 2 terms. We have elected to have it a year full term. That is for me. He's even contemplating throwing his name in the hat for a 3rd term for 3 years. I promise.
I would rather like like have another child than get another term. Oh my God.
That's
Oh,
easy
hey.
because you're not the one carrying it.
Yeah. But no, I
I would
love the
rather
people-
do like 3 years consecutively than have to carry another child, sir.
I have had 38 kidney stones. So
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah, those
I've
are
had
rough.
that.
Those are
I
rough.
don't.
I've had kidney stones. It's not super comparable to the child.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if that counts. Man.
Well,
Like,
I'm
it
not going to
counts,
compare
but it count-
childbirth
doesn't
because
count.
when my first child was born, my wife gave birth. Well, my second child, I'm sorry, my son was born. He was 10 pounds. My wife she's like 5'3", and it was like 100 pounds when he was born. So she's a little bitty thing.
She gave birth to a toddler.
Oh my God, let me tell you. And so they thought they were going to have to push it back and then take him C-section. So my wife was a runner, and so she broke the stirrup. So I had to hold her shoulder. I had to hold her foot on my shoulder and hold on while she pushed. She broke my arm and dislocated my shoulder and broke my clavicle, the whole 9 yards. It was brutal. 45 minutes of pain.
See, I gave birth. I have 3 kids. 2 of them are mine biologically. The first one broke my hips, which forced me into labor. They gave me medication to not go into labor because it was too
Wow.
early, and then I got to sit in a hospital for 2 more months while I healed, still pregnant, and then got to give birth. And then my second one was 2 feet long, and I mean literally she was 24 inches long, and I'm only 5 foot even. So like
Yeah.
there was no room for her. We have a footprint of her from inside my womb where we rolled
Aw.
paint and then poked, and she kicked, and we stamped the paper down.
Oh gosh.
Just FYI, guys, we're still streaming, so
I mean, that's cool.
I forgot.
I was
They can
just
totally
Sorry,
listen to
about
my horror
childbirth.
stories about childbirth. It's okay.
but he just mentioned that, and I don't want my kingdom to come down and say, "Oh, we're banning you for this." Great. No, but I will say this: when you give birth, they do something that's called an episiotomy.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. My
Sometimes.
my ex-wife and God love her for this. It was her first child, and we knew nothing, and they did not do that.
So she tore.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it gets better.
Oh.
It gets better. They had not given her any. This is natural childbirth. They gave her nothing for the pain.
Oh no.
She was. I kid you not. She was about maybe. We started at like 10 in the morning, and it went to 11. It was like 11 o'clock at night, and she's having problems. I asked the nurse. I said, "Listen, can you give her something?" And the nurse goes, "We'll have to ask the doctor." Doctor comes in. I tell the doctor, "Listen, she hasn't had anything. Can we just give her something? I mean, Imtano." He goes, "What do you mean? Is the epidural wearing off?" I go, "What's that?" My wife at that time goes, "What's an epidural?" He literally almost broke the wall, hitting the button for the nurse to come in. And you just see him looking and going, whispering, "Epidural," and this really funky face. And oh yeah, she was like happier than anything else in the world after that. I don't know what I found out what that does, and I'm like, why would you do this to her?
Have you seen the needle? It's
Oh, yeah.
It's stupid long. It's epidurals are painful, and when they do them wrong, that's really awesome. Let me tell you.
She broke my hand when they put it in.
Yeah, it hurts horribly,
Oh.
even though they give you a local anesthetic. It still hurts. You still feel it. And then like they botched mine on my second child. And so I just have a whole spot in my lower spine where I just don't feel anything. And if you touch it, it's like intense pins and needles.
So when I was in the hospital with my wife, she was giving birth. She got the epidural, and the nurses, they were all very tiny, so they had me compress her spine. I don't know anything about this stuff, right? So like, make sure you compress her spine and don't move, because if you move and that needle shift, it can paralyze her. I was like freaking out. I was like, oh my God, I could be responsible for this. And yeah, I don't envy that needle at all. It was massive. It was like 6 or 8 inches long.
Well, I gotta say, you ladies are just so strong and amazing.
Yeah. I was told the story of when I was born that my mom ended up tearing and I ended up kicking her on the way out.
Oh.
So it was just a bad deal all the way around.
I hope you give her Mother's Day presents, not cards, like gifts.
Oh yeah, I make her stuff all the time.
You are the gift. Whatever.
Oh, that was fun.
Okay, we have 25 seconds.
Sometimes macaroni art just does not cover it.
Mom, here is your new car.
Who has macaroni? I'm hungry. Who's got it?
Don't say that, man.
Jesse, I don't know about macaroni, but I definitely have apple juice.
Ooh.
Is it in a juice box?
No, it's in a little bottle. They have a little
Oh, it's got to be in a
bottle.
juice box for it to be fun.
I'm
So-
sending juice boxes to clans next year.
So is this,
Yes.
does the COM need to factor that into our budget now?
Yes, I will
that's
approve
a good
that budget.
I second it.
All right, that's time.
Bam.
I maintain that Franzia is a juice box.
Are you a cross member?
Don't we have rules against saying such vile things?
We do. If I hear another thing like that, I'm going to have to mute you for the rest of the meeting.
Okay, so no, you weren't a Legion of the Black Cross member. Understood.
It's not like it sounds a Zeus or anything.
Hey, you know what? We're classy. It's Everclear. Nice try.
Okay, now I want that.
All right, folks. So we closed up before break talking about tabling the Night of Battle discussion, and we had 22 votes in favor. For some reason, this is tallying several thousand, so that's not good.
That's just the voice of the people.
That's the time. She got the times down. Good job, Cassio. My bad. All right.
You're welcome.
Next up, we have the proposal for an alternative option for order of battle.
You're muted, Ormar.
Whoops. How did that happen? Anyway, the battle alternative option was requested to be roped in discussion, just tabled for later discussion, essentially. Given that this item is part of that discussion and could be one of the changes you'll come up with, internet is unstable. Thanks. I'd like to really quick ask if you would just like to table this discussion given its similarity to the previous topic. So I would like is just at least 1 second, and then we'll vote that instead.
Burning Land second.
There we go. So we got 1 second on that. Seconding IM request to table this item as well. All right, we'll go ahead and start from the top. Burning Lands.
Yes.
Black Spire.
Black Spire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains. Golden Plains.
Sorry, it wouldn't let me unmute. Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
River.
I apologize, Rivermore. We were unable to confirm your vote.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldegor.
TD votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge. Winter's Edge,
Yes.
Wetlands,
Yes.
and West March.
March votes yes.
9 Blades.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That is 22 in favor, 0 abstains or noes. This item passes. This item will be tabled with the night of battle discussion. And I'll update the ruling here shortly after. All right. Our next item of business is the awards committee providing a report now on the Order of the Warrior changes. So, Annette, I will give you and your team the floor. Really quick before we do that, it is 12:49, and I saw some people mention lunches and things like that. My plan of action right now is to get done with the Order of the Warrior discussion and proposals, and then take an actual 30-minute lunch break. If everybody's good with that, we'll check in after the awards discussion and kind of see where everybody's at. But that is my current plan of action. All right. That said, Annette, you have the floor.
Hello. Thank you again. So, as Villamel mentioned, we will be presenting you some proposals relating to the Elders of the Vilio, and these will be by myself and Fuzz. Fuzz is going to pull up slides in just a moment here, but I would just like to emphasize again that these are a set of consensus proposals that we have written based on the surveys, or the survey that you guys saw presented last July when we provided an update then. So these are a different set of surveys from those relating to the night of battle because this survey concerned the different topic of Elders of the Vilio. And we're not talking about the methods this time because we've already gone through those at the last meeting. With that said, we have split these changes into several proposal components because we understand that some of them may be more controversial than others. And we have structured this so hopefully you'll be able to find consensus on some items, even if you cannot find consensus on others. You can pass or not pass any of the 5 options that you're about to see. You could pass all of them, only one, and that would still result in a functional award ladder. So we've written it to be as modular as we can to make discussion easier. So what will happen here is that Fuzz and I will walk you through the set of proposals, and then there will be a chance for you to ask any questions you have of the awards committee team. And then similar to how we proceeded before, voting and discussion as Villamel did for Night of Battle. So with that, Fuzz, please go ahead and take it away.
All right, can everybody hear me? I hope so. Yes?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, awesome. So, hello. My name is Ben Goldstein, otherwise known as Sir Fuzz from Crystal Groves. And I'll be presenting the first section for proposals to revise Order of the Warrior. It is proposals. We have set this up in sort of a piecemeal style. You'll be able to vote on, them individually and kind of mix and match which ones that you like. So in 2019, the COM directed us to evaluate the Orders of the Warrior ladder. And, oh, sorry, one sec, I have a child interrupting.
We'll give Fuzz a couple minutes. I can pick it up if needed, but I assume he'll be back right away. Yeah, I think I see him in the background.
The joys of children.
Also, Fuzz, you're not presenting, so we're seeing...
Oh, I'm not?
Like the slide is small, so you want to click.
Let's see.
No, go to the right and click present there.
There we go.
Yes, perfect.
Sorry, I do not use this function very often.
No worries.
All right, so back to the topic at hand. So since we were directed by the COM to look at Orders of the Warrior, the committee, we've completed survey of AMP Carters and reviews the results. There was an initial presentation that was done by Annette in July of 2020. Now we have drafted proposals for you all to look at. and they are drafted to reflect the overall consensus of the MCAR players and the best judgment of the committee. So you've already been introduced to us. I'm not going to really go over this again. If you want to go back and look at it, it was posted to the COM chat or the COM page. So these are the outline of the proposals. Proposal 1 is to clarify that the Kingdom Monarchs can define a major kingdom level tournament. Proposal 2, clarify that any tournament format can produce qualifying streaks. And then Proposal 3A, replace kingdom level wins requirements for 7th order with kingdom level placement or duchy level wins, and adjust the other levels for consistency. And there will be a Proposal 3B. For a possible addendum to that. Proposal 4, allowing 5th warrior to be given for battlefield prowess. And Proposal 5, add park level tournament performance as qualifications to levels 1 through 5. So to review the current standards, I'm not going to review all of this, verbatim, because I know we've been here for a bit. But going over, that 1 through 10, they have their consecutive match wins starting at 3 and going up by increments of 2. Currently 1 through 4 is allowed for battlefield prowess. And then starting at 5 through 10 is for the various placements in kingdom level tournaments. With 7th granted 7, 8, 9, and 10 granted for specifically a major kingdom level tournament, and the note of what it defines as a major kingdom level tournament being Weapon Master, War Master, Olympiad, and or inter-kingdom event tournaments. And then also the level of competition and number of entrants in all tournaments must be considered before handing out orders of the warrior above 7. Things we're all relatively familiar with. Clarifying that the Kingdom Monarchs can define a major kingdom level tournament. So like I just said, in the current rules, 7 masterhood is what is awarded for winning a major kingdom level tournament, and we just went over the definition of that. And this is going to show you how the respondents supported giving awards at level 7+ for more than just those specific tournaments. And a lot of this is because tournaments that we've ran, AMCARD has evolved over the years, and the kind of tournaments that we run have also evolved over the years. It's not just the ones that existed when these rules were written. So as we see here, should Monarchs be able to give blank for a 6 and over tournament? And so here we see the majority of support from our respondents for giving 7, 8, 9, and 10, but not necessarily Warlord. Again, that's going to be a kingdom culture thing for winning a 6 and over tournament. Oops, wrong thing. And then should Monarchs be able to give blank level for an early bird tournament? Here we see majority support for 7, close, but just into the no for 8, and then going higher up into the nose for 9, 10, and Warlord. Also a note, our number, I can't remember if it's specifically stated in here, but our number of respondents for this one was somewhere around 800. I don't remember the exact number, but it was a very, very good amount of respondents. Should Monarchs be able to give blank level for a non-men's tournament? Here we see majority support from 7, 8, 9, even 10 just barely ekes out, majority support. But again, no for Warlord, depending on how your kingdom culture dictates that. And then should Monarchs be able to give blank level for a Grand Duchy Principality tournament? Here we see 7 through 9 has majority support past that 50% mark, and then going into the no over 50% for 10 and Warlord. So our analysis of this, if we've just looked at the respondent support giving awards, at 7 and above for tournaments that are not specific to the definition given in the rules of play currently. Like I was saying, this makes sense because our kingdoms hold different kinds of tournaments. And some of those, choose their officers through bids instead of crown quals. Some kingdoms have grand duchies or principalities. Some kingdoms hold special events, like us in Crystal Groves. We had the Lotus Games, which was a women's non-binary tournament. I've seen, those exist in multiple other kingdoms right now. When I was at Gathering of the Clans in 2019, there were early bird tournaments, there were 7 and up tournaments. People will do newbie tournaments. There's all sorts of different tournaments that are being ran commonplace these days that aren't specified in the rules. And people overwhelmingly do want to see Monarchs be able to give awards for those kinds of tournaments. So therefore, in addition to the listed competitions, we recommend clarifying the Monarchs' discretion to decide what counts as a major kingdom level tournament. And this is what that would look like. So we would keep in the examples of Weapon Master, War Master, Olympiad, Inter-Kingdom tournaments, but instead of saying and or, we would strike that and replace it with after Inter-Kingdom event tournament or other events as defined by the Kingdom Monarch. And an important thing to note is this still keeps the sort of qualifier, air quotes, but the level of competition and number of entrants in all tournaments must be considered before handing out Orders of the Warrior above 7, and the difficulty of the tournament must warrant the level of order awarded. This just, you still want to have the skill there, you still want to have the competition, but this just broadens your options, gives the Monarchs more tools. So proposal 2, in that clarifying that any tournament format can produce qualifying streaks. Streaks may be used to award levels of Order of the Warrior. Many different tournament formats used across Amtgard, and there are discussions about how to count streaks earned in these formats, because some of them is you might just have a Bear Pit tournament or an Iron Man tournament, or a, when you do pools into bracket tournaments, it will show that respondents see that bracketed Iron Man or pool formats is generally an equivalent form for your streaks. So in the future, should a Monarch be able to give blank for streaks in tournament brackets? This is kind of our standard of what we see right now. And right now we have majority support for that, even up through 9. People still support overall giving streaks up through 9, and then just eking out into the majority no for 10 and Warlord. And then should a Monarch give blank for streaks in tournaments for pools and bear pits? Here we see majority support starting from 1, but going up through 8th Order of the Warrior is where we see still having a majority of our respondents support that, and then going into no for 9, 10 Warlord. And also looking at it, one of our questions was, it would be better for my kingdom to give either too few or too many Orders of the Warrior. Looking at how our respondents felt like they were in general currently given out right now and what they would prefer. And so here we see most of the kingdoms starting from here up, the respondents would rather see here we see too few going towards 50% mark. And here we see all of the kingdoms except for Golden Plains would rather see too many actually given out above that 50% mark. So showing the majority of everyone except for Golden Plains would want to see more Orders of the Warrior given out rather than too few. So our analysis of this is we have seen respondents see bracketed Iron Man and pool formats generally equivalent. There is some difference in support at the top of the ladder, usually around that 8, 9, 10 mark. But overall, as we just saw, respondents indicated that they would rather see too many. They would rather see more Orders of the Warrior given out, see more recognition given out to our players. And that Monarchs can continue to make the judgment calls about giving those high-level streak-based awards. Because also remember, with assuming proposal 1 passed, and even if it doesn't, we still have in our rules that the skill, the difficulty of the tournament, the skill levels of the participants should be taken into account. And as always, it's up to the Monarch's judgment of whether that rings true. So, but based on these analysis that we just showed you, we recommend clarifying in the rules that any tournament format can produce a qualifying streak. So this wouldn't have any deletions, but just for 1st through 10th, after basically, as you see here, after the word tournament, without reading through all of them, it would just add the word format after that. This is also kind of a cultural thing. Again, this is to give Monarchs more tools in their toolbox. But just because I know I've over the years seen some Monarchs say that, oh, I can't give it for an Iron Man, or I can't give it for this, or I can't give it for that. Whether or not, the rules actually state that. So this just helps give Monarchs that confirmation that, hey, if you think this is the right thing to do, you can do that. And now I will hand it over to Annette for proposal 3A.
All right, thank you, Fuzz. Can you guys hear me?
Oops.
Yes.
Yes.
Stop sharing.
Stop sharing. Okay, let me share real quick. Let's see if I can get the present thing to work. That would be pretty great. Present. All right. So I'm going to walk through proposal 3A and 3B for you guys. And what we're looking at here is a possible replacement of the kingdom level win requirement for 7th order with kingdom placement or duchy level wins, and an adjustment to other levels for consistency. So currently right now, a 7th order is given for winning a major kingdom level tournament. We're going to show that respondents actually believe a kingdom level win should not be required for 7th order. Respondents believe that duchy level wins should qualify for 7th order, and in fact, 20 out of our 22 kingdoms do allow their duchies to give 7th or higher ladder awards. This is showing the level of support of the idea should monarchs require a kingdom tournament win to award level 7. Similar to the other graphs you've seen, here is a list of kingdoms that responded, and because this data is from surveys taken a couple years ago, this does not include all 22 kingdoms, so Viridian Outlands and Nine Blades would be grouped in with their parent kingdoms. They would have been principalities at the time this data was taken. And then on this x-axis, we have a proportion of the respondents. So crossing this line would mean that 50% were saying yes, a kingdom tournament win should be required. Crossing this line, 50% are saying no, should not be required. And you can see that every kingdom in our survey data crossed this mark to show they did not believe a kingdom tournament win should be required to award level 7. This is showing the same information with its different demographic breakdowns. On the left hand here, you can see the value level of respondents. So this bar here is everyone who had 0 errors of the value. You can see that every level, respondents at every level of the ladder, except for warlords, believed that a kingdom tournament win should not be required. On the right, we're showing a breakdown across different gender identities. And we're seeing that all the gender identities in the sample that we had also agreed that a kingdom tournament win should not be required for level 7. Moving to the next point, should monarchs be able to give level 7 for a duchy tournament? We're looking at a similar kingdom breakdown here, and we can see that most kingdoms are in favor of the idea that a player should get level 7 potentially for winning a duchy tournament. This is a key slide that is also relevant to some of the next proposals, so Fuzz will probably be coming back to this slide about the level of support for giving awards in duchies. And then just looking at a quick breakdown of what ladder award level duchies are currently allowed to give, we can see 2 kingdoms or duchies can give up to 6, 8 kingdoms or duchies can give up to 7, 12 kingdoms or duchies can actually give up to 8. So we've shown, quick recap, respondents believe a kingdom level win should not be required for 7th order. Respondents believe that duchy level wins should qualify a player for 7th order. 20 out of our 22 kingdoms allow duchies to give a 7th or higher ladder award. And for all of these reasons, we do recommend removing the kingdom level win requirement and replacing it with kingdom placement or duchy level wins. To maintain a coherent ladder, other levels will change when this happens. Here's what that would look like. Here's the change we discussed at level 7. A 7th level is granted for winning 15 consecutive matches in any tournament, and then added, winning a duchy level tournament, or placing 2nd overall in a kingdom level tournament. And then the adjustments that would go along with that, 6th level would say 2nd in a duchy or 3rd in kingdom. 5th level would say 3rd in a duchy. Going up, 8th level, instead of winning a 2nd, kingdom level tournament would be your first kingdom level win. 9th, a second win. 10th would be a third win. If this proposal passes, we do suggest that monarchs consider adjusting current awards at 5th value or above. And here's a table of what that would look like. Of course, any award would be given at the discretion of the monarch. You would obviously make the judgment call on whether you believed a player deserved that award. But we do suggest that the equivalent level to 5 would become 6, equivalent level to 6 would become 7, so forth, up to 9, where the equivalent level for players at 9 would be already qualified for masterhood with their 3 Kingdom Tournament wins. We pulled together a breakdown of what that might look like in terms of numbers. We can see there are 92 active existing warlords and sword knights. So this is active players. This is from Sir Kismet's JS reports. And we're looking at potentially taking 37 players and moving them over into this qualified category. And for general context on how that would change the nature of Sword Knight compared to the other belt paths, this table just shows that we have 92 warlords and sword knights as compared to 282 Serpent Path Masters, 433 Flame Path Masters, and 261 Crown Path Masters or Crown Knights. So that was proposal 3A, and in the case that it is voted down, that would be it. But in the case that proposal 3A is passed today, there is a follow-up proposal, 3B. This proposal suggests that we replace kingdom level win requirements for 8th order, also with kingdom placement or duchy level wins, and we adjust other levels for consistency. Currently, an 8th order is given for winning a major kingdom level tournament. We will show that respondents are narrowly divided on whether a kingdom win should be required for 8th order. A minority, 31% of respondents, believe 8th order could be given for duchy tournaments. And a majority, 12 out of 22 kingdoms, allow their duchies to give up to 8th order. So looking again at the kingdom breakdown, we can see which kingdoms do or don't favor a kingdom tournament win to award level 8. And we can see in this total bar that there is a very small majority that says yes, a kingdom tournament win should be required. Looking at the breakdown here by award level of respondent, we can see that various levels have different views on that requirement. For example, level 2, level 6, level 8, 10, and warlord all ended up stacking out to be yes, it should be required. The other levels, including 7 and 9, were stacking out to no, should not be required. Looking at the breakdown by gender identity, we can see that a majority of men said yes, a kingdom tournament win should be required to award level 8. However, a majority of non-binary or another gender players and of women players said that no, a kingdom tournament win should not be required. And because our sample size that contained 2/3 men in line with the population in Amtgard, after that all stacks up, you do get this total where there is a small majority that says yes, it should be required. Looking at support for giving level 8 for a duchy tournament, we do see that many kingdoms are answering no to that question, and that the total is also no overall. Examining kingdom co-pairs, however, we do see that there are 12 kingdoms, a majority of kingdoms, where duchies can give up to 8th order of any other ladder award. And there are, as said before, 2 kingdoms where they can give up to 6, 8 kingdoms where they can give up to 7. So we have shown respondents are narrowly divided on whether a kingdom win should be required for an 8th order. 31% of respondents believe 8th order could be given for duchy tournaments, and we have taken this minority support into account by suggesting as you'll see in a moment that an 8th order would require a second duchy win. A majority, 12 of 22 kingdoms, allow duchies to give up to 8th order. And we do acknowledge there are narrow divides, there's minority support for some components of this, that's why it's split off from Proposal 3A. But we want to give you guys as monarchs the deciding voice on whether you think this proposal should be implemented. If it's implemented, it would look like this. An 8th level would be granted for winning 17 consecutive matches in any tournament, winning a second duchy level tournament, therefore placing second overall in a kingdom level tournament. Going down, 7th granted for winning a duchy level, though placing third in a kingdom level, 6th granted for taking second at a duchy, 5th granted for taking at least third in a duchy. Going up from 8, then a 9th would be granted for a first major kingdom level tournament win. The top of the ladder, the 10th, would be attained with a second first place win in a major kingdom level tournament. If this proposal passes, we suggest that monarchs consider adjusting current awards at 5th barrier and above. Very similar to how we said before, current level of 5 of 3rd in Kingdom Tournament would become 7 3rd in Kingdom Tournament, all the way up to 8 2 Kingdom Tournament wins would then qualify someone for Masterhood, and 9 they would have already been qualified. Again, a judgment call of the monarch. This is our recommendation for what you might consider. And looking again at how many people are actually qualified, we can see that would be 66 players with an 8th barrier who could then also be moved over into eligibility for that Masterhood. Staying here for a moment, we can see that there's approximately 100 players at 8 and 9 who could potentially become qualified to be a warlord with this. Considering how that would change the number of sword knights, we can see that there are currently 92 sword knights, and even in the case that every kingdom instantly promoted every single player who is active and qualified, that would get us to about 192. And after that happened, there would still be fewer sword knights than any other knighthood path. So with that, that brings us to the end of presenting the third proposal, and I will pass it back to Fuzz to bring us to the end of the slides. Fuzz, you're still muted.
Sorry, just before I started anything was getting to the right point in in my slideshow over on mine. So let's see, share. That should already be looking correct this time, I hope. So it's me
that
again.
Looks fine.
It's me again. Hello. So now I'm going to move on to Proposal 4. So this is allowing 5th Order of the Warrior to be given for battlefield prowess. Currently, it is only levels 1 through 4. 5th is the first one that requires placing in a tournament at 3rd in a kingdom level tournament or winning 11 consecutive matches. But our responses overall seem to disagree with how that is currently awarded. So should monarchs be able to award blank level for battlefield prowess? 1, 2, 3, yes. 4, yes, and that's where it currently is. 5 was also a yes. So we see that for the people that are supporting, it has that majority support for being a level to move to battlefield prowess to give out for 5th Orders of the Warrior. Obviously 6 is where we see everything dips down into the no. So we're not going to consider that. It doesn't have majority support, whereas 5th is where that majority support starts to end. And it's, for us, it's pretty much, that's it. It's looking at our respondents. They thought that 5th Order of the Warrior is where we had the majority of support for moving battlefield prowess. And that's where we're having that recommendation for you all today. What this would look like is just tacking onto the end of current 5th Order of the Warrior verbiage, adding or for battlefield prowess. Again, this is assuming that no other proposals pass. This is what it would look like. So proposal 5, adding park level tournament performance as a qualification to levels 1 through 5. So currently park level tournaments are not included in the ROP for qualifications for Orders of the Warrior, but we're going to show you that respondents think that Shire, Barony, and Duchy tournaments should also qualify for certain Order of the Warrior levels. So here we see for Shire tournaments, we have all of this majority support for you're winning up to your third Order of the Warrior for Shire tournaments. Over here for Barony tournaments, we see the majority support for people being given out for fifth Order of the Warrior for their performance. And sorry, let me go back real quick just to clarify. So it is performance. It's not, just they can give out that award. That's by your Kapora, but specifically by your performance. And in our survey, performance was made to mean the same level as performance in like the current 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 higher performance in a kingdom level tournament turns out. So your placement. So we have shown that respondents think that Shire tournaments, Barony tournaments. Did we miss the Duchy tournament slide? We might have. But Duchy tournaments did have a similar support up to 7th Order of the Warrior. And that is why I recommend adding these qualifications. And how that would look like is kind of scaling down. Also, that's right, the Duchy one was in what Annette was doing. I apologize. Brain's a little frazzled. It's very warm in here. Go back a second. So actually, I'm going to move forward again. So you did, but I will reference what Annette showed you in that. So she showed you how that in 3A, 7 would scale down from Duchy level going down. And this is just a continuation of that. So with 5th Order, because hers went down to 7 and 6, and it did show 5th Order granted for taking 3rd overall in the Duchy tournament, and this would add into it winning a Barony level tournament. And for keeping the 11 consecutive matches in any tournament. And it also has taking at least 3rd overall in a kingdom level tournament. 4th Order would be granted for winning 9 consecutive matches still in any tournament, for taking 2nd overall in a Barony tournament or for battlefield prowess. 5th doesn't have battlefield prowess because this is a separate proposal. So we're not including things that might pass in other proposals into verbiages for other ones. But 3rd Order is granted for winning your 7 consecutive matches, taking 3rd in Barony or for winning a Shire tournament. 2nd for your consecutive matches, battlefield prowess, same for 3rd, for taking 2nd overall in a Shire tournament, and 1st for taking 3rd overall in a Shire tournament, but still having those consecutive matches or battlefield prowess. Again, so a couple of reasons, some extra things to go forward with this is that consistency with even how the rules are written right now. We have placements going down from 10 down to 5. And this kind of carries this through for various park levels. So this could even be passed if nothing else passes and you say you like this. I don't know about y'all, but I've had times where I've had people, say they wanted to give out an award for somebody who won a Barony or a Duchy tournament, but they couldn't because it wasn't in the rules. But while still keeping all those other, again, it's more tools in the Monarchs toolbox. It still keeps you could win 3 matches for 1st, still keeps battlefield prowess for 1st, but now say you come in, you don't have an Order of the Warrior and you take 3rd in a Shire tournament, there's, another tool in Monarchs toolboxes all the way from Shire up to Kingdom that let them help to recognize their players for their accomplishments. So if all proposals pass, 7th Warrior would be awarded for fighting prowess, Orders of Warrior, regimented pattern for distribution. That's what it says in in the ROP for Section 7. So a 1st Order is granted for winning 3 consecutive matches in any tournament format. All of them are going to have that format word added at the end of that part of them. It would add for taking 3rd overall in a Shire tournament or for battlefield prowess. We just went over, all the changes for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not going to go over all that with you again. So for your winning various placements in your park level tournaments. 5th, it would change it to for taking at least 3rd overall in a Duchy tournament format, or Duchy tournament or for battlefield prowess. So adding in your placement and adding in the battlefield prowess, bumping it from 4 up to 5. So 6 would be granted for winning 13 consecutive matches in any tournament format or for taking 2nd overall in a Duchy tournament. This is a lot of get out of there. What Annette went over for her 3 A and B proposals. Again, this is if everything passes. 7th is granted for winning your matches, winning a duchy level tournament, or placing 3rd overall in a kingdom level tournament, so striking that major out of there. 8th level is granted for winning 17 consecutive matches in any tournament format, winning a 2nd duchy level tournament. So this would be, again, with all of them, that 3B, which would be 8 would be your 2nd duchy level win, placing 2nd overall in a kingdom level tournament. 9th would be adding the word format, striking your 3rd major kingdom level tournament. 9th is, this would be your 1st major kingdom level tournament win. And 10th would be great. Oh, whoops. I was trying to scroll for a second. This isn't scrolling. 10th would be granted for winning 21 matches in your tournament format, your 2nd first place win in a major kingdom level tournament, and then striking the and or after Olympiad and adding other events defined by the Kingdom Monarch. So now the Kingdom Monarch has more leeway of what they want to designate as a qualifying tournament. And then still keeping, again, this is something that I think is important to remember, still keeping the level of competition and number of entrants in all tournaments must be considered before handing out Orders of the Warrior above 7. The difficulty of the tournament must warrant the level of order awarded. And here are links for the initial presentation data and links to the PDF of the survey instrument.
All right. So now at this time, we'll go ahead and allow for questions for the awards team. What I would like to do to kind of pick up a little bit of the pace as we are at about 3 hours and 25 minutes into our meeting is we'll keep the question period to 10 minutes. On top of that, when we get done with the question period, I would like to make a proposal regarding multiple awards and ROP changes. I am going to share a document to the Facebook COM page for y'all to look at if you would like in the meantime. But for the next 10 minutes, we'll open the floor to questions for the awards team. First up, we've got Iron Mountain's Stanley.
Hey, so great proposal, guys. I did have a question about whether or not these proposals will do anything to specifically address the disparity between male and female / non-binary fighters, particularly at higher orders within the sword path.
Hi. Thank you, Stanley. I'll take that then. That's an excellent question. Thank you for asking. I know we're short on time, but this answer is going to take a couple minutes because there's a little bit of information to walk through here. So I appreciate the Circle of Monarchs taking an official interest in this question. I want to say that we have drafted all of our proposals based on the majority views of respondents, and I think our team did excellent work in making that consensus proposal and avoiding those topics that we were not specifically directed to address. But since the question has been raised in this meeting, I think it's valuable to speak on it. So the issue here is pretty easily defined. Our current award standards require 4 Kingdom Tournament wins for Masterhood. Under these standards, Amtgard has recognized only male warlords and sword knights for 24 years, as Sir Boots was knighted in 1997. If you passed every proposal that we've brought you today, that would result in requiring 2 Kingdom Tournament wins instead of 4. And this change, I'm going to be honest here, it's not going to make the sword path accessible to other genders because men win most tournaments. It is very rare for a non-male player to win a tournament against men. These wins do exist, but they are rare enough that in 24 years, none of them has owned Warlord with 4 Kingdom Tournament wins. I personally am not aware of anyone who has won as many as 2 Kingdom Tournaments, but our record keeping is sparse enough that I can't be sure on that. This doesn't make a lot of sense, because we know people of many genders fight, they train, they compete in Amtgard, but only men become warlords. We've had extensive discussion, blaming the players who are not being recognized for their lack of success. There's a lot of debate. I won't try to recap the points here. Let me just describe the information that we have. According to IRC data, only 10% of players with feminine names attain a 4th Order of the Warrior. Only 1% attain a 6th Order of the Warrior. Not one of them is ever granted a masterhood or knighthood for fighting. Not one. Not in 22 kingdoms and not in 24 years. The reason this matters is that when Amtgard gives a masterhood, that award is important. When we give a masterhood, we're telling the game who's a master of their skill. Who is an example worth copying? Who should be value and cull successful? And when we recognize only men, we're saying that no woman across 22 kingdoms and 24 years has ever mastered the skill of Amtgard fighting. No woman across 22 kingdoms, 24 years should be held as an example. None of them has met this bow that we've chosen to call success. And as a new player, I was told that women never get high-level fighting awards because we aren't good enough and we don't work hard enough. Would you look a new player at your kingdom in the eye and say that to her? I'm bringing this up here because you are all the decision makers. Monarchs set the award standards and you give out awards for your kingdom. You could decide today to change nothing much, and then the next 24 years would probably look like the last 24 years. And I want to believe I could succeed in this system. I want to believe my friends could succeed here. But it hasn't happened even once. Not in 24 years or in all of our 22 kingdoms. I have to be honest, nothing comes for free. If you make a meaningful change, there will be a strong reaction. Many fighters of all genders have worked very hard to whatever level of award they have under the current system. Many fighters have set goals for themselves, centered around the current standards, and they see this as prestigious and motivating. Many fighters of all genders see any change as a threat to that status, those goals, all that prestige and motivation. That is one valid perspective that some Amtgarders have reached through their Amtgard experiences. It's been the deciding perspective for all of this time. For every one of these years, Amtgard has made a choice. We've decided that locking everyone but men out of fighting recognition is acceptable. It's okay. It's a cost that we accept in order to protect the investment that Amtgarders have made already in the ladder the way it is. It's a cost that we accept to keep Warlord as high status as possible. Today, you're the decision makers, and today you can make that same choice again. Or today, you could reconsider it. I know I've gone over time. If you're interested in suggestions that I personally believe could make an impact to this issue, I'm happy to speak after the meeting or if I'm called on again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annette. All right, I have two more questions. We'll go ahead and cover those two questions and then close them up. The next one I have is Taldagor. Northern Lights, you're on deck.
Don't know how to follow up after that one, but so this question is about the Monarch defining the tournament and what would technically qualify them for a streak in terms of like bear pit, because I know it's real common in TD to have like the bear pit at a kingdom level tournament to get to like the top 8, and then that 8 gets bracketed. With this proposal, would that make it so that the streak that you attain during that quote unquote qualifying bear pit qualify you for an award?
Can we take that one, Annette?
Yes.
So what that comes down to, like many things in our rules of play, is it's up to the Monarch. Those tournaments are ran in different ways. So like say you run your pools into the bracketed tournament, the way some people, when they run those tournaments, define the pools as they're sort of a preliminary and the bracketed portion is actually the tournament. So in that case, maybe no. If your Monarch decided they wanted it all to qualify as the part of the tournament, and they decided that the pools portion, any streaks there qualified for whatever they wanted to, that's within their power. It's technically within their power right now. It just comes down to a cultural thing. But what this does is it says that it more openly says you have that power, you have that authority to do that, and gives them, again, those more options. So if they want to say that this whole bear pit tournament is a kingdom level tournament, and they decide that there's sufficient competition, sufficient numbers, sufficient skill, all that other stuff that is still, would still be in the ROP, then yes, it's up to your Monarch to look at the rules, and say, I think that this tournament meets, this criteria for handing out awards. I think my decision as Monarch is valid in this way. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, that was perfect. Thank you.
All right, next up, Northern Lights.
Thank you. As you were discussing with the tournaments, as far as non-men's, under 5 and the like, I know that in some kingdoms that they do not give out orders to warriors if it's that's such of a closed tournament, as in, i.e., it is only for that select group of people. With this proposal, would that allow for the giving out of the orders of the warrior, even if it's a tournament that's only specifically for, say, non-men or under 5 or that nature?
It could, kind of like with what I was talking about before for the Taldago representative. The rules is just kind of that framework, and then it's up to the monarch to say, within this framework, I think this is a valid decision. So right now, by the rules, you could win a 3 and under tournament if you wanted to, and give out a whatever. I mean, technically, obviously, the way I've heard it described the most is, and kingdom culture is going to vary. But so if you're holding a 5 and under tournament, nobody there has more than 5 orders of the warrior. So it makes sense that you could grant someone their 6. Like with some of those, I feel like it kind of is self-explanatory in the tournament of, okay, everyone here has their 5 and under. I can give them their 6 for winning, because no one has their 6, so I couldn't give them their 7, or they shouldn't be in this tournament. But in the case of things like, early bird tournaments or non-men's, women's non-binary tournaments, anything like that, it's really important for the monarch to go back again and look at, do I think this is valid within the framework of the ROP? Is there sufficient competition? Was there sufficient numbers? Is it a sufficiently difficult tournament? So you could have an early bird tournament and nobody there has above 3rd order of the warrior. I probably wouldn't call it a kingdom tournament. If I'm ever monarch again. But say I hold an early bird tournament and there's 40 people and there's 2 people with 9 orders of the warrior or whatever, and it kind of just trickles down from there, and there's skill across the board. That one I might consider to be an order of the war, a kingdom level tournament. And that's kind of what I'm getting at, is the monarch kind of, even like with right now, they need to look at the situation, judged it based within the framework of the ROP, and be confident in their decision.
Okay, so under a monarch's discretion, which has to be used when looking at these particular points with the tournaments.
Correct. Just like with currently giving out any award, I could, as monarch, look at what it currently qualifies as a major kingdom level tournament, and for whatever reason, I can say I'm not giving that award. I don't think it was enough skill, even if there were 19 sword knights there. I still technically have that power. It would be, in my opinion, a bad call. But again, it's looking at the framework, figuring out what you think is the best decision based on that framework, and being confident in your decision.
Thank you, because this is carrying you through to an issue that is going to be coming up, and that is with the non-men's and the binary tournaments. And I want to make sure I have that fully in hand before those sort of points come up. I have a good clarity of thought. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so before we got a couple more requests for questions, we did say we're going to close it out. I only have 2 though, one from Polaris and one from Golden Plains. Polaris, go ahead and ask your question.
Mine is real quick and could be clarified by the committee, but could also be clarified by our rules rep organizer, Manama, if he's on, which I think he is. And that question is just for clarification. In our rule book, the recommended criteria for orders of the warrior 1 through 10 and warlord is just that. It's recommended criteria. If a monarch really wanted to, they could give out high levels of the warrior for just about anything. They would be going against the culture and the recommendations, but they could do that. Is that correct?
I'll read verbatim from the rulebook. It is suggested that the orders reflect a positive character considered German class. In fact, suggested is mentioned several times in the awards section, and all these are just suggestions to try to bring the kingdoms together so that they can at least have some kind of standard to know if they are isolated from like these types of things. But specifically for warrior, awarded for fighting prowess. That is the only thing mentioned.
Thank you, Craig. That's it. That's all I got.
Golden Plains, go ahead and ask your question.
So in my kingdom, we have been trying to get the non-men's fighting culture off the ground. We have about, I don't know, maybe 8 of us, give or take. Only like 3 or 4 of us compete in tournaments, even the non-men's. And the concern is in the suggestions of the rulebook, it states that there needs to be a fighter of note, which is denoted of someone of equal or higher fighting skill level, right? So what do you do if there is no bar? Where do we set that bar at? Because most of our fighters, I think the highest female fighter we have is a 6th Order of the Warrior, which is pretty awesome, but
I can take this one, Fuzz, if you want. Yeah, so the question relates to how to give a builds in a group of people where you don't have a Sword Knight participating, or you don't have a 7th or 8th Elder. And this doesn't directly relate to the proposals we have, but I can say that there are 3 kingdoms who are regularly running non-men's tournaments by their Copera. That's Rivermill, Dragonspine, and the Iron Mountains. And all of the discussion there has been around give a builds for the pool that you have, right? So if, just like Fuzz was saying, if you hold a tournament, any tournament, and everyone there has a 5th or lower, you can probably give the winner a 6th. And the same question as, but if you're a newer kingdom and you don't have knights already, if someone's regularly winning at holding their own tournaments, maybe they're ready for the next level anyway. Like if you have 3 9th Elders and one of them is regularly beating the others, you could give that person a build. I think this is a problem AmpCode has already addressed in some other areas that we can borrow that valuable information for this.
thank you. That answered my question. Sorry.
All right. Thank you, awards team. So with all of that said, that covers the report from the awards team about 5 proposals for changes to the Order of the Warrior. And with that wrapped up, we're going to move into those 5 proposals. Before we do that, though, I kind of want to get a feel for the room regarding a procedural change that would only be effective today. I did post it to the Circle of Monarchs Facebook page, but essentially this procedural change would only be effective for the meeting, and it would only be, it would be regarding award standard changes. Essentially is if there's enough support for a thing, like during a small window, we would then kind of open it up for discussion, still do the same process. But if there's not quite enough to meet a specific threshold, we would just move the table it immediately rather than having the long discussion to go with it. The reason that I kind of want to propose this is one situation we could run into is where we have a discussion for all 5 of these items, each one being 30 to 45 minutes long, and that turns into us finishing up just these 5 topics around 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. That's about 5 hours from now. The alternative is, if there's not quite enough support, we can talk about tabling the item and move on to the next item. So that way we can move through the various items that we've got, because we've got these 5 proposals, and then we still have the rules change proposals, and then the rest of the meeting to go to. So this proposal is just in consideration of, if there's not quite enough support for a thing, we table it, we move on. Obviously, you could table it at any time, so that was put into place as well. Essentially, if 50% of the COM during the discussion says, hey, let's table this, we'll end discussion then, vote to table, and then move on to the next topic. That said, can I just get a show of hands, just like raise your hand or note in the chat if you're like in favor of this? If there's at least half of the group, then we'll actually push it to a vote and press on.
Real quick, what are we in favor of voting on or tabling?
So this would be a proposal change. I'll share the document into the chat as well. It is on the Facebook forum.
Okay, I did see that one. I know where we're at now. Thank you.
Okay, and no worries. All right, so I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 currently in favor. All right, so with majority in favor, we'll go ahead and move to a vote on this procedural change. And that's all this will be, as a procedural change for today. All right, sharing my screen. Nope, not what I wanted. Get to see everybody's faces there. All right, so this is a procedural change effective during this meeting regarding award standards changes and rules of play changes. Information is all here. We kind of briefly discussed this. The main idea being to speed up the pace of multiple procedures for these two items. Burning Lands.
I vote yes to speed up.
Burning Lands votes yes. Blackspire.
I vote yes.
Celestial King, or sorry, Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills. Emerald Hills. Golden Plains.
Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Emerald Hills, were you here? Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes, please.
Ah, there we go. Emerald Hills voted yes in the chat, and Cassio's marked it.
I got it.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldegor.
Yes, please.
Viridian Outlands.
Yes.
Winter's Edge. Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
Yes.
West March.
Yes.
Nine Blades.
Yes.
All right. With 22 votes in favor, 0 no, 0 abstain, item passes. We'll make this procedural change for the remainder of this meeting. All right. Next item is Proposal 1. Oh, wrong one. My bad. Proposal 1 of the award standards changes for Order of the Warrior. This proposal clarifies that Kingdom Monarchs can define a major kingdom level tournament. This puts that at their discretion. We'll start off with Burning Lands.
Burning Lands votes yes.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills. Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Golden Plains, sorry about that.
It's all right. Golden Plain says yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds is also yes.
Taldegor.
Taldegor votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Sorry, I got distracted for a second. We're just voting on proposal 1, correct?
Correct.
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
Yes.
West March.
Yes, please.
Nine Blades.
Yes.
22 votes in favor, 0 votes against. This motion passes. All right. Next, we will vote on Proposal 2. Proposal 2 is a clarification that any tournament format can produce qualifying streaks. Start off with Burning Lands.
Burning Lands votes yes.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes definitely yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldegor.
Taldegor votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Viridian Outlands votes no.
Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
Yes.
West March.
Yes.
It passes.
Nine Blades.
They were talking about.
I apologize. Nine Blades.
Yes.
Excellent. 21 votes in favor, 1 vote against. This motion passes. So the general procedure here would be with the no vote, we could talk about discussion. What we'll do is we'll wait until these 5 proposals are done to see if that's something we want to go back to and talk about. So we'll move on to proposal number 3. Replacing kingdom level win requirement for 7th order of the with kingdom level replacement or duchy level wins. Adjust other levels for consistency. Okay, I'm understanding that correctly now. My apologies. So if this motion passes, then we'll discuss 3B. But we'll get to that when we get there. 3A. Rob Elric.
Burning Lands votes yes.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes no.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter,
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris,
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore,
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds,
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldegor,
Taldegor votes yes.
Viridian Outlands,
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands,
Yes.
West March,
West March votes yes.
Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes.
All right, this item also passes. As I mentioned before, when we get to the end of these 5 proposals, we'll come back to these topics to determine if discussion is requested. All right, so let's wait until after that request for discussion. So, Celestial Kingdom, did you want discussion on this particular topic?
No, we're all right.
All right, we'll go ahead and then follow into the next step of this proposal, which is proposal 3B. All right, so for clarification, proposal 3B brings this up to the 8th order rather than the 7th order. Or in addition to. Burning Lands,
Burning Lands votes yes.
Blackspire,
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves,
Crystal Groves votes no.
Celestial Kingdom,
Celestial Kingdom votes no.
Dragonspine,
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds,
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills,
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains,
Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale,
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains,
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights,
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach,
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter,
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris,
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore,
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds,
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldegor,
Taldegor votes yes.
Viridian Outlands,
Viridian Outlands votes no.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands,
Yes.
West March,
No.
Nine Blades.
Yes.
All right. This item does not pass. As stated before, when we get to the end, we'll come back to each of the topics that didn't pass and determine if discussion is necessary. Proposal 4, allow 5th Warrior to be given for battlefield prowess. Burning Lands,
Burning Lands votes yes.
Blackspire,
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves,
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom,
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine,
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds,
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills,
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains,
Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale,
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains,
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights,
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach,
Northreach votes yes.
I apologize. I don't know if that was recorded. Northreach, what was your vote?
Northreach voted yes.
Thank you. Neverwinter,
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris,
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore,
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds,
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldegor,
Taldegor votes yes.
Viridian Outlands,
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands,
Yes.
West March,
Yes.
Nine Blades.
Yes.
All right. Unanimously in favor. Item 4 passes. Proposal 5. Add park level tournament performance as qualifiers for levels 1 through 5. Burning Lands.
Burning Lands votes yes.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes no.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
North Reach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Nevermore votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Taldegor.
Taldegor votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands.
Yes.
West March.
Yes.
Nine Blades.
Yes.
21 in favor, 1 opposed. And this is item 5. While this item does pass, we'll go back through these items and determine if discussion was required for any of them. We'll start off with Proposal 1. Let me check these. Proposal 1 pass, no opposed. Proposal 2, Viridian Outlands was opposed. Viridian Outlands, did you require discussion for this item?
No, it's all good. Nothing will change our mind on it anyways. So, and it passed.
All right, thank you, sir. Item 3 passed, but Celestial Kingdom already did indicate they didn't want discussion on that particular item. Item 3B did not pass. Was there any desire for discussion on that item?
Three B did not pass.
Correct. 3B did not pass. 3A did pass, which brings So 3B did not pass while 3A did pass. So Seventh Order of the Warrior, Seventh Order of the Warrior is can be won through Duchy wins. However, 3B did not pass, which means that the Eighth Order would not be granted for that.
So it still drops the overall by like 1 tournament win, correct?
Correct. So just to clarify, I have heard no requests for discussion. So we'll go ahead and move on to the next topic.
I'll
Item
motion
4.
for discussion.
Who is motioning?
Polaris is motioning for discussion on 3B.
All right. Motion for discussion has been requested. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Northern Lights seconds.
All right. We'll go ahead and open up to discussion. As before, 2-minute discussion periods. Unless you have a larger point you wish to make, please request 5 minutes. Also, we are going to limit discussion to about 30 minutes. So I'll give a 5-minute notification before that 30 minutes is up, just so that everybody knows to kind of try to wrap up their points at that. So to clarify, this is a discussion of replacing the kingdom level win requirement for 8th Order with a kingdom level placement or duchy level win. And let me clear off all of the raised hands really quick as well. I'm also going to stop sharing my screen so I can see all of that. All right, Polaris, go ahead.
Yeah, Polaris is in favor of basically making it easier to become a sword knight through any means necessary. Like, the path to sword knighthood quite simply takes more effort than a bachelor's degree at a university. It takes, I believe, on average 10 years to hit. I've personally seen people literally ruin their lives and bodies in order to achieve it. People work on it and have to drop out because they get career-ending injuries. Warlord has gotten to the point where you have to be put in closer and closer to a professional sports level of skill in order to get these honoraries? Well, unlike professional sports, our performers don't make millions of dollars. They can't afford the best surgery and drugs the human race has to offer. Once they get a major injury, they're probably done and they have to live with that injury for the rest of their lives. If someone wants to walk that path despite those things, hey, more power to them. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. But I think having that path as the only path available for Sword Knighthood is not only bad for Amcard, it's catastrophically bad for Amcard. The path for Sword Knight should be easier. If people want to strive to be in the top 5 or top 10 fighters nationally, they can do that without our encouragement.
Thank you, Polaris. Desert Winds, you're up next. Also, before you go, Desert Winds, I saw that a couple of hands did get raised. Because of our previous thing, I still had other hands raised up, so I lowered everyone. So if you did raise your hand, please do so again. From here on, I'll be able to track them.
My question was to the kingdoms that did vote no. I was just wondering why you voted no. I think you're muted.
Celestial Kingdom, go ahead.
I'll start by answering Desert Wind's question. So if you go back to the chart regarding active warlords and sword knights, you'll see that Celestial Kingdom has by far the most active. We're currently sitting at 13. And in our queue, the first proposal, 3A, that will bump up between 4 and 5 people. If this other proposal bumps up, we could easily have another 10 who are qualified. The Celestial Kingdom is not an easy place to fight. It just isn't. To Cad's point, however, you don't have to be a professional to make it to Warlord. And you just had one of the Celestial Kingdom warlords move to your kingdom who had several catastrophic injuries and still obtained it. So it's still a viable path regardless. Now, to your other point, if we wanted to do something about making it more open for Sword Knight, the alternative path for Battle Knight was the option. I don't see a reason to change the standards on Warlord. What I do think should happen, and this is a cultural change, not a Circle of Monarchs change, is that we should start awarding based on what's there. There's nothing stopping the Monarchs from awarding for non-binary tournaments, for women's tournaments. All these proposals, with the exception of 3A and 3B that we heard today, are clarifications to push Monarchs culturally. They're not actual rule changes. The only true rule changes we voted on were 3A and 3B. Those are the only ones that actually change what the standard is. And so maybe Monarchs should instead look at these tournaments and go, you know what? So what if there was no men in it? It was still sufficient competition. Give the award. I forget, was it Hopper who won the Gathering of Clans tournament? And it took a massive push to get her awarded for that win. Those are cultural issues, absolutely. But they don't require changes.
Thank you, Celestial Kingdom. Viridian Outlands.
Yeah, so I share that same sentiment. It's for me, it's more about cultural changes than anything else. I think that we need to stop focusing on having our level 1 through whatever warriors fighting level 9 warriors, and that being the bar for success when even in a proper martial art tournament, which I mean we're not, but whatever. In a proper martial arts tournament, you fight people of the same caliber and same class, as opposed to fighting someone 3, 4, 5 tiers above you. And so that to me is the change that you actually need, not the making tournaments easier.
Thank you, Viridian Outlands. Iron Mountains, you are up next.
Hey, yeah. So we talked a lot about toxicity in our conversation about the battle game knighthood. And we talked a lot about how there's a great deal of toxicity in the sword path, which is not to say that people interested in Warlord are inherently toxic people. But what we have created in our award structure is this microscopically narrow path to Warlord. And the point I want to make is that in our current structure, we passed the 7th order, which makes it simpler for somebody to attain 7th. But when we get up to 6, our 6th order of the warriors are competing with the same pool of people who are at 8, 9, 10, trying to get their next order. This is not a matter of green belts fighting green belts to decide who moves on to the next belt. This is a matter of green belts fighting purple belts, black belts, blue belts. I don't know actually how it all goes. You'll have to excuse my lack of knowledge on martial arts, but we're not creating a system where you literally only have to compete with people at your skill level. If you're at 6, 7, 8, you're competing against warlords, 9s, and 10s for the same spot that they're competing for. It's a very, very narrow path. And so I do think it makes sense to bump some of these things down just a little bit. When we're talking about placement in a kingdom level tournament, if you're placing in the top 4, that's a worthy achievement. And still, I think, proves your prowess, your competition, your skill. So I think that we should acknowledge just how narrow the path is. When there's only one route for any of our top 10 players to move up a single warrior once per reign, it's trying to cram an elephant through a mail slot. You know, like we just aren't giving them enough opportunities.
Thank you, Iron Mountains. Next up, Golden Plains.
Right. So we keep coming back to this topic, which proves that it is a glaring problem, right? There is an inherent level of toxicity in our game as it pertains to the sword path. And CK is right. Theirs is a really hard kingdom to go and fight in. And theirs is a really hard kingdom for like the court of public opinion. And theirs also has like quite a few number of like relatively toxic warlords and sword knights. They're the top 1%. There is no reason why we should have 1% that is open to the rest of the game. That isn't open to the rest of the game. You want to open up and give another path, as I've said, we could always throw Griffin back in there. But there isn't a reason why we should not allow 8th to be awarded for what we're trying to. Like, all of this didn't even used to be this way. Warlord used to be easier to obtain. And that was really just the cool kids trying to keep the cool kids cool, and y'all just keep perpetuating it. That's kind of a problem. The whole game has spoken out, and they're sick of it. Maybe we should move with the times or die. Those are our choices. Thank you.
Representative from Wetland.
I don't know if this is the right time to mention again is the Wetlands has discussed again bringing back Griffin as a path to Sword Knight. So I don't know where that would go in, but that has been discussed a lot recently, especially when this Order of the Warrior discussion began. So just add that to that.
Thank you, Wetlands. Crystal Groves.
I just feel that with 3A already taking a step back to being easier and the other proposals we've passed here today, that we should play them out first to see how they go. And then if we have to revisit this and take it back another step and go with 3B, then we can do that later as another proposal. But we're already taking steps to more define the path of the Order of the Warrior, and we've already lessened it up by one step. So why don't we see what that does first, and then if we want to go a second step, we can always do that later.
Thank you, Chris Groves. Rivermore.
2 quick points. One, there has been a general sentiment from a couple of people that we don't need a change in policy, we need a change in culture. I just wanted to point it out that rule changes breed cultural changes. And second point, and an example of that, is that by expanding the number of possible routes that someone can take along the chain of warriors to get to Warlord, when there's 4 tournaments a year that count, there's that strong motivation that if I don't win this, I don't get another chance for 3 months. If there's another path, if there's another option, if duchy ones count for your current award, then next month I'm going to get another shot. It doesn't matter that much. If I lose, I don't have to be salty about it. I'm not going to iron hide. I'm not going to slough things off because I'm going to get another chance soon. I can learn from this and win there. By expanding the possibilities for the mid-range awards, the 6s, 7s, and 8s, we don't force them to fight at these 4 tournaments a year and only at those four tournaments a year that matter. And channel all of the potential toxicity into that cramped environment.
Thank you, Rivermore. West March.
The reason that I voted no, actually there was 2 reasons. One was we just expanded different types of tournaments that could be counted, and I wanted to see how that played out. I agree with Crystal Groves and that would give more people opportunity for kingdom level wins or tournament wins at the discretion of the monarch for the different types of tournaments. And the other thing is, instead of a tournament level win, I would prefer to see something like a tournament level placement or 2 wins at a duchy.
Thank you, West March. Rising Winds, you're up next. On deck, we've got Burning Lands, Wetlands, and Viridian Outlands.
Okay, I'm going to start by kind of reiterating a little bit of what Denny brought up. The amount of bodily, not just bodily sacrifice, but the sacrifice that a lot of the warlords and sword knights have to make in their everyday lives. When we spawn jokes, they often have base in truth. We hear constant jokes about how aspiring sword knights are going to have to couch serve for a career path in a game, move to larger metropolitan areas and give up their jobs or their lives. And on top of that, how often do we hear the phrase, they don't deserve it, the competition wasn't there? I've lived in 2 kingdoms and I traveled to a lot more than that. And that is a phrase that comes up a lot. By taking these steps back, we lessen that effect and we make this path so much more inclusive for those people. You might have 5 people go to a tournament and are way deserving of a much higher level than, or a much higher level award than they're going to get, because right now we follow rules as written, or at least the understanding of rules as written, rather than following a culture change. And we need a rules change to push that cultural change.
Thank you, Rising Winds. Burning Lands, you're on deck.
I wanted to add support to what Golden Plains had to say. I'm a sword knight, but I'm not a warlord. I took a 17-year break and everything got screwed up. We need to change it. We need to change it to something that is attainable and doesn't take 10 years to do. This is part of that, as well as creating a Master Griffin and whatever else we can do. We've got to fix it. There's just no way we can not fix this.
Wetlands.
Yeah, so I mean, my point is really simple, and it's to kind of hop off of what some other people have said. I mean, years ago we had, things like Griffin and Weapon Master and Defender that were included in our sword path because it gave us additional venues to reach that particular belt. Now we've limited to just a single path, and we set a criteria where the expectation is that you're going to have to go out and fight and inter-kingdom level things, because we put in items like comparative skill level that's actually in this award. If we're talking about inclusivity and trying to grab more people and bring it in there, I think we need to ease the language, and I'm glad that this thing's passed because it allows our monarchy to kind of overlook some of that that's in the standardization. So I'd like to see more items brought back so we can expand our sword paths. Maybe revisions to the Battle Knight could be put in there as well. But I agree with, like a lot of other folks are saying, we need to bring in more additional paths to the belt.
Representative from Viridian Outlands.
Yeah, so again, I mean, we just made it so that you have more tournament options for major KLEs anyways. That's really my biggest thing with it is you have more options. You just lowered it to 7. Like, let's just wait and see what happens, see if it helps at all, and try and shift culturally instead of just trying to make it actually easier to get it. Like it can be easier through other means. It doesn't have to be through lowering, I don't know, in my personal opinion, quality of fighters. And I'm not even a great fighter. I just think that that's the way it should be.
Iron Mountains, and then Celestial Kingdom, you're up next.
Sure. So just doing the math really quick to kind of drive the point home. In the Iron Mountains, we have probably between 7 and 10 fighters that are currently between 6 and 10. If they're all competing in a single kingdom level tournament once a reign, there are 7 players that are competing for a single opportunity for one of them to advance up the path. It could be literally years of competing at that level before some of those players will see the opportunity to do that. That's what we have built. And it may not be exactly the same in other kingdoms, but at least here in the IM, we take this ladder very, very seriously. The downside to this is that there are a lot of very talented fighters in the Iron Mountains that I'm seeing experience burnout. They don't want to compete in tournaments anymore. They don't even want to come out to field. They might even leave our game to go play some other different foam sport because this one has become such a miserable place for them because what they care about is unattainable. I mean, I feel like if you just look at the numbers, what we have built isn't feasible for the volume of people that really want to walk this path. And if we can't recognize them, they're going to give up or they're going to turn to the dark side and do less than honorable things in tournaments, which is even worse. But I hate to see our players bleeding out of the game because there's just no hope for them to be recognized for what they care most about.
Representative from Celestial Kingdom.
I want to reiterate what Viridian Outlands said, that we did just on paper expand what tournaments qualify. And I want to speak briefly about what we do in the Celestial Kingdom, because hearing Iron Mountains talk about only one tournament per reign is a little distressing, because that is not our experience whatsoever. At minimum, there's going to be 2 tournaments per reign. That's the bare minimum. Then typically we will have 1 tournament at each one of our quarterly events. So that's up to 8 now. So you're talking Weapon Master and Crown Quals. Those are your 4. And then every coronation and every mid-reign, we're having another kingdom level event. And then at Spring War, we're typically running somewhere between 2 to 4 kingdom level tournaments. So we could be anywhere between 10 to 12 kingdom level tournaments for our fighters and for other fighters in the region to have these opportunities. Legislating that in the rule book isn't going to solve this issue. This is your smiths, your event runners. You need to make these things happen. That's the only way to solve that. That's not something that changing the rule book and dropping down one more tournament win is going to accomplish. It isn't.
Crystal Groves.
Yes, people keep bringing up about the amount of tournaments, but with the proposals we already passed, we've opened it up to where Kingdom can create more kingdom level tournaments. So that puts the blame more on us as Monarchs than on the system. So since all this passed, we should be able to create more tournaments and more opportunities. So you're not just getting 4 guys a year who are able to move forward because they're the ones that get the tournament. I really feel like we should see how what we've already done plays out, because I don't want to overcompensate and then have to step it back, and that would upset people more than if we took one baby step and then took a second baby step. That's all.
Emerald Hills. Representative from Emerald Hills, you have the floor.
I apologize. My mic has been giving me trouble all day. So I feel like there is a lot of confusion on, or I guess clashing points of view on using rulebook changes to facilitate culture changes. And I do want to point out that that does work kind of both ways. You know, if you're concerned that us lowering the bar, so to speak, is going to lower the quality of Pirates of the Kingdom, all of these award recommendations are just recommendations that you guys can do effectively what you want. But I feel like keeping the bar high like that, all it does is rob the future Monarchs and your players the choice to make that decision.
Polaris.
Mine's more of a rebuttal to Crix. I'm a master smith. I became a master smith by running games at events. And so what I have to say as some weight of authority, at least from the games that I've played, I don't think more tournaments is the answer. And the reason I say that is because in the kingdoms that I've played, there's only been a handful of people who care that much about fighting. And only a handful of them, like in my kingdom, I can probably count on my hand the number of people who care about fighting more than they care about battle games. And so if I'm running games in an event, or if I'm setting up the war events of an event, then I want to engage everyone in the field. I want to engage, everyone in a massive battle game and have everyone have fun. A tournament only engages a small portion of the populace. So yeah, no, I don't think more tournaments is just have more tournaments is the answer. It's the answer to maybe this particular question, but it creates a lot more problems than it solves.
Viridian Outlands.
Yeah, I'm just going to offer a really simple solution to this. I mean, you've already been, like I said, you've been given the option of declaring any tournament you want as a kingdom level tournament. Why not just declare your duchy level tournaments kingdom level tournaments instead, and then be done with it? It's done. You already got it.
West March.
So I had an idea. We just got through discussing the order of battle and battle master, and one of the requirements for that was paragon or paragons. What if, as an alternative to lowering the bar for the higher level orders of the warrior, adding requirements for griffins?
Golden Plains.
So a couple of things. Griffins was totally the thing we've been kind of going on and on about. Well, at least I have. Also, Golden Plains has kind of been operating under, we just kind of make kingdom tournaments when we feel like making kingdom tournaments. We never knew we weren't supposed to. My bad. But the thing is y'all keep talking about how we just made a bunch of changes that change the standards, and there's no reason to make another micro change that could just upset everything. But it still wouldn't, because you still, in order to get a 9th and 10th and qualify for the warlord, have to be able to beat a player of note. You still have to be able to beat other 9s and 10s. There's no reason why this 8th level should not be changed. And that's it.
Thank you, Golden Plains. Last up, I have Northern Lights, and we'll go ahead and close any further discussion after they make their point and move on to a revote of the item.
Okay, we've been talking about having the different tournaments and such, the different types and whatnot, and about how they're only so many during a reign. What a good point to bring up is the fact that we are not simply only able to go to these tournaments in our own kingdoms. We are able to travel and go to other kingdoms and participate in those other tournaments, at which point it becomes a matter that we are able to have the ability to fight in other tournaments. And that itself is a positive aspect.
Sorry about that. All right. Thank you, Northern Lights. So this will close our discussion for this topic, Proposal 3B. What we'll do now is we will revisit voting for this item. I have highlighted it on my screen, and we've set up an additional voting thread for it. Share the screen real quick. There we go. As with before, Burning Lands,
Yes.
Blackspire,
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves,
Crystal Groves votes no.
Celestial Kingdom,
Celestial Kingdom votes no.
Dragonspine,
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds,
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills,
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains,
Golden Plains votes yes. Also, one of the AIBOD members is a warlord and was requesting to be able to talk about the warlord stuff.
Unfortunately, we did close off commentary and discussion about that. Golden Vale, Golden Vale, Iron Mountains,
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights,
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach,
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter, Neverwinter, Polaris,
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore,
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds,
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldegor,
Taldegor votes yes.
Viridian Outlands,
Viridian Outlands votes no.
Winter's Edge,
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands,
Yes.
West March,
I'll change to yes.
Nine Blades,
Yes.
Golden Vale,
I'm sorry, I missed what we're voting on. I was in the bathroom.
so this is revoting on Proposal B, replace Kingdom level win requirement for 8th with Duchy level wins.
Yes, still.
Neverwinter, representative from Neverwinter. All right, we will mark him down as abstain. All right, 18 votes in favor, 3 votes opposed, 1 abstain. The item still does not pass. As with before, what I would like to do is determine if any further discussion can change the minds of any individuals who voted no on this. And if that is not the case, move to tabling this discussion for a later period of time. Celestial Kingdom. Crystal Groves.
No.
And Viridian Outlands. All right, we'll assume that answer is likely no there. So the next vote will be to.
Sorry, I missed that. It wasn't unmuting me.
The topic is to table this discussion for a later period.
No.
All right, so the next item is, does the Circle of Monarchs wish to table this discussion for discussion outside of the annual COM meeting? We'll set up the page for it really quick. Burning Lands.
Yes. Burning Lands was yes.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes no.
Dragonspine.
Yes.
Desert Winds.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
The Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains. Golden Plains.
Yes, sorry.
Golden Vale.
Yes.
Iron Mountains.
Yes.
Northern Lights.
Yes.
Northreach.
Yes.
Neverwinter. Neverwinter. Will soon abstain again. Polaris.
Yes.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
Yes.
Tal'Dagor.
Yes.
Viridian Outlands.
No.
Winter's Edge. Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
Yes.
West March.
Yes.
Nine Blades.
Yes.
All right, approval of this means that the COM can discuss this particular topic outside of the COM meeting at a later time determined by the XCOM. All right, so with that, that wraps up all of the award proposals and items across the board. Next up is going to be rules revision, but it is 2:35, so I would like to kind of gauge the room for interest in either a 10 or 30-minute break. So just type in the chat which you would prefer, 10 minutes or 30 minutes. And then we'll just press on with whatever we have a majority of. That's a lot of 10s. All right, folks. We're doing really well on time, given the amount of topics that we've had and how passionate people are on these topics. I want to reiterate, I appreciate everybody remaining professional. I do also want to reiterate that that professional line is try to refrain from investing more emotion into the item. Make your points directly and clearly. Vote on the topics that matter to you most. Vote on all the topics. But vote how you wish to represent your kingdoms and continue being an awesome COM. With that, we'll go ahead and break for 10 minutes, and we will come back here at 2:47 or 47 after the hour. Thank you.
I also want to remind folks that this is still being streamed, so if you're going to stay on and chat, take that under their advisement.
Fine, we will. Whatever.
Dusty.
Don't tell me what to do, Mom.
Hey, wait, you guys.
You're not my
wait.
real dad.
Wait.
Dusty's a little bitter lately.
I have a question. Jeff, are you still here?
If he should be.
Jeff?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay,
Hey.
so since we're on break, I want to know what you were going to say because you don't know how to answer messages. Readjusting, sorry. Oh, and no, he's still not going to answer. Choice words, Jeff. Choice words.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hear you now.
Sorry, somehow I got muted after I turned mute off.
It did that to me a couple of times when I was voting.
Yeah, no, I've got my kids are here, so I was making ramen for the little girl and like that, so I wasn't answering your message because I was ignoring you.
The audacity.
The audacity. So I'm fairly sure I'm the only warlord in this entire meeting. And what I was going to say is, like, if you want to make an award like Warlord more accessible, making multiple paths towards a warlord Like you can get a warlord for being honorable. Like I guess Griffin, I guess not specifically warlord, but like sword knight. Being honorable, Master Griffin used to qualify, but like warlords specifically, if you want more warlords, just increase the pool of people who are allowed to get it. Like they were talking about how we only have Golden Plains specifically, we have 2 tournaments every reign. We have
2 guaranteed tournaments. We
yeah,
have our
like-
crown tournament and our weapon master every
yeah,
6
but
months.
not every monarch is going to hold more than that.
That's true.
So you have 2 guaranteed tournaments, and that's, I'm pretty sure that's game wide, is that most kingdoms operate on a like crown war master, weapon master. Those are your 2 guaranteed kingdom level tournaments that can get people warlord. So if you want to increase the pool of people who can become a warlord, increase the number of tournaments and increase what qualifies somebody for a warlord. Like, yeah, you want people to be the very best, like no one ever was, but that creates a funnel of people who become the very best, and then they still want to fight in tournaments because they think it's fun, so they end up holding other people down inadvertently. For the most part, they're just holding people down. But if you like, I don't know, I lost my train of thought after they were like, oh, it's closed, you can't talk. So I moved on to other stuff. But
Hey, Jeff.
Well, I actually have a comment about that too. So there's going on what you were saying, like there's gradients, right? So you have, even among warlords, there's a gradient of skill, right?
Yes.
And we'll say that there's acceptable bottom level. Your kingdom or in your area, that bottom level might not be there. All that's there is the top. Like, I guess CK would be an example, or other kingdoms that have that type of fighter. And then you run into a situation where one of 2 things happens because of the way it's currently written. You have to have a win.
Yes.
But if you get second place to that person over and over and over again, and you're barely not being beat by them, you probably should be a fucking warlord too. And if they're the top fighter in the country,
I think
right?
that people keep forgetting the streak count though, because it does say
Yeah.
21 streak kills.
yeah, if you have a tournament, with 100 people in it, and the top 3 positions, first, second, and third overall, all streaked over 21 to get into those top 3. Like, if the only fights the third place guy lost was to the second place guy, he should probably be a warlord too.
Yeah. So, well, this problem came up at Keep. So, Keep in the Borderlands, almost no one's gotten awards for those first, second, third, and fourth place overall.
Yeah.
And then we're talking people who are at 7, 8, and recommended for their next, and they're like, well, they didn't win.
So
Like, well,
I
they beat
actually
out 9 other warlords for that position. So
I actually I live that analogy, because I placed 3rd overall at the Keep on the Borderlands Hammer of the Gods tournament in like 2012. And when they were trying to get that to factor into my warlord, the monarch at the time was like, well, he didn't win. It's like, I beat out, there was like 200 people in that tournament, and I placed 3rd overall.
Right. But see, that's the problem here, guys, is as you're looking at all the tournaments, we can adjust everything that we want. The biggest problem that we're facing overall, which is the biggest complaint everybody has, is it doesn't really matter how many tournaments you win. It doesn't matter what we put in the rule book, and it doesn't matter what we set as those guidelines to be the suggestions for a monarch to be able to use to open this up. You're still going to run into problems to where, a monarch doesn't have to give it to you. A monarch doesn't have to award that to you. They can still decide not to, and there can be arguments all day long, but you can still sit back and be perfectly eligible, winning every tournament for 2 years. And a monarch can still sit back and go, I have this reason or that reason or this reason or that reason. And you can still sit there and never get it.
That's true. That is also true.
So
When
I don't know how we fix that
thing.
problem. Yeah.
Yeah, I can turn that around too. That can also be just as much of a benefit as is a detriment. Like I said, everything in there is just recommended criteria. So the monarch can say, you know what, it's recommended that you win this tournament in order for me to give you your warlord. But you know what, I'm just going to give you your warlord.
But how often,
that's
like
fair.
in the terms of that particular scenario, how often has somebody been like, well, I know you haven't won 4 kingdom level tournaments, but I'm going to give you your warlord anyway, versus monarchs who have said, I know that you've won 10 kingdom level tournaments, but I don't feel like the fighting prowess of the people in those tournaments was good enough, so I'm not going to give you your warlord.
Well, let's talk
We
about
have
when warlords boycott tournaments to keep someone from getting a warlord or a 10th order of the warlord.
Yeah, or like, so what if you have a bunch of, or 1/9 in a tournament or several tournaments, and you have one warlord in your kingdom, and you have 1/9 level fighter who the warlord just refuses to be in a tournament for any reason. It could be spite, it could be personal stuff going on in their personal life. But what if a warlord cannot show up and you've got a 9th beating a bunch of 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1s? Like, you cannot beat somebody better than you because they can't show up or won't show up. Well, then, like, are you still required to have them beat somebody if they've won, let's say, 10 tournaments in a row, but the warlords of their kingdom just couldn't or wouldn't show up? Like, is that the new warlord because he's willing to show up or she's willing to show up?
That's called resetting the bar.
I mean, it should be the best of your kingdom, but way too many times you see the best of your kingdom and then additional, criteria. It's weird.
Yeah, and that's where
Well,
I'm at
but
right
when
now.
you
So,
become a crown knight or a serpent knight or a flame knight, you're not a knight of the game. Really, you're knighted by your kingdom. You're a knight of your kingdom. You're
Well, so
not
that's how it
forced to
should be.
compete. You're not forced to compete on any other level. Why should you be forced to compete on an inner kingdom level
See,
and be an
I-
inner kingdom warlord?
I disagree, because I think you are forced to compete as a crown knight and a flame knight. That's exactly what a lot of people have had to go through. Is as a flame knight, being in Golden Plains, I had to get 20 roses before I was even considered to get a master rose. And most of that was what am I doing at inner kingdom events or other kingdoms events compared to other people who are master roses. Those are the arguments that had to be there.
Yeah. Same.
So-
I had 17 roses
Right.
at the
So-
time when I got my masterhood, and what clinched it was me and House Blackstone doing that
We're streaming, Jeff.
Yeah. Calm
don't
down,
make me
calm
don't
down,
make
calm
don't
down.
make me quote Dave Chappelle.
Yeah,
I'll do it.
We will mute.
We're gonna pineapples that real quick.
So
here's
I
the
had
thing,
17
right?
roses, and what clinched it was the $15,000 that House Blackstone helped raise for the game as a whole for the AIBOD.
But I think that's going back to the point that was made earlier, and I'm sorry I can't remember who made that point. But yes, we have a cultural problem in a lot of different areas, but changing rules and fixing some of these things is one of the very first steps we could possibly do to start trying to change that culture.
I absolutely agree.
We're out of time, y'all. We got 20 seconds.
Oh God!
But
Don't
I
let
actually,
Diddy talk; he won't shut up.
I actually think the reverse is true. I think the rules reflect the culture. So if the culture changes, the rules have to change.
Yeah, I could agree with that too.
I
mean,
think that they
we're
go
not-
hand in hand.
Yeah, I mean, everything's still not the same it was when I first started playing in '96. So I completely agree. All right, that's time. Everybody's got to shut up now.
All us old people.
Real quick, shout out though, like seriously, to the XCOM who's just been doing a fabulous job herding all the cats.
Hey Chewy, can I be made
Thank you.
a whatever it's called so that I can present? Because I think I have to present one of the things for everybody.
Yes, make
Yes,
Manima the
sir.
whatever it's called.
Yes, sir. I sure can. Did I get you?
Oh, I think we're still okay. I don't think Devins came back yet.
Can we make that an official title for Manima? Or like, can that be like in his
Who's
kingdom?
asking
The whatever
that,
it's
Greg?
called.
Yeah, the whatever it's called.
Manima.
That was
The
Craig.
person who
Craig.
presents something, someone who presents. What do you call that?
No, because you said you have to be like like you said a specific term for the person.
Yeah, the person who presents something.
Co-host.
The person whose
Hey.
job.
Co-host is the word.
Craig, you are
Master
host.
of ceremonies.
I think
There we go.
I think it's presenter.
Presentus Maximus.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you all had a great lunch. I know I did. I had 2 cookies.
Was that supposed to be our lunch break? I totally didn't eat. Oh well.
Next up, we have our rules representative organizer, Craig plus Manama, who is going to be presenting for these next couple proposals that we're going to go over. Same with the awards proposals. What we'll do is we'll allow Manama to talk about all of them, kind of present all of the data for them, and then we'll run through them back to back and revisit if there's discussion desired afterwards. I think this will help kind of bring up the pace. If there are any concerns with that, please let me know. And with that, Manima, the floor is yours.
Okay, the Vormir, I just want you to know the first thing I want to bring up is the additional proposal that I submitted after the rules reps, which was about the electricsamurai.com part in the RO section. So I'll just share my screen real quick. It's a very short proposal that I submitted to you guys about a week after I submitted everything else. Let me just share my screen here. And hopefully you guys can see that. There we go. So it's a pretty short proposal. So what this is just changing this text right here where it talks about forum on the electricsamurai.com. We haven't used electricsamurai.com even before I was rules rep organizer for discussion for the rules reps. So this change would just be to change the wording in the rule book to specified by the rules rep organizer. And this is on page 71, rule 1.a, when it talks about rules representatives. It's pretty straightforward. The idea is that the rules rep organizer that you guys choose, so that you basically are choosing where this forum is too. It'd be a question you should ask them if you have a new one, where they would actually do their discussions to the rules reps, and still keeping the boards are open to the public for reading. So that does, they still have to have something that everybody can read, if that makes sense. So that's the first proposal that I had. So for everything else, that's the one that I wrote. Everything else is the rules changes that were proposed by your guys' rules representatives, and these are the ones that passed. 72% was the lowest that we pulled forward to you guys, and the highest was over 90% as far as your rules reps voting for these things. At first I was gonna have a package, but there's only 5 things, so I thought it was just better just to split them out in the first place so you can just vote on each one individually. My recommendation is that these be changes similar to what happened last time. So, or I should last time. Last year, this rules changes that you guys voted, that the Circle Monarchs voted on, was immediate. So they were going to be put in the rules of play immediately and immediately effective. These changes this year are pretty minor. They're pretty much wording changes or slight tweaks to the rules. So my recommendation is that instead of doing this as a play test, we do the same thing as last year and we vote these in as direct changes to the rule book. And then I would be updating the rule book with the changes from last year, changes from this year, as well as the votes you guys just did for the rewards section all at once. And we would have that rule book out to you guys this fall. So the first proposal that you guys will be voting on as far as rules changes goes would be the brigandine armor change. This is just changing from a long one edge or an exterior shell heavy cloth to a supporting shell heavy cloth. And these are example pictures of what would count as brigandine that currently, under the current wording, technically does not because of the way that they're attached. And you guys have had this for a while, so you can read here why it's proposed this way. This is considered brig, and most people would just by looking at it could tell. So that's the reason why it was submitted this. Light leather change. This was to move some of the language of light leather to also include 2mm thick leather alternative, such as pea leather, pleather, and it must not obviously be synthetic in appearance. And here, as is explained here, is that there's just basically the points for light leather and synthetic leather are the same but there's different modifiers for each one, and it makes basically more sense for these to be under light leather as opposed to synthetic, as far as modifiers and the way that you would do them. But you can also read the rest here. There's a lot of really good reasons why this has been proposed. Butted plate change, similar to the brigandine change. Instead of current wording is attached to the backing, but instead butted plate sewn within sewn pockets. And then also changing the requirements for spacing between the plates from an 1/8 inch to a 1/2 inch, and must cover 80% as opposed to 90%. Once again, just basically more armor access, and more things could be under this butted plate change this way. Better differentiate brigandine armor from butted plate, and just gives more options essentially. Scout change. This one basically is just giving an alternative for casters for Dispel Magic. when facing some enchantment heavy teams, obviously, and especially in smaller games when you don't have a lot of people to play caster classes, just in general, like say like you have a 6-on-6. But even in some larger games, having more options to remove very powerful enchantments. At least charge time is very long, so it's not a huge buff, but it is something where the scout can actually, if they need to concentrate on it, they can, and you can have a non-caster option for that. Sanctuary change, this is just to be more clarifying. Basically, if the person were to stop chaining Sanctuary on their own, they would have to say end of Sanctuary to denote that they're ending the Sanctuary. Other ways of ending Sanctuary, such as picking up a sword, or obviously any hostile actions that would prevent you from doing Sanctuary anymore, those still would end it. But in this case, if you voluntarily end it by stopping the chant, then you would have to state end of Sanctuary so that people around you could hear. And the last change is the Paladin Anti-Paladin proposal. There's a lot of evidence supporting stuff for this. So I will just kind of go over it a little bit, but we can have a future discussion if this fails, and we can go over it some more. But the idea here is that if this is for opening Paladin Anti-Paladin, at least removing the restriction for just knights, still keep the name Paladin Anti-Paladin, have the requirement have at least one class at 6th level as opposed to being a knight, and openly display white or black dragon, and if you're not a knight, and then white and black phoenix if you are. Though technically a knight could also wear a white and black dragon with these rules, which is fine. It's just that the knights are the only ones that could wear the white and black phoenix. So that section of the rule book would still all say the same, as far as especially the knight section would all be able to stay the same. And under this talks about the survey questions that were asked. I had the V9 team help me make some questions to really go over things that the rules reps had put out, some other questions that I know the Monarchs had from last year, to really break down, okay, if you were to get an unrestricted knight class or restrictions changed, what should they be? What would you like? And this would make sure to include everybody, as many people as possible. And we had a lot of respondents to this. And this is just a short synopsis, breakdown of the aggregate, and then why I came up with these changes. And once again, iterating something I did in your Monarch chat a while ago, this is the COM directive from February where you guys asked me to come up with a proposal to present to you guys. And this is the proposal that I came up with. One of the things I will say before I give over the floor for voting is that this requirement, I think that the requirement probably will be the most contested part of this proposal if you guys have problems with it. And I would recommend that we have the discussion about changing that requirement if you feel that it needs to be something else other than just one level 6 class. I took this suggestion basically based on the survey results. So, obviously, like, I'm not married to this. This is just what I thought might have been best, and I took some feedback from some other people, and that's what I came up with. So, yeah, that is all the rules changes. I'm not sure, Vormir, if you wanted me to take questions now, or you just want to go right into voting, and then we'll have questions if they vote no.
Let's allow we'll allow for 10 minutes of questions, since this is kind of a report that you gave to kind of back up some of it regarding discussion around rules with rules rep organizers. So after the 10 minutes, then we'll move into the proposals. So starting, we got 2:57 for start. All right, first up we've got Nine Blades.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. I got some of the feedback come up that there's a good number of players local who are already using the dragon as part of their personal heraldry. I was just wondering if there were odds going down the line for a vote to change the particular device or demarcation. We're, as a kingdom, by and large, in favor of all this stuff. It's just one thing that I said that I would ask about, if we can perhaps look at that finalizing element as we go forward.
Well, I mean, you're allowed to wear a white or black phoenix right now as a knight. Just like, say you're playing a wizard, you're allowed to wear a white and black phoenix on your garb because as a knight you're allowed to wear those symbols. So I don't think that would be necessarily confusing, though I see your point for sure. One of the things we can do is be more specific in that wording. But right now, as the wording stands for I just kind of use the same wording that they use for white and black phoenixes. I think this is something that I don't think would be a huge deal, and that we could ask the rules reps to visit maybe if they wanted to change the wording next year or something like that, or at a later time for that specifically to make it more clear. I would be 100% behind that.
Yeah, like I was going to say, we didn't have it come up as a deal breaker. It was just something that it was felt that I should mention.
Okay, no problem. Understood. I'll
Thank
write
you.
that down. Thank you.
Verdian Outlands.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about sash options for Paladin and Paladin. Is that something that was considered? I didn't really hear it or see it.
So when it came to talking about what kind of symbols or what we should do to like basically present a paladin, anti-paladin if you're not going to use the white and black phoenix, or there's tons of options there, right? I was kind of once again going off of the survey data, and one of the things that was asked, which I don't know if I have the graphic on here or not. I do not. So one of the things that was asked is the sash would be preferred by the people over a symbol. The problem I was running into, and a lot of the rules representatives ran into too, which is one of the reasons why I think that the rules failed to pass the rules representative. There was a previous, paladin to paladin that was brought up, but it failed at the rules rep level. Was because of like the sash coloring, and even last year there was questions about sash coloring from the Circle of Monarchs, and some of the monarchs didn't like the sash coloring, all these things. And it's true in the current way that we use all the colors and talking about visually, like how you look at people and like whether or not what class are they, how you're going to make decisions like that. There's already a lot of visual clutter in our game, and the sashes are supposed to be like bright, basically like this is what you are. And since we use gold and silver already for Reeve and Monster, which really are the obvious choices, it would require a substantial change of things, right, to be able to include those for a paladin or paladin. And then you're running into colors that kind of like are non-traditional, and it's really hard to either like visually see them differentiating from other things, or they're just obviously glaring like bright pink. So one of the things that was supported in the survey still, that was still close to sashes, was having a symbol, and one of the most liked symbols was the dragon. And I thought that actually would work out fairly well, because even the two symbols themselves, from like a large distance, you see them openly displaying a symbol, a dragon and a phoenix. While their profiles are different, they're similar enough in types of creatures that you would be obvious, oh, that's a white dragon or that's a white phoenix from a distance, and you could still possibly see what class they are before you engage them. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. I mean, yeah, it is what it is.
I would like to see that redone, but that might actually be a thing that needs to like be a full write-up of here are the sash colors, and that might be something that needs to be left for V9, but we could also still change it with the rules rep level in V8.
All right, Rivermore.
Hello. In general, I am supportive of these measures, but I did have concerns about one of them in particular, with the synthetics change. Was there any thought or consideration given in particular to the potential health hazards of encouraging people to run around covered in vinyl in the hot sun? I'm Monarch out in Rivermore, where we've got frequently 100+ degree temperatures and or 90+ degree humidity, depending on where you're at. And that seems like a poor plan.
That wasn't brought up by any of the rules reps, I don't think, in their discussion, at least their verbal discussions. We did have two sets of verbal discussions where people could talk about, why they're going to be voting yes or no for these. And I didn't really see that as an option. You said vinyl. I mean, vinyl would fall under synthetic. I'm not sure that a vinyl material would fall under the light leather, because this light leather is talking specifically about this PUL leather and the pleather and faux fur. So I don't think that this would encompass vinyl. But
poor phrasing on my part. I'm considering materials like leather. They have similar characteristics as far as heat retention goes.
No, I understand. I don't think that was ever discussed, though. I mean, I understand what your concern is, but as far as if you're looking for like maybe a slight rebuttal, I would say that gambus, 1/8-inch cloth gambeson is pretty brutal too, if you've ever worn it before. Like the really thick, winter almost type of style.
Here.
So it would be I would say that like things like that, I understand what you're saying, like this would encourage it, but currently you can use that material under synthetic rules. This is literally would just be moving it to the light leather. So as long as it met obviously the requirements.
All right, winner's edge.
And this mute thing does not. Okay, there we go. Oh. Back to the paladin thing we were discussing earlier. Have we given any thought to like quantifying? And this is for knights as well. If we are going to go with a phoenix or the dragon belt flag or openly displayed, have we considered any thoughts to quantifying something like a size or a set location or something? Because too often, I know in personal experiences when I've seen current knights that are playing paladin or anti-paladin, it's you see a white belt and you see a tiny little belt flag with a little bitty black chicken on the back of it, and you have no clue what that guy's actually playing. So have we given any consideration to making it more obvious, or at least a dedicated spot, size, etc.?
That was actually a subject of conversation we were having with the rules reps for a time, where they were talking about like even currently like the way that paladin and anti-paladin display their symbols, and I would like to see it changed, but I didn't feel comfortable including it in this, simply because I think the reason why last year's change did not pass is because there were too many changes that individual people did not like part of the proposal. So I tried to keep this as simple as possible and still close enough to the way it's currently worded so that there weren't like problems with the wording of, well, I don't like the fact that it's a 5-inch by 5-inch square minimum. I don't like, those, when you start to get into those really specifics, the reason why a proposal like this would fail, I tried to avoid those things to make sure that this was as close to the wording that the classes currently use. And if we want to make those types of changes, I'm going to be encouraging the rules reps next year, especially, that if this proposal passes, please, you guys need to revisit Paladin Anti-Paladin, talk about like how it's, this type of thing, talk about even its abilities and things like that, since for the most part, these classes have been untouched since V8 has come out. The only change really was Brutal Strike, and that was only because the barbarians were using it. So.
Celestial Kingdom.
Was there any? I know that you mentioned that our sash structure is cluttered already. Was there any consideration given to dual color schemes, such as black with gold trim for paladin and white with gold trim for, or sorry, anti-paladin, and then white with gold trim for paladin, and doing it that way, and maybe going with a 3-inch minimum for them, so that way there is a clear-cut identifier for those classes that are separate from knighting symbols and separate from dragons?
I think something like that would be a decent idea. It's a lot harder to make. So, I mean, obviously, single color sashes are pretty easy to make. You can just go to a cloth store and cut, and then just pull it over, and that's your sash. For these, I mean, no matter what, for the symbols, right, you have to make them, so it is harder to make. A dual color sash, it means you have to sew it, right? Whereas, and even this, the symbols, yes, you have to do something, probably sew, but you can also, I guess, still draw on a piece of paper and tape it. But there's so many things, like, this is a discussion that I would like to have more of. I don't think that it should be a deal breaker, but that's up to you guys. If it is a deal breaker, I would like you guys to maybe talk about that requirement being changed to something like that. And as if this fails, I would definitely would like you guys to visit that, because I don't think that should be the deal breaker for this, like a requirement like that, because that's something that can be easily changed, and that can be changed next year. That can be changed this year. Even you guys could even vote after this to say, hey, we're going to vote in this proposal, but we want you immediately to look at this and have the rules reps come up with a proposal to change this to this. I think that those would be much more preferred. But yeah, I did consider those, but it's really hard, I think, to make a decision to predict first of all, what everyone would like, even based off the survey results we got, because it was all over the place for a lot of these things, like these specifics. The only clear-cut ones were about removing the restriction and, about keeping the name, basically. Those are the only two really clear-cut ones. Everything else is kind of like whatever we want to decide in the end. So.
All right. Thank you very much, Manama. So the way we'll do this, as with before, We'll go through each item. So we'll start with Brigandine, then on to Light Leather, Budded Plate, the Scout changes, Sanctuary changes, and then Paladin, Anti-Paladin. If any of the items have no votes, then we will come back after we complete to determine if discussion is necessary for them. The first item we want to start with, I apologize, is the rules organizer use of the Electric Samurai. Really quick, Manima, do you have that proposal? Can you shoot me a link via Facebook so I can bring it up? We'll see while we vote.
Give me 1 second.
Hey, no worries.
I'll just put it in the chat.
That works the best. All right. Starting off, Burning Lands.
Burning Lands votes yes.
Black Spire.
Black Spire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds. Desert Winds
votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter. Neverwinter? I know Neverwinter did notify me that their connection did go bad, but I thought they stepped it back in. Polaris?
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore?
Yes.
Rising Winds?
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldagor?
Taldagor votes yes.
Viridian Outlands?
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge?
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands?
Wetlands votes yes.
West March? West March?
West March votes yes.
Nine Blades?
Nine Blades votes yes.
And Neverwinter voted yes in the chat, and it's been indicated such. That brings us to 22 yes, 0 no. This item passes.
Quick point of order. Rivermore was skipped over before I was even off mute, but I do vote yes.
Oh, I apologize. I heard a response of yes when we called for Rivermore. All right, amended. Still the same. Next item, Rules Organizer, Brigandine. So Brigandine armor changes are right here if you need them. So go. Start off, Burning Lands.
Burning Lands votes yes.
Black Spire.
Black Spire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter. Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldagor.
Taldagor votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands.
We vote yes.
West March.
West March votes yes.
Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes.
Neverwinter did vote yes in the chat. It's been indicated as such. Viridian Outlands.
Probably not.
Yes.
All right, it's 22 in favor, 0 opposed. This item passes. Next on the list of items is light leather armor changes. Burning Lands.
Burning Lands votes yes for the vegan option.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
CK votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Yes.
Desert Winds.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
Yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
I am votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes no.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore abstains.
Rising Winds.
Yeah, absolutely.
Taldegor.
TD votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
VO votes yes.
Winter's Edge. Winter's Edge.
Dang it, man, my mute thing's being weird. Yes.
Wetlands.
Wetlands votes yes.
West March.
West March votes yes.
Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes.
All right. 20 yes, 1 no, 1 abstain. Item still passes. All right, onward to the next item, Butted Plate. Burning Lands.
Yes.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
Yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
I am votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes no.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter. Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds. Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes yes. Sorry.
Neverwinter did vote yes in the chat. It's been indicated as such. Taldegor.
TD votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
VO votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
Wetlands votes yes.
West March.
West March votes yes.
Nine Blades. Nine Blades.
Yeah, sorry, I had a problem with the mute there. Nine Blades votes yes.
All right. 21 in favor, 1 opposed. This item passes. Next item is the changes to Scout. Burning Lands.
Vote yes.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
CG votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
CK votes no. We'd like to have a discussion.
Noted. Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
Yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
I am votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter, yes.
Polaris.
Yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Yeah, Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldor.
TD votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands.
Wetlands votes yes.
West March.
West March votes yes.
Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes.
All right. That is 21 items in favor, 1 opposed. This item does pass, however, discussion has been requested. We will come back to that item. Next up are the sanctuary changes. Burning Lands.
Burning Lands votes yes.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes no.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes no.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes no.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
I am votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Never. Correction. Northreach.
Northreach votes no.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes no.
Polaris.
Polaris votes no.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldor.
Taldor votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Viridian Outlands votes no.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands.
Yes.
West March. West March.
West March votes yes.
Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes.
All right. This item does not pass. However, it does have 15 votes in favor. We will come back to that one to determine if discussion is desired. That's not correct. There we go. And the last item from the RO is Paladin and anti-Paladin changes. Burning Lands.
Burning Lands votes no.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
CG votes yes.
CK.
CK votes yes, but wants additional discussion.
Discussion notified. Or acknowledged. Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains abstains.
Northern Lights. Northern Lights.
Sorry, mute button. Northern Lights votes no.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes an enthusiastic yes.
Rivermore. Rivermore. Rising Winds.
Absolutely.
Taldor.
TD votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Yes, but with stipulations during discussion.
Discussion noted. Winter's Edge.
Very, very yes.
Wetlands.
Wetlands votes yes.
West March.
March votes yes.
And Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes, please.
All right, this item does pass, but there is a request for return to discussion. Didn't mark the last one that, so I should do that too.
What was the overall vote count for the Pally and anti-Pally?
19 in favor,
Thank
2
you.
opposed, 1 abstain. All right, the first item passed with 100%. Just indicate in the chat if you wish to discuss this item. All right, move on to Brigandine. Just indicate yes if you wish to discuss. Rules Organizer, light leather armor. Butted plate. Scout. All right. Celestial Kingdom has requested that we discuss this item. We'll go ahead and start with Celestial Kingdom having the floor.
Thank you. Real short, basically my populace and discussion feel that the 10x charge makes this a kind of meaningless change. We would like to see the charge reduced to somewhere between 3 to 5. And with that change, we'd like to then pass it.
All right, thank you, Celestial Kingdom. Does anybody else have any commentary on this item? All right, we've got Winter's Edge next.
Again, I don't know the proceedings or anything for this bid, but I completely agree with CK. Like, if it's something we can further discuss or something, I'm totally down for knocking it down to like a 5.
Thank you, Winter's Edge. Viridian Outlands. Viridian Outlands.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so I personally would like to see it left at 10, but be okay with like seeing the results of it being at 10 and then just tabling it so that you could just table like changing it to 5 later, so that if we find that it isn't great at 10, then we make it better later.
There was a lot of wind interference and I couldn't hear what he said.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me better?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we would like to see it left at 10 for now and just table the change for 5 to later so that we can kind of see how kingdoms feel about changing it to 10. And then we'd be able to just change it to 5 later on our own free will whenever we want.
All right, next up, I have Polaris.
For clarification, this is about the scout charging ability, right?
That is correct.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was too busy celebrating with my peeps about paladin, anti-paladin. Woo! Anyway, I second Crix's motion to change it to 5. Changing it to 10 doesn't change much. No one actually sits in charges at times 10. Usually classes that have times 10, either through experience or something else, charge them through like Steal Life Essence or Innate, which Scout just doesn't have access to. So a Scout sitting back and charging and getting it a spell off every like almost a minute, well, every 30 seconds or something, and doing nothing else. Yeah, that's not a good dispeller on your team.
All right. We have no further individuals wishing to discuss. Is anybody else have any commentary for this item? Rivermore.
Okay, hopefully I've got my sound sorted out. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay, good. Counter to Denny's point there, I agree that 10 is not likely to see much use, but with a tune, void touch into something else, a scout would be a terrifying combat dispeller. It's definitely got potential at 10. I'd like to see how it plays.
Yeah. Teamwork is always overpowered.
All right. With no other discussing points, what we'll do first is vote again on Scout. I'm setting up a duplicate page really quick here. And then we will make changes based on the outcome of this vote. So if this vote passes, it remains as written. If this vote doesn't pass, then we can discuss what the next steps are. If we want to apply the changes talked about in this discussion, or if we want to table it for later discussion. All right, with that said.
Real quick again, I missed it. I'm sorry. What are we voting on?
We are re-voting on Scout as written.
Sorry, and just to clarify, if we want to be able to change it to 5, we have to vote no.
If this item does not pass as it's currently written, then we can discuss if the proposal should be modified to the 5-second period for it to pass, or if it should be tabled for future discussion.
Correct me if I'm wrong. It did pass before, right?
It did. However, when an item passes, if there's discussion, we have that discussion, and then we vote on the item again.
Okay.
Still as written with no changes.
Okay, that's fine. Just making sure.
The rules representative asked, shouldn't it be a vote to modify it? This essentially is a vote to modify. What the COM is saying is, yes, we want this thing as it's written, or no, we don't want this thing. However, we have a proposal we would like to introduce once it doesn't pass. So, starting off, Burning Lands.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I might not be understanding exactly what's going down. Like, so we have to vote no in order to vote changes in it.
Correct. Right now, we are still voting on the same item. No changes.
Okay.
Sorry, and I'm just going to throw in one more thing in that, right? So if we vote no, and we vote to have these go into the changes, and we vote no on the change, this vote doesn't pass. We have
Correct.
to table it for later. That seems super counterintuitive.
Yeah, is there no way to just vote for a modified?
So here's how we're going to move forward. We're going to vote again on this item as written. If it passes, it passes. If the COM would like to table the item for further discussion with the 5-second count, that is something we can absolutely do. However, after we have discussion on the items, this is just us following the procedure that we established at the beginning of the meeting. Once this item is passed or doesn't pass, then we'll figure out that next step. And again, that's going to be a discussion based on the discretion of the COM as a whole. So, that said, Burning Lands.
Voting to pass. Yes.
You muted. I think you're asking for Blackspire. Blackspire votes yes.
Interesting. I didn't mute, but that happens, I suppose. Crystal Groves.
CG votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
CK votes yes. We'll raise this as a modification in a year.
Desert or Dragonspine. Dragonspine. Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Dragonspine voted yes in the chat. It indicated as such. Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
I am votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter. Neverwinter. Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes yes and wants to revisit the wording of how these proceedings go.
Talbagor.
TD votes yes.
Neverwinter voted yes. It's been acknowledged. Viridian Outlands.
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands.
Wetlands, I'll vote yes, but also motion to table discussion so we don't have to wait a year for changes.
West March.
West March votes yes.
And Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes, please.
All right. This proposal passes as written. However, a couple of representatives have indicated that they would like to discuss the potential change, whether it be tabled, brought back next year, any of the above. So what I want to do really quick is kind of just get a test of the room for the next couple minutes. The first thing I want to indicate is how many of the Circle of Monarchs want to table this discussion for outside of the COM meeting to figure out the 5-second versus 10-second discussion. Indicate yes in the chat, please, if you're in favor.
I just want to clarify, if we vote yes to table it, this 10 charge still comes in and then it could change to a 5 later.
So once we get done with this one, all right, we do have a majority in favor of tabling. So that is one option that we can have on the table. The next one, in addition to that, would the COM like to discuss reducing the time to 5 seconds today?
I would like a quick clarification.
Charge times 5. Charge times 5. I apologize.
I would like a quick clarification from the rules rep organizer.
Yes. What?
The changes that we make to the rule book go into effect as soon as we finish the vote, right?
Well, as soon as this meeting is over, all the proposals that voted yes are going to be put in the rule book. Yes.
Okay, I'm just wondering, like, I have some people probably playing Amp right now. Can they play Paladin and Anti-Paladin in the next game?
We've never really discussed the timing on when rules changes come into effect.
Okay, I'm just gonna tell them yes.
I also told VO that they could start playing Anti-Paladin and Paladin in the past.
All right, we are sitting at 11 yes. If there's one more yes, we'll go ahead and move into the discussion of voting on. Oh, there we go. All right, so next, now what we're going to vote on, rather than tabling is on the table, is this proposal as it is written with charge times 5 instead of charge times 10. So I'm going to go ahead and indicate here. Oh, come on.
Omar, I think just the proposition would be just to amend this proposal to make the change, right?
Yes. And just for clarification of what process we're using to go about all of this, what I sought was a majority of the COM to say, hey, we would like to move forward with this particular option, just so that we're all on the same page now. I do agree with some of the process, like the procedural balance of these items is a little quirky, and would definitely recommend that some of those things get visited as we move on to the future. It's again why we made the document that's a guide to kind of help encompass how complex this meeting can be. With that all said, we're now going to vote on scout changes. Everything is the same as written here, with the exception that now charge 10 is charge 5. So we are amending the original one. So charge 10 is already into effect. Burning Lands.
Burning Lands votes yes.
Blackspire. Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds. Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills abstains.
Golden Plains.
Sorry, Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights. Northreach.
Northreach votes
Northern
yes.
Lights votes yes.
Thank you, Northern Lights. Thank you, Northreach. Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Sorry, I was muted. Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Rousing Winds votes yes.
Tal'Degor.
TD votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands.
Wetlands votes yes.
West March. West March.
March votes yes.
Nine Blades.
Blades votes yes.
All right. This item has 21 in favor, 1 abstain. The item passes. So the scout changes will be applied with charge times 10. Manama did want to take a quick moment to make a statement. Go ahead, Manama. You have the floor.
Just two things. One is the rules rep process this year I thought was kind of disjointed a little bit. We had a lot of people who had good ideas to help out with proposals that maybe could have brought before you, but they couldn't be changed basically in time before the finalized parts got in front of people. Next year, I want to change that process by quite a bit to make it a more collaborative effort where I have all the active rules reps that want to participate in coming up with rules changes to actually collaborate before the proposals are put in front of everyone, basically. Like, hey, we're going to discuss like Bard, and hey, what do you guys want to change about Bard? Anything? Oh, this thing? Okay, let's talk about it. And then come up with a proposal that kind of people sort of agree on at least, and then that can go forward to the full vote where it would require 85% and all that stuff. That way the proposals that they produce have a lot higher quality and have a lot higher chances of coming to you guys. That's the first thing I'm going to tell you guys about. The second thing I'm going to tell you about is I'm possibly going to be moving the rules reps and AMCAR clarifications off of Facebook. That's just to say that they will still be available on Facebook to see as far as the clarifications. There will be a document that people can see. It will be there for everyone to view. But the actual discussions, the clarifications themselves, all that information, I don't think belongs on a social media platform. I'm not 100% sure that I will make the move to Discord itself, but I'm evaluating all the features in Discord and the transparency that I can do to make sure everything is 100% transparent. Make sure you guys please contact me if you have any concerns or problems, especially in our the Monarch chat, to talk with me about it. Because I'm not going to make this move right away, but I think that something like this would be a lot easier for discussions, especially the rules reps. Being able to have Discords, all their channels, and we can have a voice discussion right there with everything in front of us would be so much easier and make the process a lot better, so we can have much higher quality changes if they need to come to you guys. Anyways, thank you guys very much for going through these proposals.
Ormar, it's Ormar, right? Devin, I need a clarification real quick for my notes. So we just changed this to a ×5, right?
Correct.
So now the scout has a ×5 change or dispel.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
And I will update the document so that it reflects that.
So essentially, yeah, the first document passed and then we updated it. All right. Was there discussion required for Sanctuary? Indicate yes in the chat, please, if so. All right. And then finally, Anti-Paladin, Paladin. Was there any discussion for this one?
Can I speak? I know I didn't put up my hand or anything. This is Burning Lands.
Actually, I apologize. Celestial Kingdom did request discussion on this item anyway, so we're going to have a discussion on it. So we've also got, we'll start off with the CK, and then VO, and then Burning Lands. That's the order that I've got now. So I'll go ahead and close this. And Celestial Kingdom, you're on the floor.
So we just wanted to discuss what we had mentioned earlier about the sashes and getting those more in line. Really, I think that is something we can table and discuss later. I don't want to change anything as it stands today or get into those weeds.
All right. Viridian Outlands.
Yeah, same thing. I want to discuss sashes. I just want to throw it out there, but it can be tabled again. I'd rather see there be sashes for the classes, whether we get rid of the silver sash for monsters, because they already require pretty good monster garb anyways. They're pretty obvious. And whether we get rid of the gold sash for reeves, because they can have a reeve stick, or you can give them a black and white or some sort of striped tunic or sash or whatever, and use those two sashes for Paladin and Anti-Paladin. I think there's too much possibility for confusion on who is playing a Paladin and Anti-Paladin, with both the Phoenix and the Dragon, and no like specific location for where it needs to be or size. I just think the symbol is kind of poor, but that can also be tabled for later.
All right, really quick. Viridian Outlands, unfortunately, a lot of what you said was understood, but there's a lot of background noise and sound going on with that. We do request that you just step away from whatever activities are going on around you, so that way we can hear the points that you're making and give them appropriate consideration. Thank you. Next up, Burning Lands.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, I would like to make an appeal for the V9 committee to please make the classes at least viable. As they are right now, they're very weak. I would also want to reiterate that the use of sashes, the dragon thing is awful. But we also I do think that we need to at least have one appeal to tradition, since we don't have any others, that we at least leave the knights with our birds. Just leave the birds and don't make the knights wear sashes. I haven't worn one ever. So anyway, thank you.
Winter's Edge.
I apologize. I'm just an echo chamber. Everybody else, I probably should put my hand down. I just think we need to talk about sashes and locations and stuff.
Polaris.
I'd like people to consider in terms of sashes. They're an awesome idea. I'd be 100% in favor of the sashes, but and we aren't really running out of colors. We have plenty we could use, but the problem is it would require systematic changes of all the sashes. Like the eye can differentiate pretty easily between like light red or pink and dark red, tan and brown, bright green and dark green. But like I think the white sash would make more sense on Paladin than Barbarian, and then you could change Paladin to a tan sash and Druid could use a brown sash, and just this is an example. That's just something, but that's something for the V9 committee to consider. I don't think we want to fix it here and now, but if we want a solution for here and now, I would like the COM to consider to cross a silver sash with a white sash for Paladin and a silver sash with a black sash for AP. So 2 cross sashes. Unlike a dual sash, you don't have to sew it or make it. It's something that you can easily like just buy 2 colors of fabric and throw on.
West March.
Yeah, I guess my question was, until we get the sash thing straightened out, if somebody, say tomorrow or next week, wants to play Paladin, Anti-Paladin, how do they designate that they're doing that?
As passed, it's going to be still the white and black dragon, unless you guys make an amendment to this right now to make possibly change something about it. So right now it's the white and black openly displayed dragon, similar to the way it's worded with Phoenix. And if you're a knight, you can still wear the white and black Phoenix instead.
Taldegor?
I definitely agree. Like this, majority of this discussion needs tabled for another time. However, going off what Denny said with the multiple colors of sashes, something that has been brought up recently is the fact that people that are colorblind have a hard time already differentiating those sashes. And so if you start getting involved in different shades, that's just going to accentuate that problem.
Wetland?
Yeah, I was going to be. I was going to echo the conversation as far as the types of color sashes. I am one of those people that are colorblind severely, and that kind of stuff throws me off. So I have to, yell, say, hey, tell me what you're doing, tell me who you are, tell me what you are, just to play on some people. But I think we need to look at the devices themselves to revamp it and how we do things. Belt colors is one of them. So.
All right, and Viridian Outlands.
All right, can you hear me better this time?
You're very quiet, but it is very clear.
Okay, sorry. So I'm just gonna reiterate what I said about sashes. I think that we could get rid of the silver sash requirement for monsters because they already are required to wear a sufficient amount of monster garb to be a monster. And Reeves, we could get rid of the gold sash for Reeves, and they're already required, or they can have the Reeves stick, or they can have the striped tunic or whatever, right? So it's very, very simple. We have two sashes that could be very quickly voted on to be changed for those classes. We have options that make Reeve and Monster already very visible on the field.
Thank you. Next up, we have Golden Plains.
I really should have taken my hand down. Sorry, I forgot. I was taking notes. It was really just kind of along the same lines of the colorblind thing. We have quite a few people in my kingdom who are colorblind and can't see like varying shades or even certain shades. We had actually talked about suggesting making people denote on their sash as well what they are. So like you could get a Sharpie and write Druid on there, or Paladin or anti-Paladin along with the colors. So that a way the people who are colorblind can actually see what you are.
All right. Desert, correction, Rivermore.
I agree in principle that the majority of this is probably a better conversation for another time in a longer format. Just wanted to point out that if I see someone on the field with crossed sashes and they're using a shield, I probably only see one of their sashes. So I'm probably going to assume they're that class, not Paladin, anti-Paladin. Cross sashes seem like a shaky idea.
Desert Winds.
I would like to bring up that we used to have a Raider sash that was checkered black and white. Maybe integrating that.
All right, just a quick point. A lot of this discussion is regarding around the overall Circle of Monarchs desire to sort of discuss a separate issue entirely, and that is of sashes for the organization as a whole. So we talked about a little bit of the concerns with the Paladin, anti-Paladin sashes, but a lot of them have extended to all of the sashes for all of the classes, talking about older sashes, color combinations, everything like that. That all said, that would be a separate topic. So what I would recommend is that we vote on an item after this that tasks V9 / the RRO team into looking into a solution for reorganizing class sashes. And next up, we've got V9 committee would like to speak, and we've got a second for it. Tyler Salvador, go ahead.
Hello, can everybody hear me? Perfect. So in regards to the sashes for Paladin and Anti-Paladin, we are approaching that time where we're really going to start play testing and doing a lot of research for V9 that right now is scheduled to be voted on officially in 2024. So it might be worthwhile to consider just putting through this Paladin Anti-Paladin change as is, and then V9 can look about how we want to reorganize sashes or what's the best way to accommodate the greater population and make that change as part of the V9 flip, rather than trying to fiddle with stuff now and possibly have V9 then flip it again when the change happens. So that's all I wanted to say.
All right, thank you. Next up, we have the Verdian Outlands.
Yeah, so just one last thing that I was curious about. This change that we voted on, it just it votes, or it's open to everyone right now, or are we still voting on like you have to be level 6 or you have to have a certain restriction or anything like that? Or
Mana, would you like to provide clarification?
I'm sorry, my dogs are barking. It'll have to be repeated.
The question
Okay.
is, what was the proposal specifically for with Paladin Anti-Paladin? We haven't made any adjustments to it, so it's in its base form.
Oh, okay. Here. So in its base form, the name stays the same. The requirement is have at least one class at 6th level. And for the garb, it's openly display a white or black dragon and medieval sword and sorcery looking garb. And knights may wear a white belt and openly displayed white and black phoenix instead.
okay, perfect. That's what I thought. Thanks.
Yep. Omar, you were muted. I saw you talking.
Northreach, I apologize.
No problem. I just wanted to go back, and I know we briefly touched on it. What was the clarification on using the white and black dragon as part of their heraldry? So it's going to get a little confusing. I have a knight up here that has a black dragon. So if he's wearing a black dragon as part of his heraldry, but displaying his white phoenix, that's going to get all sorts of confusion.
That's actually a good point. I know people who have black phoenixes in their garb, though, and play paladin with a white phoenix on their sash. So it is something that I think that does need to be revisited. But that's definitely going to be a more complicated answer, kind of going back into sashes and the things that we were just talking about. So that I would highly recommend that we push the role representatives to come up with proposals to make changes to this to make it more clear if battlefield confusion is a concern.
All right. I have one more commentary from Polaris.
I just wanted to echo that the of all the sash ideas that were presented, I think the best one was to take the gold sash away from Reeves, the silver one away from monsters. I think that's the best one for this edition of the rule book. V9 can look at completely revamping the sash system later on. And yeah, and the other thing is that the idea of just putting the class name on the sashes, that's a really good idea too. I'm surprised we didn't think of that earlier. I think that should maybe be required. It's actually a good way to introduce the game to newbies. If you have the words like paladin or druid in big block letters, people know what you are and kind of what to expect from you.
All right. So at this time, we have now completed discussion for the Paladin Anti-Paladin changes. So we're going to have a second vote for this item. Voting yes maintains the change that we've already adopted. And then if we want, we can discuss tabling the topic for future or tasking V9 with looking into it, which they already are, so I really wouldn't have to do anything like that. Or tasking YRO with coming up with a solution. So with that said, I'll go ahead and share my screen and we'll get started on voting the current proposal as written, no changes. All right. Burning Lands.
I'm sorry, Vormar, what are we voting on?
We are voting on the paladin anti-paladin changes with no changes to the proposal again.
Okay, yeah, my vote is still no.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves. Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Wind votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights. Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldegor.
TD votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands.
Wetlands votes yes.
West March.
West March votes yes.
Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes.
All right. 21 in favor, 1 opposed. This item passes. Now there have been a bit of conversation about the sashes conversation. So I'd like to first ask, would this particular topic... So there are 3 options as far as I can tell. Is tabling the conversation of looking at sashes entirely for the COM to discuss outside of the meeting. The second option would be to task the RRO with looking into an option, or the third option would just be to press on. So we'll go ahead and start with what I think might be the more preferable option, and that is tasking the RRO with coming up with a solution in the near future, and for the COM to be able to discuss it outside of the COM meeting. Indicate in the chat yes if you're in favor of that. All right, we do have a majority on that. So what we're going to do is give me just a brief moment to clarify the wording for it. Manima, you pretty much understand what the COM is going to vote on requesting of you, correct?
Correct.
Okay, cool. All right. I'm going to make a duplicate of this one really quick. But we're going to call it RRO SASH evaluation. And I'll put in a note here. All right. Does everybody understand what this proposal is for? Or are there any questions regarding it? All
We
right.
are voting to pass this the sashes over to the RO, yes?
Correct. And to be able to vote on, discuss and vote on outside of the COM meeting. So like if they have a solution for you in a month, the COM can talk about it and push it through in a month. All right. Burning Lands.
BL votes yes.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
CG votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Uh, Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Yes.
Iron Mountains.
Yes.
Northern Lights.
Yes.
North Reach.
Yes.
Neverwinter.
Yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Yes.
Taldagor.
Yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Yes.
Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
Yes.
West March.
Yes.
And Nine Blades.
Yes.
I do want to acknowledge really quick Black Spire's indication there. What we can do is just, whenever we call you, just indicate what your vote is for that item in the chat. We don't have to have it verbal. We'll indicate that verbally ourselves. Is that amiable? Cool. All right. So 22 in favor, 0 opposed. This item passes. Manama, your job is to talk to people about figuring out a solution for our concern with stashes as we move forward into the future. It already sounds like V9's kind of looking into it as well, so I know you're on the V9 team. Maybe work together to come up with a solution that they're kind of looking at too. I don't know. Either way, there you go.
No, understood. I actually, the V9 team did help me with the Paladin to Paladin a little bit as far as the questions in the survey. So, yeah, I'll work with the team, and I'll work with the rules reps as well to make sure they're on board with everything.
Excellent. Sounds great. All right, folks. So we are now at 4:05. Next on the agenda is a report from the V9 team. But before we jump into that report, what I would like to do is offer everybody 5 minutes to go stretch, relax a little bit, get the sweat out of their fingers. We've been moving along pretty quickly. We've gotten a bunch of items knocked out. We still have quite a bit of content still to go through. And this report is a little longer based on what I understand from that. So we'll go ahead and start back at 4:10.
I'm going to go ahead and try to share my screen here just to make sure that's all working. Do I have permission to share?
Chewy, if you could get him all set up.
Who am I getting set up?
Co-host for Wonju or the V9 committee rep.
Wonju is a co-host.
There you go. You should be able to share now. Well, probably, let me see, is it having us just one at a time right now?
Yep.
No, that's fair. So as soon as we get back from break, Wonju, we'll get you to where you can share your stuff.
Okay.
Sorry, buddy.
Hey, question, whoever's on here.
Answer.
Okay. Is what we just voted on the rules changes, will that be in V9?
No, that'll be in effect now.
Oh, okay. What I mean is it going to be included in V9?
Yes, it should.
Okay. Will there be a separate thing sent out in a new edition of the V8 to include these?
So actually, let me go ahead and rephrase that. So yes, the answer to your question is that the rules that we passed today will be implemented in V8.
Okay.
V9 will have their own set of rules. Now, I don't see why they wouldn't incorporate some of these, but they might make changes, and that'll be
Okay.
on the new vote for the new rule book.
Okay, cool.
And to answer your question about the rule book, we will be. I have some. We had lost the person that was doing the rule book before. We had made some of the changes to the rule book from last year's, Circle of Monarchs meeting, but not everything was incorporated in time. I have someone new now. I'm also putting clarifications, the 30-day clarifications that I had the Monarchs look at last year, also going in the rule book. We should look for that this fall. There'll be a new version of the rules posted for.
So wait a minute, you said you lost the last person?
Last person just said they didn't want to do it anymore.
Oh, okay. I just want to know if you found him. But
That's all right.
Yeah. So, but we have someone now, so it should be fine. It's
Awesome.
actually so.
Okay, so it'll be a new version of version 8 being sent out then.
Yeah, and like I said, look for it sometime this fall. We'll try to get it out as soon as we can, but we also want to make sure that it has all these changes correct. There's a lot of sections of the rulebook that have to be updated, especially for changes from last year. Changes from last year, there were like sections of the rulebook that weren't even mentioned in the proposals that I realized that we had to update, like states and things like that. So we got to make sure and go through all those things to make sure that they're updated correctly.
All right, thank you. Somebody had asked me just now.
Yep, all good. I did post like everywhere the changes that were just approved, so everyone should be able to find at least the document now. It's a PDF. They should be able to see it, and they'll be able to know what the changes are that they can play right now.
Awesome. Thank you.
How you doing, Chewy? You hanging in there?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. My eyes are kind of crossing, but I'm doing all right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate all the work you've been doing to keep up on this thing. You've done well today.
It's all Devin, man. He's doing awesome.
No, I saw your name in there typing. Don't playing.
Yeah. Let's give credit where credit's due.
Yeah, let's not sit there and let's see. She does that. She's being
Imposter syndrome. I know.
Shut, both of you.
Look,
Now the
dude,
real, but now, hold on. Have we got our juice boxes yet? Like I'm still
no,
waiting.
you're right. I'm still waiting.
It's back ordered by Capri Sun. I've already been speaking with them during this meeting.
Those dirty rats.
They believe
Capri Sun is in the
it.
spit. Oh man, those
I got
guys.
juice
Those
boxes,
guys.
just saying.
Look,
Not
I'm
even
about-
kidding.
All we need is vodka. Okay,
Here
we're over.
you are.
Hang on, check this out.
Don't let the Kraken get you. Yeah. Hey, the timer's stuck on
Juice
1 second.
boxes.
Oh, that's
Man,
Kraken get you.
I want to be in Viridian Outlands right now. That sounds fun over there. Like,
They are having a party and a half, aren't they?
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Actually, you guys want to see something really cool?
We're all playing
Yes.
Paladin now.
Hey, me too. I'll play a paladin. Oh
You
wait.
want to hold this banner?
Oh, that's awesome.
Wow. Heck yeah.
I'm gonna play Angelic Hero forever now.
I
That's
have
one
for
of our
years.
banners.
That's
And
cool.
then this is our other banner here for our park. I got it. Don't worry.
I dig it, man. I can't wait till one of these days I can come visit you guys. Oh. Boromir
Come
has
up
the
to
hood
Circles
on.
of Fate,
It's over now.
September long weekend.
Oh, that's so cool.
That
That is
is
so cool.
really
Let's make a trip.
cool.
All right. I'll mute myself again.
I mean, I fly free. I don't mind.
Viridian Outlands is in Canada, right?
Half of Canada.
Washington.
Western Winds is Canada.
Time to go steal a baby moose and raise it for a battle steed.
We allow it.
You must come up here. Come up here and visit us.
Next up, we've got Wonju, who will be presenting on behalf of the V9 committee. So I'd like for everybody to go ahead and give Wonju your full attention. Wonju, you have the floor. You're actually still muted, Wonju.
Unmute.
There we go.
There we go. Hello, hello. Can everyone see and hear me and see the bunnies on the screen right now?
Heck yeah.
Those bunnies
right.
are precious.
We see the bunnies. So if you haven't had a chance to yet, please, everybody, stretch, have a drink. I know we had 5 minutes, but I'm sure most of us took some bathroom breaks there. We are good to go. All right, let's get into this. Hello, everybody. My name is Wunjo, and I'm here to deliver the AmpGuard V9 Committee's annual report. This is very special for you guys because we have no attached proposals. This is purely an information dump of a lot of the stuff we've learned over the course of the past year as tasked by you guys last year. So please grab some popcorn, sit back, have a drink, and enjoy the presentation. Here we go. Yep, would you like to say something?
I was just going to ask if you were going to be sharing your report online so I didn't have to take notes and could just
This whole slideshow should be available online. However, it was set up to be presented, so some slides don't necessarily have all the details that make them make sense. Does that?
Understood. Thank you.
Yep. I know Vormar has the actual link itself if you wanted to post it somewhere for people to follow along. Beautiful.
Yeah, give me just a moment, but I will do just that.
All right. While we're doing that, let's talk a bit about the report outline that we're going to go through. We're going to start with a brief team overview of who the V9 team is, just in case you weren't aware. We're going to take a few moments to talk about what we've done so far, a summary of the 2020-2021 projects. We're going to spend most of our time talking about where we're at right now, our observations and insights about the state of AmpGuard V8. And then finally, we're going to end by looking at where we are going. And this zoom bar at the top of my screen is actually in the way. Does anyone know how to move it? Like to send to my second screen or something? Hide floating meeting controls. Perfect. There we go. Okay. So this is our outline for today. Let's move into me clicking in the screen who we are. So the AmpGuard V9 committee has expanded a lot since we started. The core V9 team as it exists right now includes myself, Wunjo, Tyler Salvador. I'm the V9 committee lead and currently acting as the director of V9 development. In addition to myself, I am backed by these 4 glorious individuals. We have Manama, who you just talked to, who is the current V8 rules rep organizer and also a member of our team. We have Cord, who is a previous member of the V8 committee, who is now also sitting on the V9 team to help bridge the link between those 2 additions. And then we have 2 very well-versed and well-known rules reps. We have Gorvan and Heron. Now, the 5 of us hail from the Nine Blades, Rising Winds, Iron Mountains, Golden Vale, and Northern Lights, respectively. But it's not really just us representing V9. While we are the core committee, we are also backed by an extended team that we have built up over the past year. That includes 22 Kingdom appointed rules reps, over 118 active volunteer focus group members, and positive working relationships with the other AI teams and committees, such as the awards team, the website team, diversity inclusion team, as well as all the logistics teams to help us make sure we're getting our message out as quickly as possible. And that leads us here to what we've done over the past year. We're going to go over this quickly because we don't want to waste your time too much. But as you know, the focus of the last year has been these 9 SurveyMonkey surveys. Each of these surveys included comprehensive questions about 1 or 2 topics in the rules of play. We have gone through great lengths to make sure we had accessible distribution via the rules reps, as well as multiple platforms such as Facebook, Discord, Reddit, email, and different methods. So players who were maybe not comfortable taking these surveys in their written form could connect with us and have a proctored test, or even just us hanging around while they take the test to answer questions about the clarity of what we're asking. Across all 9 surveys, we've had an average of 551 responses, with survey number 1 clocking in at a whopping 1,221 responses. This 551 average equals 13.7% of AmpGuard's pre-COVID population and 17.3% of our current population. For comparison, most large-scale population surveys are generally aiming to hit 10% of the population as their sample size. So we have cleared that in either case, however you want to compare it. Last note on the surveys is we are aware of a voluntary response bias. That means we didn't randomly select individuals to take our surveys. Instead, we put out the links and said, do it. But one thing that we tried to do, and you've seen these hopefully posted a couple times every month, is the survey engagement charts, where we reached out to every kingdom and said, hey, this is how your kingdom is doing engagement-wise. We encouraged monarchs and rules reps to offer incentives to get their kingdom to participate so their voices were heard across all the different surveys. Now, I don't want to waste too much time dissecting this because it has been posted multiple times before. But the important thing to know is all the kingdoms that are listed in blue there at the top met our target engagement, which was 15% of that kingdom's total population. Anyone sitting in the yellow got close, and anyone in the red was just a little further behind. The takeaway that I want all the kingdoms and the monarchs and representatives to get from this is not, oh, well, the yellow and the red ones are behind or misrepresented. It's that this is your chance to be more represented in phase 2 and phase 3 and what we're going into as we build V9. Maybe your kingdom wasn't quite active during the pandemic, so we want to see a renewed effort to connect with us as we move on and as we get back on field. So if you have any questions about that, please reach out to me after this presentation. In addition to the 9 SurveyMonkey surveys, we've put together 12 think tank focus groups. These focus groups were basically idea soups, where we gathered players of different thoughts and mindsets to help us and stimulate us on the core team to make sure we are not tunnel visioning ourselves and that we are considering all angles. For these focus groups, players could apply to join at the end of the relevant surveys. So for example, the armor focus group recruited people who applied at the end of the armor survey. We sent out at least 2 invitations per topic per kingdom, and we prioritized expertise and diversity in opinions, as well as mental and physical ability when we were selecting these individuals. It has been a demanding but very fruitful endeavor, and even though we're still tweaking some of the knobs and levers to make sure everyone is able to participate fully, we have reaped many great rewards already, and we expect it to continue to do so as we move on. Lastly, we have made sure to establish many ways to connect and stay informed with the V9 team, especially as a member of the general populace. We have set up information dumps on ampguard.com, Facebook, Discord, Reddit, Zulip, just via emailing us directly, as well as our connection points through the rules reps and the diversity and inclusion team. These are all ways that your average Joe can engage with us. And by casting that wide net, we are hoping that we become not the shadow council that is writing the rules of V9, but an actual group of people that the populace can reach out to and chat with us. And that is furthered by the other 2 points on this list. The V9 team has been making video appearances on podcasts and at major events so that people can see us, see our faces, see that we're people who can laugh and talk and kind of humanize the whole process so that they feel more comfortable and confident with us. In addition to that, when we can't be on video, we've reached out for dozens of public AMAs over both text and voice. Your kingdom probably has done one of these or more, either at an event or just in a Facebook thread where your populace could ask questions, and we will answer them with as much information as we have at that time. And lastly, if you haven't seen it, you should check this out. We put together one very, very interesting April Fool's video that fooled quite a few people, and it was very well received. And overall, everything that we've done here is for this, to increase the AmpGuard population's confidence in us that we can do the job. So this little chart here, at the end of each survey, we asked our respondents to rate their population, rate their confidence in us. And if you look at ignore the line for a moment, the blue on the top is respondents who gave us a positive rating of some value. The red is negative confidence, and the gray in the middle is people who said they were undecided. As you can see, as time went on, positive confidence went up. In addition to that, the cyan line there is the indication of their actual confidence level. Not only do we say, hey, are you confident or not confident? We said, give us a score, give us a straight score from 0 to 100. And this is the average response that we got over time. You see, it started at 60%, still very confident, and it has only grown from there and is now stabilized at about 70%. So 70% average confidence rating, 70% of respondents just have confidence in general. To me, that's a big win. And as we move forward, as I continue putting on these reports for everyone, I hope that that can only grow. And I'm happy with it. So I hope you, seeing this now 1 year on, are happy with the results that we have put forward. And if you're not, hopefully this next section changes that, because we're into the big meat and potatoes part of this presentation. We're now going to look at where we're at, the observations and insights that we have taken from this year of surveys about AmpGuard V8. Now, brief outline, we're going to look mostly at the major issues and satisfaction points with the current edition of play. Specifically, we're going to look over how much change is wanted, armor, monsters, roleplay and questing, support and guidance, clarity, and then inclusion and accessibility. Now, I understand we are on a time limit and I could talk for days about all this, so I'm going to try to be brief. If I'm going too fast, I apologize. You can always connect with us later and we can re-explain stuff. But if I did go into detail, we would be here all night. So with that as well, please hold all questions until the end of the presentation. Thank you. So first thing we're going to talk about, and this is one of the biggest questions we get from everyone about V9, is how much is V9 going to change from what we have now, what we know now with V8? And to get a grasp of what the population wanted, or more specifically what they'd be comfortable with, we asked them to tell us how much change you would like to see. And in survey 1, our very first survey, we presented them with the two options on the left. Do you want to see major changes where it's basically a new edition, out with the old, in with the new? Or would you like us to examine and upgrade V8? Now, the responses we got from that were, we felt that they could break down a little more. So I know there's no chart on the screen in the middle right now, but I'm going to talk about the 4 options on the right, because that's how we ended up breaking it down 1 year later in survey 9. So you can see we broke it down into still major changes. We added moderate, mild, and minor. And these was worded a little bit differently in the survey itself. I've condensed it here to help your understanding now as you're watching this report. So a minor change is basically no change. It is just little clarity and fixes to tweak the system in very, very small ways. A mild change would be where we expand on the existing, where we take a class and we maybe add a couple new things, but we stay within the general realm of what people are used to. It's an expansion. The moderate changes is where we start thinking outside of the box. That's where we're going to start plugging on new arms and googly eyes and introducing whole new mechanics and systems. And then major changes, once again, is out with the old. That's your, hey, what's there is not working, we want to replace it. And now I'm going to show you the charts. These are the results we got. So on the left, you can see survey number 1, and on the right, you see survey number 9, almost a year later. And thankfully, we can see that the 2 red sections are very similar 1 year later, which kind of reinforces that our population samples are still very similar. And then the green section, the examine and upgrade, breaks down into what you see here on the right. Notably, we can take away from this that overall, in the grand scheme of V9, populations are generally more leaning towards moderate or mild changes. There's a big chunk that wants major, and there's a small chunk that wants it to kind of stay the way it is. So if I were to tell you right now, how much change are you going to expect in V9? I'd say moderate change. And what that exactly is going to mean is going to be the result of our research and our continued development going forward. But in order to give you a little glimpse of specifically what is likely going to change, we asked players to rate a series of topics on how much you think those specific topics could change. And I know it's very small on your screen right now. Don't worry, we're going to blow it up in a second. But this chart here is organized from left to right in the preference for minor changes. So you can see that blue bar starts high at the left and then goes down as we go to the right. And what I really want you to focus on is the leftmost columns and the rightmost columns here. So on these left 4 columns here, these are areas where our respondents were generally more satisfied with the rules as is. Things in these columns are likely to stay similar to what they are now. Most of these almost have 50% of the respondents saying that they would prefer that we just do clarity fixes. Any changes will likely be either quality of life or targeted changes, like replacing a stereo in a car. You're not junking your car, you're not doing any major things, you're just like, this thing has been a problem, I'm gonna fix that. And from left to right, those topics are the core combat rules, sitting at almost 70% of people saying, hey, they're cool with it as is. Melee weapon construction, arrow construction, and projectile construction. And I know most of you hearing those categories can think of 1 or 2 targeted changes that they need, but overall, I'm sure you can agree, they're generally in a good spot from an overall mechanic perspective. Now, on the flip side, and the focus of the rest of this discussion, we're looking at these final 5 on the right. And these are topics where the respondents were generally less satisfied. These areas are where we are more likely to see changes, and I can confirm that this sentiment tracks with the other data that was gathered in the topic-specific surveys. The topics here will be the focus of our field research and testing as we move through 2021 and 2022 to see what we need to do to get these numbers basically back up to where people are happy with them. So from left to right, these categories are armored combat, class customization, armor construction, the monster class, and questing and roleplay. So there you can see the whole chart there if you want to take a snippet. But in addition to all of this, we've noted one more thing. There are 3 major game-wide issues that kind of draw a line through all the different topics. They're consistently brought up in our open responses and in our just regular questions as problems that players want to see addressed. And those 3 major game-wide issues are safety, clarity or ease of understanding, and inclusion or accessibility. And we're going to touch on all 3 of these as we move through the presentation, but I just wanted to highlight the bigger picture right now. Okay, so let's take a closer look. We're going to start with armor, specifically combat and construction of armor. At the top of the screen right now, you will see those 2 bars for armor and armor construction pulled out of our how much change do you want. And when we look at this chart, we can see that the majority agrees that there should be change, but everyone is really split on how much change. The armored combat bars are almost completely quartered into sections of 25%, and armor construction is still very close as well, with a little bit extra on the major change side of things. So what did we do? We went into our data, we went to our armor surveys, and these are the issues we were able to identify from those results. So the issues with armored combat we have noted are issues with hit tracking, specifically in swirling melees. When a player is in combat with even just 1 player, but usually with multiple players, arrows, projectiles, people from behind, different types of attacks, armor breaking, ancestral armor, all sorts of things. When you're wearing armor and lots of stuff is happening to you at once, it becomes very hard to track your armor values. In addition to that, issues with magic armor, just as a whole, are consistently being brought up. And finally, the counterplay systems, including armor breaking, ancestral armor, and mending, especially as it applies to both magic armor, ancestral armor, or the 2 of them combined, which is a major issue that people constantly tell us about, even in questions that have nothing to do with those topics. On the other side, when we look at armor construction, the issues we've identified are the allowable materials and styles of armor that can be used to create AmpGuard legal armor that awards points. In addition to that, we have 3 different types of accessibility: the physical ability to wear the different types of armor that are required in AmpGuard, the financial ability to buy armor that is actually worth something to let them play their class, and on the flip side of that same coin is the skill-based requirement, or the ability to craft armor. And those 2 kind of go hand in hand, because right now you need either one or the other, and if you don't have either, it makes the accessibility of AmpGuard very difficult. And all of that is underlined by inconsistent rating across parks and kingdoms. Numerous respondents wrote to us and highlighted the fact that they can go out of their way to follow the rules to make armor with the specific materials, the specific styles that it feels comfortable for them to wear, that they can afford, or that they have the time to build. And then when they go to one field, it's worth 3 points, and then another field it's worth 2 points, and another field it's worth 4 points. And it makes it very hard when you're planning all this out, when you're putting your hard-earned money or time or skill into this, to then have it be subject to whoever's judging its emotions at the time. So those are really the issues with armor and armored combat and construction that we have identified here. But I want to focus on this quote for a second. This is a quote by Socrates, I think, maybe. I grabbed it from the internet. The secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. And what that really means to us is we want to design for those who are with us now and those who have yet to dive in. A big concern from a lot of armor wearers when we talk about changes to armor is they don't want their current investment, how much money they've put in, how much time they put in, their identity to be changed because we shift the rules and leave them outside what is considered meta or, you know, viable in the game. But at the same time, we also want to consider the new players who haven't come in yet, who haven't spent money, who haven't learned a crap yet, to make sure they can get into the game. And if they pick a class that has armor, that they can get those armor points going as fast and as easy as possible. So we're really trying to harmonize the enjoyment of these two groups and kind of bring them closer together. And as the V9 team, we understand that this type of game is always going to be an iteration of itself. And if we can't get the perfect solution right now, we're going to get some of the way there. We're going to plant those seeds, and maybe in a decade from now, V10 can harvest those plants and make something good out of it. And you're going to see me come back to this over and over through the course of this discussion. So let's move on to the monster class. Monster is very similar to armor in a lot of ways. First off, we have the chart here. How much change do we want to see with monster? Well, all right, everyone's split again. Now, notably, we have much more opinion on the major change side of things, but it's still pretty balanced across all levels. So we dove into the data, and here's something we found that is interesting. We asked, how often does your park allow monster to be played as a regular player class? And by regular player class, I don't mean you're an NPC. I mean, you show up, they're like, hey, what class are you playing in the battle game today? And the dude goes monster, and you're like, cool, and they're allowed to do it. So this chart here shows us that just over 50% of AmpGuard is allowed, or 50% of respondents, sorry, say that they are often or always allowed to play monster as a regular player class. About a quarter of them said that it's somewhat often, right? Somewhere in the vicinity of a coin flip. And then another quarter say that monster is basically a special treat, not often, rarely, or never. And that's very interesting because it shows us that the whole ecosystem of monster is very much split. Here's some data about the monster class that we pulled out just to support this. 13% of respondents identified themselves as a monster main. And by main, I mean that's the class they choose to identify with. It is their fantasy avatar in our game. It is the class that they play and love most often. So 13%. To put that into more perspective, 12% of respondents identify as an archer main. So monster is more popular by 1 percentage point than one of the standard classes. Of that 13% of monster mains, 30% of them don't play at parks that regularly allow them to play their class. So that means someone has went, monster is what I like, monster is who I am, I'm going to show up to field, and I have to ask to see if maybe today I'm allowed to play that class. And that's really the core of the issues we've identified with monster. So as you can see right there at the top of my list, there's inconsistent of levels of acceptance for the monster class in this game. And that's all the accumulation of these following points, which is the lack of proper development or balancing which is a lot of the reasons why people say, no, we don't want to deal with monsters. Confusion between unofficial and official documents, such as homebrew battle tomes, all the AmpGuard X stuff, someone just writing up something that looks professional on a piece of paper. We have confusion regarding non-rulebook abilities and effects, stuff like, you know, many-legged or thick skin, lair, altered effects. All these extra abilities make it so that game runners are very hesitant to let a monster in, especially if you have newer players, because you're putting that extra knowledge burden onto the rest of your players in order to allow that monster. And that stems from the very little official support for the inclusion of monsters in the rulebook. The actual rulebook right now has one paragraph talking about monster, and it basically says, yeah, it exists, get permission, there's another book for it, and that's it. There's no support for how to properly do that in an official context, so everyone just kind of does their own thing with it. And this division between acceptance and not acceptance has really created two different worlds, the PC side and the NPC side. The NPC side has got it nice, because they're the ones who are showing up for scenarios and quests and specific areas where they're like, hey, we need a Minotaur. Who wants to play a Minotaur? And someone will be like, oh yeah, I want to be a Minotaur. And they get to play it. So they're opting in when the slots are there. PC side, on the other hand, is them trying to express themselves. And it's a lot harder to get to that angle and to do it in that avenue, despite, like we can see on this chart, a little more than 50% of respondents saying that's the way it is at their park. So just like armor, we have to acknowledge that monster players are people too, and we need to design for those who are with us now and those who have yet to dive in. These monster players, they exist. They're here in this game. They have devoted money to their garb, to their maybe their face paint, their characters, their whole personas, and it would be unjust of us to adjust the rules to push them farther into the darkness. So we cannot make any solutions right now because we are still doing a lot of research, but what we know for sure is that monsters deserve to be supported by this rule set. And that's pretty much the extent of what we're talking about for a lot of the other topics in here. By supporting monster, we not only make sure monster players can continue to do what they want to do and be happy, but new players who are coming in now can more smoothly coexist with the monster environment. They can pick up monster and they don't have to feel like they're picking the wrong class just because they picked monster and okay, every other day you get to play it. And this links to roleplay and questing as well. Let's look at the chart here for roleplay and questing at the top. This should be fairly similar to you by now. We have a pretty even split. You can see that the minor change side, the blue section, is actually the lowest of all the responses. So this is the one where people feel need to change the most. But we have this big chunk at 32% in the mild change section. So what does this mean? Well, okay, we looked at the data. We asked, are you likely to participate in roleplay activities? And 73% of respondents said they were either likely or very likely to participate in roleplay activities. The dark blue there is very likely, by the way. Then we asked, okay, do you enjoy roleplay in AmpGuard? And 80% of players said that they enjoyed roleplay in AmpGuard. That blue is people saying they love it. Over 50% say they love it. And then the lighter blue is just saying, hey, yeah, we like it. So we got 73% of respondents saying that they're likely to participate, 80% saying that they enjoy it. So what's the problem? Well, we found this. We asked, is roleplay well supported? And only 27% of respondents thought that roleplay was well or very well supported in AmpGuard. And that's the big thing. This is the biggest part of the issues with roleplay and the following topics. The lack of support means that players are making up their own rules to roleplay in AmpGuard. Everyone is taking their own custom systems and just using AmpGuard's combat mechanics to support their own custom roleplay systems. This leads to inconsistent rules and quality between parks and organizers. You can't just go from one park to another, especially one kingdom to another, and expect roleplay to work the same way. Now, don't get me wrong, this can produce great results with the right people at the helm, but can also completely stagnate when those individuals are not present or available. In fact, 7% of respondents said that their home park does not run roleplay activities at all. So the big takeaway from this is respondents want more support, guidance, and tools for organizers, PCs, and NPCs to actually run the roleplay in an official capacity, something that feels consistent across the game. And this is not just a roleplay issue either. Let's look at this chart here. We asked, which of these activities do you regularly participate in? 85% of our respondents said that they regularly participate in class battles. 73% for roleplay, 60% ditch, 57% one-on-one fighting, 53% say militia. And then on the right half, we have all the creators and the organizers and the game runners. 39% say they run pre-made games, something where they just take the game out of the book and run it exactly as it's presented. 34% say they run roleplay. 25% say they run custom games that are tailored or tweaked or adjusted for the environment, and 25% Reeve. That is a quarter of the population there that runs those games in a custom way or Reeves. And everyone on the right side of that line is responsible for the enjoyment and the fun of the people on the left side. So just like roleplay, the current game rules lean heavily on our small base of volunteer organizers and Reeves to coordinate the execution of the game and actually make it fair and fun, just like a deck of cards, right? You get the deck of cards, the cards can do a bunch of things, but if you don't know anyone who knows a game to play with the cards, it's just a pile of cards. When an activity fails, the fault is often placed on these organizers and Reeves, yet there is very little official support to help these essential volunteers succeed. How many times have you heard an irate player complain about unbalanced teams or poorly designed quests and activities? Supporting information and guidance for these organizers and Reeves was the most backed request across all our surveys. All right, 58% of respondents asked for better support when balancing teams. 52% asked for better support reaving mid-game conflicts. 49% for creating custom games and quests. 40% for updated and expanded example games. 40% for support resolving common misconceptions and rules disputes. Now, to put some context to those numbers, in our other surveys, the most unified support for specific topics, specific changes, was 40%. In all our other surveys, 40% was the most unified people were. And here I have 5 things all to do with supporting our organizers that are above 40%. So that shows how much our population, at least from the respondents sample that we have, cares about this particular issue. Because at the end of the day, our rules of play are only half the battle. The other half is red lasers and blue lasers. Sorry, no way. It's organizers and Reeves. And it's up to us to support them properly. We need to set them up for success. Otherwise, we don't have a game. We just have writing in a book that seems cool and people who want to play it, but nothing actually going on. And that doesn't stop with just our organizers and our Reeves. Setting people up for success also bleeds to our players. And this is where we're going to start talking about clarity and ease of understanding in the game. Here's some interesting facts. 36% of respondents reported a noteworthy frequency of mental overload during class gameplay. The red and the yellow there are very often and often, of how often you experience mental overload during cast gameplay. And when I say mental overload, I mean that the stuff you're required to think about while you're playing a game gets to the point where there is so much that stuff gets lost or you can't process it. And this leads to things like sloughing or screwing up a spell or literally analysis paralysis where you just stop. Your body just goes like, oh, what thing should I sacrifice to keep running? Oh, we'll do movement. And you just stand there and just trying to get back on track and catch up. It's like real life lag. In addition to this, 43% of respondents reported auditory overload. There is so much sound that they can't hear everything. 30% of respondents reported a noteworthy frequency of struggling to keep up with melee combat. And this isn't just class combat either. We asked about one-on-one tournament combat as well, and we got 30% there as well. Just keeping up with the amount of hits and the speed of combat, 30% of people are struggling. This one's not so much with mental overload, but 31% of respondents also reported physical overload. And this isn't just pushing yourself to the point of exhaustion. This is doing the bare minimum required to play the game, running back and forth, throwing, swinging your swords, wearing armor, holding a shield, carrying an objective. 31% of people felt that that was too much for them. So, what are the issues that we've identified with clarity? Well, the big one that I'm sure you can see is that 1 in 3 respondents are overloaded. And this impacts the execution of the game as a whole, right? AmpGuard doesn't have a processor or a computer running the internals to make sure everything works. Our players are these disconnected meat processors with their brains. And if 1 in 3 of our brain processors are overloaded, that means we're running at a reduced efficiency, and that is going to cause all sorts of problems. And some of this stems not only from just the sensory overload, but also the fact that many of our rules have been identified as being poorly written or counterintuitive, making them much harder to learn and even harder to recall in the middle of an active combat. Going even deeper, gray areas are notoriously regulated by unsupported volunteers. This ends up with these gray areas being resolved differently from park to park, leading to confusion. And I'm sure everyone is aware of this, but the official clarification ecosystem right now is a bit of a mess. It is very hard for players to find out the answer to how is this supposed to work, because we have this disorganized Facebook page that's very hard to search, and everyone and their mother is giving opinions, and it's just not working. And this leads to lots of problems with clarity that the V9 team is definitely hoping to solve. Here's a little addendum to this. We asked everybody, what is important to you in the game? And we got this. 98% of players think that honor and sportsmanship is important to them. That's 3% more than fun. 95% of people said fun is the most important or is important. 89% said cooperation and teamwork. 84%, there's our clarity and understanding. And then we drop down a bit to personal growth and small victories. And there's more to this chart, but I want to highlight these top 4 right now, because even though clarity and understanding is the 4th one in this chart, these first 3 are significantly impacted by clarity and understanding. Your perception of honor and sportsmanship is going to change if the people you're looking at are overwhelmed. If someone is overwhelmed and they can't register a hit, it's more likely that other players are going to assume malice, because that's just the way stupid humans work. And they're going to think, oh, that person is sloughing, not that person is literally lagging behind the rest of the game. Greater understanding means more people can stay up with the game, means more people have time in their brain to act sportsmanshiply, that's a word, we'll go with it, and just promote better positive attitudes on the field. I shouldn't need to explain how having a better clarity and understanding of the game and not overloading can help promote fun. You're going to have less fun if you're standing around completely fried than if you are fully engaged in the game. And then this is one that is often not really fully understood, but it is understood, which is the cooperation and teamwork. A lot of complaints we receive are about people wanting more cooperation and teamwork, that their teams should work together. They want more ways that people can work together. But when players are suffering from an overload, communication, just being aware of your team and being able to communicate with them, that's one of the first things to go out the window. You can't talk and strategize with your friends if you don't have the mental space to even think about it in the first place. I'm going to take a second and have a little drink of water here. So I'd like you all to guess right now on this chart, where do you think winning ended up, winning overall? I heard this reference in a previous conversation that, you know, a lot of people come to have fun, but at the end of the day, they care about winning a bit. On this chart, we did have winning, and winning ended up in dead last. Only 24% of players care about winning overall. You can see that 68% more players actually care about personal growth and these small victories, such as winning a single little engagement or impacting a objective in some positive way. They just want those little takeaways. They don't necessarily care about the overall prize. And that's pretty interesting. But really, like I've been saying, this is all part, getting the clarity under wraps is how we are going to set our players up for success. And that is how people are going to have more fun, be more sportsmanly, and really just have a better AmpGuard experience. So let's get to this topic. This is a topic that I'm not even going to try to compare or try to say anything that compares to what Annette said earlier. I think Lightning encapsulated the issues with the gender divide pretty solidly in her earlier discussion, but I'm going to show some statistics here so you can see. So first of all, gender. We did a bunch of demographic information, and we've managed also to find two other major gender surveys in AmpGuard, and we've harmonized them together to create this chart here. So this is a approximation of what we think the true shape of AmpGuard is based on these three surveys. So we have V9 survey number 1, which has 1,221 responses. Awards committee survey from July 2020, which had 778 responses. And the Garb Standards survey from 2015, which had 1,119 responses, which up until V9 survey number 1 was the most responded survey in AmpGuard. So we've got two of the top demographic surveys in AmpGuard, and then another one that still has a large chunk. And this is what we came up with. 69% men in AmpGuard, 22% women, 5% non-binary or other gender, and then the remainder is unstated. And for comparison, I put together this chart. So this is a percentage of men in other comparable hobbies based on available data. And the reason it's percentage men and not anything else is because not all of these had a split for women and non-binary or also unstated. So we're just going to focus on men here for this angle. And I want to draw your attention specifically to the red highlighted targets. You see LARP is there. There was a census done in 2014 with tens of thousands of LARPers from across the world. And the results of that came that LARPing in general sits around 62% men. And North America specifically also pulled around the same with about 60 to 62% men. But AmpGuard is sitting there at 69%, and that's just not good. So while the issue of the gender divide in AmpGuard is very much a social and cultural thing, there are things we can do from the V9 and the rulebook side of things to start moving in a better direction. Because at the end of the day, there are women in this game. I'm sure most of you are aware, women play this game. And like I've mentioned before, we need to design for those who are with us now and those who have yet to join. And when it comes to women and non-binary individuals, this is where we get the survivor bias, where the women that are playing our game right now, they're the ones that were able to put up with what is here, with the current existing features, right? We don't have the ability to poll everyone who joined the game and went, nah, and left. So we have to put a lot more effort into figuring out how can we make this game as a whole more appealing to members of minority genders so we can get that number to at least 62%, and if not, even further. And that brings us to this, which is difficulty and disability as well, because this is the other side of that inclusion coin. We asked players, hey, do you experience any long-term difficulties or disabilities when you're trying to play AmpGuard that prevents you from playing this game to the capacity that you would like to play it, to the point where you feel, fulfilled with your experience? And 19% of players said yes, and 6% chose to remain unstated. And it shouldn't take a rocket scientist to assume that probably a good chunk of that unstated is also in the yes column. But for the purposes of this, we're going to just highlight this 19% here, because we also asked them, hey, if you said yes, what is the cause of that difficulty or disability? And we got this breakdown here with the top 5 being pain. This is either constant pain or a sensitivity issue, mental health, mobility, endurance, and strength. And then if you look down a bit, I also want to highlight learning there at 7%. So learning disabilities are often coupled with reading and writing hindrances, and that can affect whether or not people did this survey in the first place. So that number for learning could likely be a little bit higher than where it is now. But adapting for the learning people is clearly something that we want to focus on with the clarity. When it comes to pain, mental health, mobility, endurance, strength, and even everything else on this list, knowing these numbers when we're putting together V9 helps us focus on the player base that may be having the hardest time, so we can get that bar down to where, if we can't get it to where it's just accessible to them right at the start, we can make sure that we write the rules in such a way that they're easily adaptable to provide accommodations and to encourage accommodations to the players and the organizers at their parks. This is the supporting organizers, supporting Reeves by helping them help us help those with difficulties and disabilities, and just make the game more enjoyable as a whole. Because at the end of the day, right, this is a game. And again, this one quote, we have to design for those who are with us now and those who have yet to dive in. There are people who are playing this game who have difficulties and disabilities, and this is their hobby. This is their life. This is their fantasy. This is their escape, right? To them, it might not be a super competitive sport like some people. To them, it might be the place they go to hang out with their friends and pretend to be a wizard with 40 teleports or whatever. And we want to make sure that however these individuals want to keep playing, we make the game feel comfortable for them, and not just them. Just like I said, with the women and non-binary populations, we also have all the people that came to this game, that wanted to play this game, that left, that we will never know why they left. So we have to talk to those who stayed and kind of extrapolate and figure out what can we do to make this game more appealing as a hobby for those who have yet to dive in. So when they show up and go, can I play? They find something that is encouraging and accessible, because at the end of the day, AmpGuard wants to grow. That's the point, right? We are a game. We want more players playing the game so we can grow and grow and grow. And inclusion and accessibility is the best way that we can help grow those numbers. Whew. All right. Swerving back to a brief note on levels, classes, and customization. If you remember way from the start, class customization was one of the issues that was at the far right of the what should change bar. Now, we're not going to be talking about any of that today, specifically because classes are the focus of our phase 2 of surveys. That's what we're going to be talking and surveying about after this meeting. And because classes are the way that most people engage with this game, that's how they place themselves in the game. They choose a class, it's their main, it's their avatar, it's their fantasy. We want to make sure that we do those right from an emotional level as well as a mechanical level. So we're going to be diving a little bit deeper into our surveys on that regard, and we're going to group all the classes and levels and customization into its own report at a later date. Speaking of a later date, let's talk about where we're going, our plans for 2021, 2022, and beyond. So here's our projected timeline for the future. This timeline is, of course, subject to change, and all listed initiatives are intended to start after the GOTC of the stated year. So this first item, that is slotted for 2021, which is right now, we will be starting into this after, I guess, today. So what we're looking for in the next year is field research and the aforementioned class surveys. And by field research, I mean we're going to finally be going beyond this pandemic, getting on the field and getting some things tested and researched on the ground. We're going to be sending out the exact method that we're going to be doing this is still up in the air. But the point is, it's not necessarily play testing so much as it is us looking at the issues we've identified and kind of stress testing different angles to see what is the best way to approach these different problems. So we won't be testing solutions so much as we're testing the bounds of what is feasible, if that makes sense. After that, however, the next year, that is where we're going to enter limited play testing, where we're going to have an alpha version of V9 that we will provide to specific parks for them to try and get feedback for. This will be a very, very rough version of the rule set, and we will be continuing with our ongoing field research as well. If all that goes good, by 2023 is where we will present our open playtest of the beta rules. And that will be the big, here is V9, basically. Go out and play it and let us know what's wrong so we can tweak it over the next year. At the 2024 GOTC, that is where we will have the final version of V9 to present to you all to be voted as the next official edition of AmpGuard. And if it is accepted, that is where we will move on to support the adoption and the full changeover so that all the kingdoms are using that rule set. And lastly, if it is accepted and we move on, the year after launch, we will be, the V9 team will be sticking around in some form to ensure that we have post-launch care for the next year. So as the meta settles, as people go from learning the game to abusing the game, we're around here to make sure we can make the tweaks so that the game balance exists in the way we want it to going forward before we pass off the reins to whatever rules team will exist beyond us. The immediate question you might be asking, is this any different from the one that we've been telling everyone and posting? No. All these dates are exactly as we projected last year. The only difference is we've changed the names a little bit. So 2024 is still our projected release date for V9 as a whole. Now, I understand that in the course of this presentation, I did not provide a lot of solutions. I didn't say a lot of what we are going to be doing. It's all very nebulous and very fluffy. And I wanted to leave you guys with our commitments, what we wanted to do, because we've looked at all this data, we've gathered all this information, we've talked to hundreds and hundreds of people, and we've revised our mission statements and our vision and our values to really help you understand what is going to be our guiding light and our purpose as we move forward with V9. So right off the bat, our mission statement for the V9 team is the following. And I want to put an asterisk here saying this is not AmpGuard as a whole's mission statement. This is the mission statement for the V9 development team. So here it is. Our mission is to provide AmpGuard with a safe, accessible, and adaptable system of play that is simple to learn but challenging to master. We want to engage passions, empower creativity, encourage camaraderie, and above all, promote enjoyable experiences regardless of who you are, where you're from, or what you can do. Now that's all well and good, but it is still very rather nebulous. So I want to go in here really quick and we're going to talk about our vision and our values. Now, a vision statement is the tagline of the product. AmpGuard's vision statement right now is live the dream. And so we wanted to make sure that the V9 team had something that was equally evocative, that you could read it and know exactly what our intentions were with the definition or with our development, of V9. So we came up with this: all for fun and fun for all. And not only do we feel that that immediately evokes the quintessential vision of how you should feel when you're at AmpGuard, but I don't know about you guys, a lot of people just had an immediate smile on their face when I pitched this idea to them. So I can't see everyone right now. I hope you're smiling. You on YouTube, I hope you guys are smiling as one. This is all for fun, fun for all, our vision for V9. And conveniently, it breaks down into two halves. On the left side, we have all for fun, which tells us that our rules should serve the greater goal of creating enjoyable experiences. It is all for fun. On the other side, fun for all says that our rules should enable everyone to have fun in their own way. It is fun for all. And under these, we have also established our values, our guideposts, and our core beliefs that will either forward all for fun or fun for all in some way and help us make decisions for the rest of the rules. So number one is safety. Safety builds trust. We want to prioritize safety so that players can focus on fun, not fear. Next up, we have simple concepts, infinite potential. We want to strive for this edition to be easy to learn and intuitive while still empowering creativity and mastery. Like I said before, we want to set our players and our organizers up for success. We want to minimize confusion and maximize clarity to help players focus on playing the game, not the rules. And lastly, on this side, we have longevity is key. We want to be as fun on the first day as the 500th. And I know that seems like a tall order. In fact, a lot of the things here maybe seem like wishful thinking, but I want you all to know that these are not promises. These are our aspirations. We're going to strive as best as we can to hit these markers. And while we may fall short, I hope you can see that merely striving for it will put us on a better path towards a positive V9. On the Fun for All side, we have everyone can be extraordinary. We want to prioritize inclusivity with accessible rules and guidance to help individuals engage and participate in a way that is fulfilling to them. We want to have a commitment to community. We want to promote camaraderie, cooperation, compassion, and respect, or at least as much as the written rules can do. Like was talked about earlier when it comes to written rules influencing culture and vice versa, we do think that by setting up and promoting and encouraging and incentivizing these types of positive actions within the rules, that the culture may start to follow our lead as well. And last, but certainly not least, something I've said over and over again in the course of this presentation, while this is a new chapter, it is still the same AmpGuard story. And we want to design for those who are with us now and for those who have yet to dive in. AmpGuard is my game, it is your game, it is a game for people who've dedicated their entire lives to it, and it is the game for the people who haven't even heard what it is yet. And that is really, at the end of the day, what is driving us in our development of V9. Thank you. On behalf of the entire AmpGuard V9 committee, myself, Wunjo, Manama, Cord, Gorvan, and Heron, thank you for watching this presentation. I hope this was informative, and if at the end of the day you came away with a little more understanding and maybe, just maybe, a little bit more confidence as well. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Wunju and the V9 committee. You guys have got a lot going on, and we're looking forward to seeing the direction that you continue to take it. So far, amazing. With that said, that was a little over what we anticipated time-wise for this. So what we'll do is we'll give everybody about a 5-minute break. But while we're on that 5-minute break, I want to run something by the entire COM. We're sitting at about 7 hours and 10 minutes into our meeting, and looking at everybody's faces on the videos that I can see, I see a lot of tired eyes. Sitting in front of a computer screen for 8 hours straight can be a little exhausting. Sitting in front of a computer screen for 8 hours straight, being attentive to the topic can be even more exhausting. So while you're on your 5-minute break, consider this. I would like to propose tabling the remaining items to be discussed by the COM online within the next 3 months. So that means there's a 90-day period that it needs to be planned to be discussed in the next 3 months. Now, if the plan is discuss it and then table it forward, you can figure that out later. But essentially, tabling the remaining items that are COM related for the next 3 months. And then we move on with AIBOD, and then we go on about our days. So 5 minutes, we'll come back at 5:15 or 15 after the hour, and we'll get a polling of the room to determine where we're at. Thank you.
What are the remaining COM topics?
We've got several. So first one is the establishment of a historian committee, the AI groups policy, which I feel is probably alone about an hour conversation. There's a bit to go into that. If not, it could probably be shortened because I feel a lot of folks were in favor of that one. The licensing fee policy, which I know is going to be a lot of interaction and conversation. The Viridian Outlands proposal counter to it. And then the XCOM proposals for bylaws changes, updating quorum, threshold, and the overall XCOM role, as well as Polaris's proposal regarding volunteer suspensions. And then we would move into AI. So those 7 topics right there, I think would probably put us close to about 7:30, 8 o'clock before we even get to AI. So I don't want us to go into a 10-hour meeting. I would like this to try to get 8 hours and call it a day and be successful.
Would
So these go ahead.
I was gonna say, would AI be opposed to putting off very specifically the payment policy proposals, the licensing fee stuff?
So technically, that item is a COM item.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Would they be opposed to that, though?
I don't think so. So the only thing that AIBOD has on their docket is the executive director's report regarding all of the teams that Fiona manages. And then there's going to be the budget presentation, as far as I understand, and then voting on that. And after that, it's appointments. I don't believe there are any other items that are necessary. So overall, I think their items would probably last about an hour to include the appointments, the budget discussion, and the report from FEMA.
I mean, okay.
Personally, I'm fine with tabling the payment policy stuff, and that one was one of my proposals. Anyways, I was going to suggest tabling it because I am so tired.
I know for me, coming from AIBOD, our perspective is we would like the COM to be able to be as active and involved in whatever discussions we're going to have. And so if the meeting going long is going to hinder that or put people's just kind of mental state of being exhausted, I don't think that's conducive for us to do what we need to do as fully as an organization. So for me personally, I'm not opposed to us putting those things off, responding to the GP rep.
Okay, I was just trying to make sure we weren't going to mess up like anything that y'all had planned or needed to present.
Well,
right then.
So there is something that I wanted to bring forward.
I was about to ask that question. So the last bit for consideration here, Winter's Edge was one of the 3 no votes for the Night of Battle topic. However, Winter's Edge has also reached out to some of their park representatives and found that they may have misrepresented, and they would like to change their vote to a yes. Now, procedurally, we've already voted on this item, and it failed by 1 vote. So his change of vote would change this to a yes in the introduction of the new Night of Battle. And then we also voted on tabling the topic for the future. So the first consideration would be here, do we, as the COM, want to revert the decision to table the item and revisit that vote? Then, once that's determined, I figured some folks might be in favor of that. Then the next decision would be, do we want to review the Iron Mountains decision with changing essentially just what the name is? So there's a bit of consideration to be done with that topic. As it stands, the COM can already discuss it because it's tabled. But if the COM wants to pass that item today as it's written, they can. But we would first need a majority of the COM to say, yes, let's revisit this topic. And then we move forward from there.
So,
is there any chance I could have it hold for a second to discuss that? If I could?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So, as he stated before, I'm one of the kingdoms that said no on it. Now, I will say that I've done a lot of my polling of it has been a lot of groundwork, and what that initially consisted of was reaching out to Monarchs and visiting parks personally and stuff. Now, I actually can say that the fact that we do this live has been very, I guess, eye-opening, or it's very useful in that since that vote went through, a lot of the probes that I sent out that never returned came back all of a sudden. And I'm not too proud to admit when apparently I've made a mistake. So it looks like that is what happened. And if I could, I would really appreciate it if we could revisit this today while we have the floor.
Polaris motions to revote.
So hold on. Wait.
Second it.
Wait. Before we get there, I'm not opposed to this. I definitely want that. But my one request is if we're going to revisit that, which is perfectly fine and acceptable, it will also open up a discussion about whether or not it should be sword belt or not. So if we're going to do that, then we definitely need to table the rest of the COM stuff and address that very specifically, the Battle Master stuff, table the rest of it, address AI, and then be done with it.
So here is the proposition procedurally that I have for the COM. The first item that I would like to do is to table all remaining Circle of Monarchs topics and discussions. So this would mean that the only topics on our entire agenda that would not be tabled would be AI's report, the budget, and the appointments, and the discussion we're about to have regarding the Night of Battle stuff. So first things first, I want to see if we have a majority of yeses before we even move to vote on that.
So for clarification, we would discuss, if we table the rest of it, we will still be able to discuss the Battle Master.
Correct.
Okay.
And we could even do something along the lines of holding another Zoom meeting like this and broadcasting out, on a weekend or a weeknight or something of that nature. So that way our populaces are actually seeing the discussion going on, because I think the actual discussion in person, even via Zoom, is valuable and it's something we should probably consider.
All right. So we definitely have quorum on this. And I also agree with Chew. I think it would also kind of set up the same format, right? Of these are bigger topics for the Circle of Monarchs, right? And several of these topics are still going to take time. That all said, let's take a quick break. I captivated all of you with this decision, and I think everybody loved the idea of all of it. So let's take 5 minutes and come back at 23 after the hour.
Yay, 5 minutes.
Well, okay then.
It's not even worth leaving the computer. Like,
It is if you need coffee.
Yeah, refill. Yep.
oh, honey, no, my boyfriend went to the store for me and then left my Red Bulls in a cooler.
Yeah, I
Yes.
my husband make my lunch and bring everything to me. Like, can I have more coffee? Can you go
Hey.
get me something?
Oh no, he's taking me out to eat, and I'm gonna go get ceviche after this.
My
Give a
amazing,
sister.
I'd actually have time for
Ceviche, but yes, sure, why not?
my amazing and beautiful wife like set me up with everything before I walked out the door to come to my office for this meeting. So I'm happy. I'm good.
My girlfriend is with her family right now, taking care of her sister after surgery. Oh my gosh.
I'm jealous of you guys right now. I've been having to run around and grab drinks and stuff and make some tea, and yeah, it's been interesting.
Oh, that's I feel I'm crying. I'm crying, Chewy.
My ex-husband took all 3 kids to go to Dallas for the weekend, so that way they couldn't be here screaming and yelling.
Why can't he come and visit me? Why can't he come and visit me over here? Come see the White Sands. Like what's up with that?
Because we have plenty of desert here.
So
come up here.
And?
Come up here. See the forests and stuff.
Yeah.
Wait, where's up here?
Washington.
Oh, I am so down. The last time we went, though, they were not equipped to see white people, or not white people, brown people. We went and there were like 3 of us that were Hispanic, and they just stared at us, and then they warned us that like their chile was hot and it tasted like diced up tomatoes.
Oh, dear lady, come up here. Come up here. You will be welcome. Trust me.
Yeah,
they weren't rude. Like they weren't rude. They just kind of like
they stared at you.
Yeah, they stared a lot. And it was interesting. It was really.
Man, I'll tell you, the last time we went up north to my family's from Oregon, and they're like, "Come up here. We've got some great food and stuff like that." Like their seafood's fantastic. Went to a little. They're like, "Hey, we got a little Mexican restaurant I want to go to." I was like, "Okay, fine." I went there and I was like, "This isn't salsa." And I asked for hot sauce. When I asked for salsa or chile, they're like, "Yeah, here's some Tabasco." I was like, "Aww."
Yeah, dude, the hottest they get is like Tabasco sauce, and it was like, it's kind of depressing.
No. Oh no, I know a place. Trust me. The salsa they have will make your eyes melt.
I don't want my eyes to melt. I want good flavor and spice.
No, it's good.
Thank
It's
you.
good. No,
Like I
it's
don't want to
good.
die.
It's good, but it's just like,
it's delicious and amazing, and you're gonna go blind. Yeah, this is awesome. I love all of this.
It's got a really good flavor. The problem is you like it too much, and so you continuously eat it, and then it takes effect, and then you're like, why did I do this to myself later?
I don't know, man. I've been to go to El Paso and eat the salsas and chiles and stuff there. Delicious. My poor wife, rest her soul. She couldn't handle that kind of heat, because even the place we went to are like, "Would you like chicken mole?" And mole is like a chocolate sauce type of thing, but they use cocoa in it. And
no, what?
Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh?
What did you say mole was?
Don't they put cocoa in it?
I mean,
Am I dumb?
kind of like no. Sometimes.
Hey, it depends on where you're at.
Yeah, I was like, kind of.
Right.
Sometimes it can like.
That's what I thought it was. Okay. Anyway, we go there and when she ate it, she's like, "This burned my face off," and it was so spicy, and I loved it. That poor gal couldn't handle it.
Oh, seriously.
Where is Cal in all of this? Hold on.
Where's Cal? Oh, yeah, Cal. Where are you at in all this? Huh?
I don't make it. I'm sorry.
Doug, did you just come back down? Like I'm like an hour from El Paso. we'll hit some places together. You know,
You tell me what you want from up here in Washington. I'll bring it down with me.
So
Man, crab, bring seafood.
a cabin. I want
Oh,
a
yes.
What you got, Jeff?
I'm kind of like a little old Mexican man. I will eat a ham sandwich or a turkey sandwich and a jalapeno, just
Oh,
the
yeah.
jalapeno. And I'll like take a bite of the sandwich, take a bite of the jalapeno.
I love a
So
chicken. I
you
love
do
a
that,
nice.
but you like pan fry it. It's so
Oh,
good.
I just put mine on top because I've got a gas burner. I just take the peppers and put them on top of the gas to burn them, and then put them in some water to sweat them out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you just kind of like pan fry them or
It's
toast them a
amazing.
little. Yeah, so
You
good.
guys are killing me. I can't leave the house to get stuff. Oh,
I've got them in my fridge.
That's what I'm
Do I-
saying. I'm gonna
do
go
I-
get ceviche after this. It's
do
like
I need do I
basic-
need to get your address and DoorDash you something right now? Is that what we need to do? We need to take together like a little pool and donations.
no, you.
Well, hopefully
trust
we'll be
me.
done here in the next hour, so y'all can just go out to the bars themselves.
Don't you
made
lie
some,
to us.
Hey,
Don't you
wait,
make empty
wait.
promises.
Did I
So
just
here's-
hear XCOM say he's buying? I thought I heard that.
Hey.
I do have to admit though, out of all the CO meetings I've been at, this has probably been the most smooth running meeting we've had in quite a while. So
Yes.
Yes,
That's
Way
thanks.
better than last year.
oh my goodness, there's a little cute face on the dragon spine screen. Look
Wait.
at that.
Is there a
Look at
munchkin?
that.
I must say the
So
one
cute.
advantage of being in Alaska, it's only 3:30 here. I had to get up early, but I got a lot of time tonight to.
Oh. The rest of us are like, it's oh man, you're like, yeah, it's 3:30. I also got time to do stuff.
It's 6:30.
All right. Yeah,
All right.
it's
I'll mute myself.
5:30 my time. All right, folks. So, first item, we before going on break took a quick tally for everyone's interest in tabling the remaining of all COM topics. Sans the night of battle discussion, which we will get to after that vote. So, first things first, I would like to go ahead and bring us over to the voting page. Cassio, I think I have it all set up for you. It's right before the Historian Committee tab.
Got it.
All right. So, boop. This first item is to table all remaining CLM items, as we've clarified. Burning Lands.
Burning Land, yes.
Black Spire.
Black Spire votes yes.
I apologize. A quick clarification, too. Specifically, with them to be scheduled in the next 3 months by October 31st. Cool.
Point of clarification.
Go ahead.
We are tabling everything else except for the voted in seats for AIBOD, correct?
Correct. So yeah, the CO or the Night of Battle stuff will still be discussed after this, and then all the AIBOD items. So Fiona's report, the budget, and the appointments.
10-4. Thank you.
Cool. Yep. All right. Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale for the love of God, yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes no. I have no plans today.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds. Rising Winds. Taldagore.
Taldigo votes yes.
Rising Winds also votes yes. It's in the chat, indicated as such. Viridian Outlands.
Yes.
Winter's Edge. Winter's Edge.
Yes, I'll get this mute thing eventually.
No worries. Wetlands.
I'm going to vote no because, I enjoy the adult conversation.
Well, you're running the actual meeting as far as YouTube and Zoom's concerned, so you can just keep going after this if you want to. Nothing could happen, but 9 blades.
Yes, with a caveat. I just wanted to check that we're not going to have the licensing stuff come up until it's fully settled. And then I had 2 COM items. If we're going to move past all of it, but they're very quick. Just proposals, I suppose.
So this would just be tabling everything. So all these items will be in the next 3 months. So if you have any other items that you wanted brought up, I would recommend just the standard process of posting them to the Circle of Monarchs page for seconds and scheduling that way.
Yeah, I thought so. I had some concerned citizens bring up a couple of things that would be good to bring forward. I'll use the standard method there. But in light of that, then yes, please.
Excellent. West March.
Affirmative.
Excellent. All right. With that set, we have 20 in favor, so that is a super duper majority. So all of those items will need to be done in the next 90 days, but we're good on those. We don't have any of those things left. If you notice my tabs up here, they're all closed out now. Those were all the remaining items. Next up, we have the revisiting of Night of Battle. So what I would like to do is propose this. The first vote that we're going to have is revisit the vote for Night of Battle. If it passes, we'll go on to the next step. If it doesn't pass, all the tabling remains as it's currently established, and we just move on to the AIBOD stuff. No discussion, just either Night of Battle passes, and then we figure out next steps, or Night of Battle doesn't pass, and we move on to AIBOD. Is everybody good with that proposal? Just indicate quick yes in the chat. When we get 12, I'll move forward with that. There's so many yeses.
We have 21 yeses and 1 yerd.
Yes, sir. And 1 no. All right. So the proposal is as follows. We will re-vote on the Night of Battle proposal as is, no changes. If it passes, we'll consider next steps from there. If it does not pass, we're going to move onward to the AIBOD business. First up, Burning Lands.
Burning Lands votes yes.
Black Spire.
Black Spire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Goldenville votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
I am votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter. Neverwinter. Polaris.
Polaris votes a resounding yes again.
Rising Winds.
Heck yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes no.
Neverwinter voted yes in the chat, indicated on their sheets. Taldagor.
Taldagor votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Yes.
Winter's Edge. Wetlands.
Wetlands votes no.
West March.
West March votes yes.
9 Blades.
9 Blades votes yes, please.
Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, so this item passes. So we will now revote on Night of Battle as written. Let's go back to that one real quick. It's going to take me just a moment, sorry. We've only done some business today. Nope, we're just going to put it right here. All right.
Which one?
It's going to be right towards the beginning. I'm going to call it Night of Battle third vote.
Got it. Okay. I'll find it right now.
We'll reorganize this so it looks all pretty at a later date. But for today,
Okay, I found it.
excellent. All right. That established. All right. Burning Lands.
Yes.
Black Spire.
Black Spire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves is a yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom is a yes.
Dragon Spine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter. Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Neverwinter voted in the chat yes, indicated. Rivermore.
Rivermore votes no.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldegor.
Taldegor votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
We vote yes.
Winter's Edge.
Winter's Edge votes yes.
Wetlands.
No.
West March.
Yes.
Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes, please.
All right, circle. 20 votes in favor, 2 votes opposed. This measure does pass as written. Now, the next item that we have is the consideration for the Iron Mountains counter to this proposal, should it pass, if they wanted to offer it. So the quick question then that I want to get is, does the COM want to maintain this item as tabled, or would the COM like to discuss that item as well?
Let's just
part,
vote it.
yeah, that's kind of what my thought was, is let's see where everybody's at and see if they just want to get it. So quick show of hands, who is in favor of revoting on the item? Just quick yes in chat.
Sorry, which item is it that we'd be revoting on?
This would be the Iron Mountains counter proposal to the Night of Battle. So I'm going to pull up that link real quick here and have it up. So the proposal assumes the very same language as the proposal from the awards committee. A player may be eligible for Knight of the Sword after obtaining Warlord or Battle Master. So essentially, instead of Knight of Battle, it just takes the entire path and puts it up into Knight of Sword. So it's just 2 different paths for Knight of Sword.
Awesome.
All right, so the first item is the proposal of overturning the decision to table this item. Once we finish that, then we will vote on this item as written. This item would need 90% vote to pass.
I've updated a sheet that says vote Night of Battle. I am counter. Devin.
Okay. Excellent. All right. Burning Lands.
Yes.
Black Spire. I apologize. Black Spire, was that a yes for the vote here? Just type yes twice if so. Excellent. They voted yes in the chat, indicated. Crystal Groves.
Yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Yes.
Dragonspine.
Yes.
Desert Winds.
I have a question. Voting yes means we're putting it under sword.
Voting yes means we are re-voting on the item itself. It's just a procedural process at this point.
Got you. No.
Emerald Hills.
Yes.
Golden Plains.
Yes.
Golden Vale.
Yes.
Iron Mountains.
Yes.
Northern Lights.
Abstain.
Northreach.
Yes.
Neverwinter.
Yes.
Polaris.
Yes.
Rivermore.
Yes.
Rising Winds.
Yes.
Talbagor.
Yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Sorry, can you just come back to me? I just want to quickly read over the option.
So what we are voting on right now is overturning the decision to table this item and instead vote on it now.
Okay, then no.
Winter's Edge. Wetlands.
No.
West March.
Yes.
And Nine Blades.
Yes, please.
Winter's Edge. Winter's Edge.
Clover.
Yes. Man.
If you're having problems
Sorry,
with that,
I think
you
I
can.
misunderstood. I think I misunderstood. It's to vote on it now versus tabling it?
Correct. Correct.
Can I change my vote to a yes then?
Sure.
Thanks. I thought it was to table it.
No. To untable it. It's already tabled right
Perfect.
now.
Thank you.
All right. That is 19 in favor, 2 opposed, 1 abstain. That item passes. So that would be there. So now duplicate it. Finally, we are here to the proposal itself. I will go ahead and present this one really quick because I don't think we've actually presented this through the course of this discussion so far. So the proposal from the Iron Mountains is to, rather than having an entire new belt introduced, is to take this entire path and just put it into the sword belt. It's pretty straightforward, pretty simple fix. So instead of having a new Knight of Battle, it would just instead be a new Masterhood path for Knight of the Sword. That's it. That's all there is language to it. There's nothing else to it at all. That all said, let's go ahead. There are not any questions or clarifications necessary. Take 3. Cool. We will now vote on the item as written. Burning Lands.
Yes.
Black Spire.
Black Spire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes no.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains votes no.
Golden Vale.
Come back to me in a minute, please.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights abstains.
Northreach.
Northreach votes no.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris,
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore,
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds,
Yes, absolutely.
Tal'Degor,
Tal'Degor votes yes.
Viridian Outlands,
Viridian Outlands votes no.
Winter's Edge,
Yes.
Wetlands,
Wetlands votes no.
West March,
Yes.
Nine Blades,
Nine Blades votes yes, please.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
All right. 16 in favor, 5 opposed, 1 abstain. The item does not pass. That said, I apologize. Yeah, let's correct this real quick here for you. It is still an awards change. Cool. So the item does not pass. What I would recommend from here, rather than us breaking into discussion to kind of figure out how to change at least 4 of those votes to in favor, that we vote again on tabling the item and move forward with the rest of the meeting.
Second, table it.
All right. So now we're going to vote again to table the item. No, that's not what we wanted.
There's a lot going on right now. Can I ask for clarification real quick?
Yes. So right now, what we've got is we voted to revisit the topic of Night of Battle, right? And we passed it. So now Night of Battle is going to be an amp card. Then
It just depends which path is what we're waiting on.
That was what this particular counter was for. Then the Iron Mountains had a counter offer that says, okay, if that passes, can we, instead of making a separate path, put it under Knight of the Sword? And that item, we had to first turn it over from being tabled, because it was already tabled, to then vote on it. We just voted on it, and it did not pass. So now we're voting to retable it rather than have the discussion now, which is the normal procedural thing we would do.
I'm sorry, I've got a request for this motion.
Go ahead.
Since we are at least possibly tabling this aspect until a later meeting, I would like to request that this also includes delaying implementation of Night of Battle until after that meeting. It's still a thing, it's still passed, it's still going to happen. But if we're going to make a tweak in a month or a month and a half or something, it doesn't seem to me to make much sense to put Night of Battle in, possibly have somebody get knighted for it, then transfer it under sword and cause confusion.
I would agree with that incentive. This item didn't pass, so now we're kind of just discussing, hey, is it a thing we want to even continue at all? If this tabling passes, then you can revisit, the COM can revisit whenever they want to. If it doesn't pass tabling, we can vote on just dropping the item entirely.
I think question, I guess, point of order or clarification. Was the question about, can we please delay conferring battle game knighthood to anyone until we finalize which belt it belongs to? Was that the question?
The question was, can we delay implementation of Night of Battle until this item, the IM counter proposal, is approved? So
Her
procedurally,
interpretation of the question is accurate.
So
Approved or
procedurally,
shot down again.
yeah, procedurally, what we would need to do is first go back, revote, and say, hey, do we want to have that caveat? Like, the caveat would be a 90% vote in favor, essentially, to do right now, because we've already put Night of Battle into play. So what I would recommend is vote yes or no on revisiting this discussion, either outside of the COM meeting or just at a later date. So that is essentially, do you want to table this vote? If yes, then we'll table it and discuss it in the next 3 months, whichever. If no, we will not revisit it until the next COM or when somebody else proposes it again in the future. So essentially, we would be dropping it outright.
So if we table it, would we also like in-person park days wait until we rediscuss this in the next 90 days to begin conferring battle game knighthood?
No, the proposal to do as Rivermore has asked would require a 90% threshold to pass. I don't think it would be in the best interest of the COM to try to pursue that path unless 90% of y'all are all like, yeah, no, let's not do the thing we just voted on. I don't think it would pass. I don't think it's reasonable to even table, or sorry, not table, but to put up for a vote. Because essentially what is being asked is, can we just table Night of Battle again? And I don't know if that's something that the whole COM is going to want to do, having made the decision to already pass it. So my recommendation is either this topic be tabled and we, explore that area and maybe just ask, Monarchs, hey, it might be something that we can get to pass in the next couple months. So here's just a plain white belt as a Knight of Battle, right? But then, like, if this passes, then you're a Knight of Sword, and here's your silver, whatever. Alternatively, you drop it entirely. So those, I think, are the two options for this particular vote that we're going to run through. Vote 1 is table this topic to be done in the next 3 months. Option 2 is...
Can I raise a point of order?
Go ahead.
Anything you pass today that involves rulebook changes or including award standardizations doesn't go into effect for 30 days.
We, I believe, pass language today that says anything that we're passing today goes into effect today. That was a clarification that was brought to us from Manama when we were doing the initial votes.
That would have required a rulebook change.
Let's double check real quick. JP, if you could shoot me just like a screenshot of where that's at, and we can just correct the clarification that was made. But it was a clarification made from the RO that it was like these go into effect today. If it is 30 days, I think that might change everybody's frame. What we'll do in the meantime is we'll give a 5-minute break for everybody. JP, if you can get that response to me, we'll figure out what the next steps are during this 5 minutes, since it is a little shaky right now.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
5-minute
break starts at...
Go ahead.
I was going to say the 5 minutes starts now, so at 55 we'll get back on the topic of moving forward with this. So everybody else can go ahead and go. It's just open forum now.
In order for the table to pass, what's the amount required?
The tabling to pass is only 12 votes, majority.
Okay.
And that's just for the Iron Mountains post.
So if we do table it and it does pass later, are we just merging the Battle Night if anybody is awarded in that time?
Correct. That is correct.
Yeah, I'm of a mind where it's like, feel free to give out the awards, but within this 3-month period, you realistically shouldn't be dropping a belt on anyone in that period anyway, because of everything that has to be gone through.
I would hope that's correct, but people do crazy things sometimes.
In my kingdom, you have to have your masterhood for a year before you can ever even come up for a vote. So
yeah, but you underestimate the folks who want to be first. I'm just saying it happens.
That is also a true point.
That's the true point.
There's also artistic factor to it, right? Like say this is passed, right? And they're like, all right, well, we have people that we think are qualified. Let's make this person that thing. All right, we'd like to do it in 4 months, but all these artists have now started working on this one. It's just, that's like 2 or 3 people that are affected, so very small number. But it is still a consideration.
So does this add a 10th masterhood?
This does add a 10th. This adds a, yeah.
Yeah.
You're going to get one person getting the napkin masterhood and the napkin knighthood just to be first in all of Amtgard.
A little IOU.
Gross.
I'm feeling a little called out right now.
Man, so I've already got 4 and almost 5. Y'all are just stacking these against me at this point. I feel personally objectified by this. I am attacked.
Right.
Every time I get closer to having every masterhood in the game, y'all just add another one.
Hey, you're my number 2 squire. I'm proud
How
of you.
dare you? What is it, Dusty? You don't get to tell me who I think my squires are?
That's right. You don't get to tell me who I think my squires are.
Dusty, am I your favorite squire?
You're number 2.
I told my knight about that, and he laughed so hard, Dusty.
Wait,
I'm telling Uther.
Who's your
I'm
number one squire, Dusty?
Ooh, he was just graduated, so he
You
The
know-
squire that gets Starbucks.
Whenever my number 2 squire figures out who's number 1, we'll know who number 1 is.
Yeah, that was me. All
Oh
me.
yeah, that's right.
Cal was like, "That was me."
Cal's the first one to get knighted. That is true.
Hey, I'm just excited that I'll be called for another belt if this goes through. I'm happy.
So, well, yeah. I mean, the other thing. I mean, going back to this issue.
Hey, Devin, you're still staring at your screen, bud.
Yeah, we could see your messenger for like a whole 2 seconds.
Oh God.
We saw that that website too. Not saying nothing.
Bright side, we didn't see nudes, so.
Upside, we also saw the thing you're looking for. I don't know if you saw it. It was at the bottom of the rules revision thing on AmpWiki.
Yep.
I saw nothing. I saw
We're just-
nothing.
We're just sourcing out how to get to it. But yeah, so
All
I mean,
saw was Smiley's mustache coming back.
shaved this thing off and it came back quick. But yeah, I mean, if the issue is that none of the rules changes can go into effect for 30 days, I would say that significantly changes the aspect of what everybody here is talking about of how to move forward. So it's going to be interesting either way. I'm still personally the mindset that Griffin should come back for sword, and
Yes.
I'm
Just
okay
do
with the idea.
both.
Well, I
Just
mean, I'm
do
okay.
Battlemaster and Griffin, because most paths have 3 ways to get them.
Well, see,
Okay.
I think you should do the battle knight, right, and have the battle master. Then I think you should have master mask that then applies to that too.
It drives me nuts. It drives me.
Okay.
It drives me nuts that Griffin is not part of the belt path at all.
Okay,
Wait,
so don't even get me started. It is the symbol for my fighting company, so we know.
But I mean, honestly, this entire idea of having something that will represent our game as a whole, and I even remember, I don't know, Crix will probably have to remind me. I mean, this was, I think, just before I stepped up as king in EH. He had already been talking about this idea all those years ago, and it's one of the best ways we can represent the vast, huge chunk of what our game is about. So either way, whether it goes under sword or whether we keep it as a knight's belt, I think it's a good thing for our game moving forward, no matter what.
I had a question.
I
really
think it
quick.
needs to go under sword. I mean,
I
you
don't
want to
think it
talk
should.
about, I think it should. I mean, you want to talk about the disparity between female sword knights and male sword knights. This will end that disparity overnight.
I don't
Yeah,
think
then
so.
it'll
Almost
no,
immediately.
because like there's only one female warlord. It would
No, no,
still
no.
be the same
I
problem.
said sword knights. Like
Yeah.
people talk about a disparity between male sword knights and female sword knights. There's only one female sword knight. This would end that specific disparity very quickly.
It would, but it would always be with a caveat.
With the,
Yeah, but it was
you're
just
one
like-
of those sword knights.
All
yeah,
right.
the sword
Oh, well,
knights will never
that's
be
a-
treated fairly.
That's a toxic, like that's toxic warlord culture. I mean,
Real
that's not going
quick,
to change
folks.
overnight.
Oh, yep. Sorry, we
So,
back.
yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get back started. So,
Can I ask- oh, sorry. I was gonna ask one quick question, really quick.
what you
the
got,
30
Nice?
The 30 days on the rules changes. Is that affecting everything, including
Yes.
the? Okay, so I just want to make sure because I need to tell my people that really quick. Thank you.
No worries. All right. So, as a point of clarification, yes, it is correct. Any changes that are applied during Circle of Monarch meeting have 1 month before they go into effect. Our General Counsel JP Prentice did shoot the file into chat. If you want to take a close look at that, look at number 10X. All rule changes and clarifications are effective 1 month from the date of the meeting. Errata sheets and edits will be posted at www.amguard.com by this date. That all said, that is another thing that the COM can do and change if they want these things to go into effect today. But that is also something because it is regarding the rules that require 75% vote to pass. Is everybody on the same page with that? All right, I've got Neverwinter has a question, and then Desert Winds next. You're muted, bud.
Sorry, my hands up by accident. I don't know how that happened.
All right. Next up, we got.
My hands up by accident.
What's that? Okay. Next up, Desert Winds.
I forgot to lower my hand from earlier.
Excellent. All right. All right, cool. So I would like to go ahead and let's wrap up the conversation regarding the Iron Mountains counter proposal to shift everything under Night of Battle, or sorry, Sword Knight. So the question is, or the proposal is, table this item for the next 3 months, or drop this item entirely. So voting yes would mean table, voting no would be drop this proposal entirely. Is everybody on the same page with that? Denny, you had a question.
One thing I wanted to kind of bring up as just like a point of interest, people might be like afraid of introducing Night of Battle like right now and then maybe combining them in the future, just because of like future ramifications. Like now we have multiple people of Night of Battle and multiple people of Night of Sword. We want to combine them now. It really wouldn't be that hard. Like suppose like in, I don't know, 5 years from now, we decide to combine them. What we would do is just put the order of battle under Sword Knight, and then to say Sword Knight is silver trim or blue trim. We have already several things like, a man at arms is a green belt or a black belt, depends on where you come from, that sort of a thing. So I just don't want everyone to get too beaten up about like whether it's part of Sword or not now, or a month from now, or 5 years from now.
All right. So with that all said, we'll go ahead and move forward with the proposal as I stated earlier. Is there any clarifications needed for that? All right. We will go ahead and vote on, let me make sure I got the same vote too. Boop, boop, boom.
You're on table vote 2?
Yep.
That's the header? Okay, yeah, that's where I am.
Yes means table the item. No means drop it entirely. Burning Lands.
Yes, table it.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
CG votes yes.
Sorry about that. Just clarifying some of those things out. Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Yes,
That's a
table
good
it.
point. I apologize, folks. I thought I had this shared. There we go.
Whoa.
Desert Winds. So you said yes, table it. Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains votes no.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
I am votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights abstains.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldegor.
Taldegor votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Viridian Outlands votes no.
Winter's Edge. Wetlands.
We vote no.
West March.
West March votes yes.
Nine Blades.
Nine Blades votes yes.
Excellent. And Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Excellent. All right. So this item will be tabled to be discussed in the next 3 months. Measure passes. 18 in favor, 3 opposed, 1 abstain. All right, folks. So that wraps up all of our Circle of Monarch business.
Oh.
Next on the docket, we have just a few items from Amtgard International. First one is a report from our lovely executive director, Jennifer Palmer, otherwise known as Fiona. Fiona, you have the floor.
Hello, can I get screen share?
please, and thank you. No proposals here tonight, folks. I just wanted to kind of let you know what we're all up to. So, hello, and thank you for participating in this year's Circle of Monarchs meeting. Wanted to take this opportunity to share what AmpGuard International's volunteer teams have been up to in the year since we were last able to meet. I promise to keep this as short and sweet as possible, and I more than welcome any questions or comments afterwards. If you could just send those to my email address at generalmanager@ampguard.com, that'd be great. My goals for 2021 and the calendar year have been to add professionalism and value to AmpGuard International, and much of my year to date has been spent leading or building a lead team to put together and move us towards those goals. AmpGuard International's team leads have monthly meetings to share updates and resources, and a monthly informal touch base with me to focus on individual goals and projects for their team, and also to address any needs that the team may have in the moment. These meetings are encouraged, not mandatory, but they've been very useful in keeping us on track and gaining momentum. AmpGuard International's volunteer teams can only function with the help of volunteerism of our players, and our volunteer engagement team helps to ensure that we're putting together the right people in the right roles. Over the last year, the volunteer engagement team has acquired 5 team lead positions and 8 volunteer positions, which roughly equates to about 30 first round or text-based interviews and 20 second round or video-based interviews. I've kept them very busy between refining volunteer position postings, reviewing resumes, scheduling interviews, and then sharing those interviews. In addition, I've looked to the volunteer engagement team to begin creating standard operating procedures for AmpGuard International's volunteer teams so that the best practices and regular procedure can be documented as a guide for the future. In this vein, it's our hope to have a defined onboarding and offboarding procedure for AmpGuard International volunteers, and especially the team leads, so that projects and directives do not find themselves lost in the cracks during the handoff between volunteers. The purpose of AmpGuard International's fundraising team has always been twofold. In the first part, the fundraising team seeks to find or create opportunities wherein AmpGuard International can begin to fundraise towards its own expenditures, goals, and programs. In the second, the fundraising team seeks to be a partner to the kingdoms of AmpGuard International, providing fundraising support and strategies to interested kingdoms and even individual parks. In order to support these dual purposes, AmpGuard International's fundraising team has put together a program of events for the year 2022, providing fun and engaging opportunities for AmpGuard International and individual kingdoms to work together towards the common goal of gaining more spending capital for our organizations. The fundraising team is still seeking additional volunteer members to help see the remainder of the 2021 program through. They've built a team that's introduced 3 regional coordinators and a team lead to all kingdoms, currently looking for about 4 more members. They're excited for the 2021 year in fundraising, just kind of sewing that up with their cookbook fundraiser, which I'm sure you've seen posted on some of our social media thus far. Currently, we're getting quotes and researching purchase options, and we're happy to have AmpGuard Chop participants giving us their recipes to fill out that cookbook. In 2022, we're looking towards a Q1 program of Bardentines, a modern take on the singing telegram. This engaging event will recruit AmpGuard's bards to pre-record performances with the videos being delivered digitally as Valentine's on February 14th. These Bardentines will be available for purchase at 3 different tiers of pricing with customization options increasing alongside the cost, and available not only to AmpGuard but to the general public as well. Customer satisfaction surveys will be provided to both purchasers and recipients and will be used to determine our winning bards. As a recruitment incentive for our bards, Bardentines will also serve as a contest with prizes. There will be a grand bard and a first, second, and third place winner for each purchasing tier, with trophies and/or gift cards for each winner. Q2 will see through to Balloon Blast, a different take on the classic pie in the face fundraiser of AmpGuard popularity. Balloon Blast will work directly with parks and kingdoms that are interested by engaging at least 2 volunteers per participating group, 1 to field balloon sales and another to be water ballooned. Balloons will be available for purchase in singles or groups, with all proceeds beyond the purchase price of balloons going towards AmpGuard International. Prizes will be given for top earning kingdoms and top earning parks in the form of gift cards, broken down with the first place kingdom getting up to a $400 gift card. Q3 will see Artisans August, an AmpGuard-wide arts and science competition with an entry fee per item, featuring prizes per category, grand prize, and people's choice. And Q4, as the last of the year's programs and just about 15 months away from launch, this event is the most under construction at this time. The envisionment is that a month's worth of digital content with everything from workshops and classes to weekly Bardic campfires. Event tickets or passes will be available in varied packages ranging from whole event or just a day pass, with door prize like attendee raffles, raffles for volunteer support, and special gifts for teachers and volunteers based on participation surveys. There is a slush amount of about $300 that's built into the overall budget for fundraising, which is in place in consideration of unknown or unforeseen expenses, pricing fluctuations, or the fluctuating cost of shipping in some cases. We're looking forward to supporting our kingdoms and AmpGuard International in the coming year. Marketing. In the last year, AmpGuard's international marketing team has engaged 2 graphic designers, 2 content writers, and 1 photographer from across AmpGuard to aid in projects such as the website relaunch, redefining our social media presence, and the development of business materials for kingdoms. With directives such as the trademark and our nonprofit filings across all 50 states and into Canada well underway, the team is looking forward to an offering of licensed merchandise designs with items ranging from tote bags and water bottles to t-shirts and leggings. The marketing team is also available to aid kingdoms in their own pursuits. So if you don't have a graphic artist or a content writer as an available volunteer in your kingdom, please reach out to the marketing team at any time for assistance. They would love to help you with materials to help you brand your next event. Also, be sure to contact me after the meeting this evening so I can deliver the letterhead that the marketing team has designed for your kingdom, yours to use or not as you wish. In the time between last year's meeting and this meeting, the way AmpGuard International views and utilizes social media has changed drastically. We have gone to a broadcast only model and allowed our social media team to source graphics and messaging as needed from the marketing team in order to post updates, information, and calls to action. As we rebuild this team and it becomes more active, we're looking forward to increased amounts of engagement and outreach. But in the meantime, please make sure you're following us on your preferred social media platform. You can find us with AmpGuard on Instagram, at AmpGuard Official on Twitter, and AmpGuard and Facebook pages. Please be on the lookout for a TikTok. Predictably, the contracts team has had a slow year amid the pandemic. This has given the team some time to do some housekeeping of records and also to identify process changes that need to be considered for the future. It's also given the contracts team some time to begin tackling some longer term projects, such as a fresh freehold contract and developing a way to increase support for a new group within AmpGuard in order to retain playership for a longer period of time. An ask of the contracts team at this time would be that if a group leaves your kingdom, whether by their decision or if they are moved, it's to please notify the org team immediately so that they can deactivate the group in the group in question's org access. This access will be reactivated upon signing a new freehold contract with AmpGuard International, and this process will aid the contracts team in keeping a better handle on these transitions in the future. Our membership team has had a difficult year. I think that we can all agree that COVID has had a significant impact on membership overall, but I do want to celebrate how AmpGuard has adapted and overcame with the quick pivot to digital content and meetings. While not the exact same AmpGuardian experience we've been used to, it's been something where there could have been nothing. The membership team is pleased to see the development of AmpGuard International's diversity and inclusion team with representatives across the map of AmpGuard who are happily able to serve as a resource to our kingdoms and their monarchies when dealing with sensitive topics regarding race, class, gender, identity, religious beliefs, or age. This is a passionate team who are dedicated to expanding the welcoming nature of AmpGuard and welcome any honest outreach in their direction. The future of the membership team will be a transition towards membership into AmpGuard International's player experience. We would like to delve into what the typical AmpGuardian wants to see in this game and organization and begin to suggest processes and changes based on data-driven conclusions. This is a long-term project that will require quite a bit of infrastructure to support, So please bear with us as we redefine and rebuild this team. AmpGuard International's technical team are truly the most unsungest of heroes across AmpGuard International, dedicating time and resources to AmpGuard's digital backbone in a time where almost all of IT professionals are pressed for time and energy. It's no small donation to the overall cause. In the last year, technical team has taken the time to organize themselves into a more defined and smoother workflow process, which will allow them to further refine and organize in the future. April 1st saw a relaunch of our website to a functional and easy to update platform in hopes of being able to keep this content more up to date than the previous website was able to. The technical team is also to thank for the website page that is hosting the live stream of today's meeting, complete with linked agenda for those following along at home. This page will be archived once all voting records and notes are added to a postscript portion of the page so that the content from the meeting can be reviewed in the future. We're looking forward to migrating our digital resources to AWS during the next application cycle and further streamlining and condensing our digital assets for ease of use and understanding in the future. And the newest development in the world of AmpGuard International's volunteer teams is that AmpGuard Leadership University is back in the mix. We're looking forward to AmpGuard Leadership University to being a part of our team's Q3 goal of engagement and outreach, and we hope that you're excited too. And that concludes the Executive Director update for the Circle of Monarchs meeting 2021. Again, I encourage welcome all comments and questions, but please be sure to direct them to generalmanager@ampguard.com for my own organization and sanity. Don't be shy about letting us know what our volunteer teams can do for you or what you'd like to see in the future. We're all AmpGuard International, and sharing our resources only makes us stronger and better for the future. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, Jen. That was fast. All right. So next up, we have the budget review from AIBOD, and then we get into our 2-seat appointments. So real quick, Fiona, if you could give host back to Chewy.
I just took down the screen share. Did that fix it?
That your host? No, you would actually have to go in the options and get him host. In the meantime, our co-host, Dusty, president of AIBOD. Sir, would you like the floor with presenting the budget?
No, I wouldn't. I'm scared of presenting the budget. People are going to yell at me. So I know there has been a lot of talk of the budget. I don't have any screen share for you guys, but let me give you guys a breakdown of some of the things that have gone on, because there has been a lot of discussion on us presenting the budget to the COM as a whole. So what we've done with our budget is I've directed our board to do the best we can to either cut our budget where we can and try to cut some wasteful spending. I hope some of you have seen us trying to jump into conversations on your Facebook pages for your kingdoms to explain any of the line items that we've put in there, and ultimately try to do the best we can, because as someone who's served on this committee as COM before, I want to make sure that the COM understands that you guys have a very large voice in what we do. And as long as I'm on this board, I refuse to not let you have a voice. Now, I know there have been things that have been presented of an understanding of our budget that we as AIBOD are basically presenting this budget to you. And in legal fashions, that does not mean that in the simplest terms that you guys can vote down the budget into our hands and now we can't move forward with any budget. But I do want to have input where if we can correct something, if we can fix a line item, if we can find better ways to do stuff, as we talked about earlier, pooling our resources to make this game and make our organization better as a whole, that's honestly what we've tried to do. Now, the next point I really need you guys to understand is we have a brand new treasurer that's on our board. And not to say anything horribly negative, I'm trying to be as professional and as nice here as I can. It was very difficult to have her step into that role in the context of what everything was already at, and for us to get the budget set up as quickly as we did to show you guys. So we understand that everything isn't as perfect as we would like it to be. So that's where we're sitting in this context. And that's why we have a new treasurer who, in all honesty, a lot of people should probably congratulate her and just thank her, because she did a lot of stuff that we had tried to get done. How do I say this without making someone look just awful? She did a lot of stuff that we had tried to get done for over 6 months with me, with us working on the board, and with me being on the board for just over a year. A lot of those things were not getting done, if that makes any sense. So this is where we sit. This is what we have. And so with that, I will gladly pass this over, because Cassio and Jennifer Stewart are the two who have worked on this the most, to my understanding. If you guys have anything you would like to add or say, and then I'm more than willing to open things up for questions to the best of my ability that I can answer them.
Hi, I'm Cassio. I know that the budget, similar to what Sir Smiley just talked about, the budget did fluctuate around. We had to adjust costs here and there as we found things out. So as we have it right now is the best that we've been able to put together. And I know some of the fees can seem a little bit weird or duplicated, but that's because we're trying to cover ourselves in order to move along, in order to get set up with AWS. And then we intend on getting that done within this year, within this business year anyway. And then after this business year, if this gets passed as it is, then a lot of these fees will come off, at least from a tech side. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say. Jen, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I think that's pretty much it. I think you did good. I
All
don't have
right.
anything to add right now.
Smiley, if you're all right with it, I would like to open the floor for discussion / questions for, we'll say, the next 11 minutes. So that way we're at top of the hour before kind of close that out. Is that all right?
30 seconds? That sounds great.
No.
No, I'm kidding. Absolutely. Yeah, that's great. Because I know there's some legitimate questions that are out there. So I would like us to address those as much as we possibly can.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. I believe the first person I saw that had questions was Golden Plains.
So my kingdom, like, they were kind of sketchy about the budget as a whole when I published a poll about it. But the resounding question and the reason why almost all of them voted no on that budget proposal is actually because they couldn't understand why a fundraising team required $3,000, I believe was the amount. When we asked, we actually have a fundraising team member in our kingdom. She kept going on about balloons, and I didn't quite understand what she was talking about. So I was hoping someone could give me some kind of clarification.
Well, I could probably answer that a little bit, but I'm going to pass that to our executive director, as that's directly a team under her purview.
Yeah, thanks, Dusty. So I have a complete breakdown of all of the costs. So basically, the short answer of it is that it takes money to make money. I know that the fundraising team currently organizes themselves in such a way where there's the team lead, and then each of the team members has a quarterly project that they're foreseeing. So I believe that Golden Plains' representative on that team is in charge of the balloon blast in Q2. Which is probably why most of her answers were able to come from most of her experience was with the balloon blasts. So let me see if I can get this.
Yeah, like, she kept talking about balloons, but she said there was like a whole proposal to justify it, and then we've gone on really long, so I assume that wasn't going to be a thing. Which is why I was like, I don't understand what the balloons had to tie into it exactly, because she couldn't talk about it a lot, she said.
Yeah, no, you've got the condensed version of it. Let me in my rattling, let me get that pulled up real fast, and I can link an organized document for you in the chat that is a description, basically what I read off as a synopsis of all of the different program schedule, and then also the cost breakdown per item or per event being held. Let me just get that going real fast. Were there any other concerns that I could answer for you while I'm getting this pulled up?
Well, they just, I don't know. I think they were just like, that's a pretty hefty amount for a team that's supposed to be making money for the
It does sound like a
game and the
lot.
board.
It does sound like a lot, but it is it's an aggressive schedule for a year worth of programming. And that programming includes incentives and what have you for our volunteers, advertising to the general public, that like for Bardentines, we would like to, what I like to refer to, get other people's money in our pockets as well. I just linked that document in the chat. And so if you want to take a look at that, you can see the breakdowns without me having to glaze over everybody's eyes with the numbers.
Quick clarification, Fiona, is that document something that the representatives are able to share with their members?
I don't see why not. All of that should be fairly, yeah, there's nothing that I see in there that is sensitive in any way.
Excellent.
So I just do ask that there be a little bit of consideration because this is a year's worth of programming. And as I mentioned in the presentation, some of that is like 15 months away. So there is bound to be some give and take and possibly reworking of planning as time goes on. We all know how the best laid plans often go awry.
Awesome. Does that help there with GP to have that document and be able to look over that?
Sorry, yes, I was reading the document. Yes, this is helpful. I'm going to share it to my kingdom and see if it changes their vote. And if no one responds, then I will just make the best decision because they just didn't like $3,000 without any real explanation as to why.
Sure, absolutely. We can understand that. All right. Omar, do we have anybody else with questions?
Yes, we do. All right. So the V9 committee did have a question that was seconded. So that puts them at the bottom of who we got coming up. Burning Lands is next.
Yes, for the budget. Yeah, hi guys. For the budget itself, under licensing fees and all that stuff, is the licensing fees taken into account with the amount of money that you guys are looking at? Or is any discussion of a licensing fee going to have to be adjusted for the amount that y'all are going to want? I know we're supposed to talk about licensing fees later, but it might clear up some of the budget issues that people may have with the large amounts of money that they're looking at. If you could talk a little bit about that, just a tiny bit. And yes, Jennifer Stewart is awesome.
I see. You're correct. Jennifer Stewart is amazing. And I'm sure she's probably blushing, even though we can't see her screen right now. It definitely could. It's something that essentially, as we work this budget, a lot of things that happened to try to get it ready for this meeting was taking in precedence the things that we're looking forward to, and a lot of the things that had already been coming out, no matter what, like they're already being paid for. And so we had to do a lot of digging to try to find a lot of those things and then put it all together. So at this point, I'm going to pass for the licensing fee and our outlook for that directly to Cassio for us. And I think Jennifer may have a little more on that too. But Cassio, I'm going to put you on the spot.
I'm going to kick it to Jen because I don't have anything on the licensing fees. I'm so sorry. I was super focused on tech. Jen, can you help me out with that?
It's all right.
Right now, I don't have anything really for the licensing fees as well. It's just kind of what we put in there. I mean, we may have a little bit of change in there later on. But right now I'm kind of on the same page with Cassio. We don't have that much information about that.
Sure.
I actually, Dusty, if you're okay with me kind of speaking to the topic in general. Yeah. So I guess I can kind of answer questions regarding like why we need it. Is that an answer that we need? Is that an answer that the CEOM would like? As like, why are we going with the licensing fee path?
That would answer part of my question, Devin, since I'm the initial question answer. I just wanted to maybe illustrate to the people that are all the people here how that all works out, because the money looks really funky when you don't know what's behind, how we're going to raise that and what's behind.
Absolutely. So to give a little context, back years ago, whenever I first became a board member on Amtgard International, I signed up as secretary for a couple of years. And one of my initial projects was looking into the licensing fee process. And part of that process was going, okay, so we want to get the ability to function in all 50 states. That's a goal. So what does that look like financially? What does that look like paperwork wise? Well, each state is different. Every single state is different. What the requirements are in Colorado versus Texas versus Nebraska, those three states are right next to each other, are all vastly different. The charges are all vastly different. So when you look at and you see companies like Labyrinth on the list, you see the the 3,005. Well, let me pull up the exact number so I'm not putting out hyperbole for the amounts.
Just
And
real
I'm
quick.
so
while you're-
sorry.
4,950. So that amount right there, what that's covering is that's covering them going out and filling out all the paperwork for all 50 states. That's all the charges for all 50 states. And then that's managing, dealing with, each year repeating the process. And like I said, you can find like international packets essentially that like fill out all 50 states, but they are not good. After I stepped down as secretary, my partner, my fiance, Brittany Lopez, became president of the board, and she started working on this project as well. But what she did instead was, what if we just did it ourselves? She started getting into the work for doing it ourselves, and we found that the resources online that are like, here's all 50 states, you just fill out this packet of like 75 pages, and you're good, is next to impossible because all the states have not updated their things with this centralized resource. So essentially what we have found is that doing it on our own, which costs somewhere probably above $2,000 but below $3,000, is doable, but we can mess it up 50 different ways at minimum. Or we can pay somebody about twice as much, not even that much really, and they will do it correctly every single time. They do it every single day for various other organizations. The price tag is $4,950, but they're managing all of it and they're getting it done professionally, which I think is the direction that AI went with, determining, hey, do we want to do licensing fees ourselves and mess it up and open ourselves up for more liability, or do we want to do it correctly? So I hope that answers the question of why is that there? Why are we even looking at that?
And I'm so sorry, Vormore, that the way that I labeled this, I confused myself. Yeah, so sorry. And thank you for running with that. And I'm going to go ahead and put the Google Doc in the chat. So if in case everybody's not already looking at it, it's something that everyone can pull up so they know what we're talking about space by space.
Thank you. So that's the things that we'll be dealing with since I got on the board here. Is some of these things are carryovers before I've got on the board. And so this is what we're trying to accomplish to the best of our abilities navigating it as we're at. So simply put, as Vormar had already pointed out, having that type of funding to be able to get us registered in all 50 states, like you said, just sitting down with a packet and finding something to do, we just can't do that. As well with all of us having, just like everyone else sitting in this meeting, our normal everyday jobs and trying to commit all those hours on top of that. So this was the most beneficial option that it seems was already given to the board before I got on, and it's something that we've decided to try to carry through with at this point in time as well. Does that help answer that question, Tristan?
Yeah, absolutely. I just, anyway.
Fair enough. All right.
Celestial Kingdom.
Just don't beat me up too much, man.
Well, let me start with, as being y'all's biggest critic, let me also say thank you for putting up with it and answering the questions. It's less questions and more feedback. Sure. The information that y'all have been providing today is the exact kind of information that I believe we as the circle, and definitely my kingdom, want to hear. And so this is the kind of transparency in the information that we really need to have coming from Amtgard International. This is the exact kind of communication. I can appreciate the difficulties over the last 6 months, given the treasurer situation. I don't know the specifics. I can guess, I've got some conjecture, but it is what it is.
Sure.
The information, for example, knowing we're going to spend money to hire a bookkeeper, that is a coming back into the kingdoms, and we can say, okay, that's a valid expense for Amtgard because that is bringing a professional involved, advancing a professional interest. So my comment really is we need more of this coming from AI. And I can appreciate your commitment to this as President, Dusty. you know well as I do, we haven't always had that, and we aren't guaranteed to have that.
Yeah.
So getting that institutionalized and getting the process institutionalized for accountability both ways really needs to be a focus over the next year. And that's my hope, is that something that will be taken into consideration.
Absolutely. And Crix, I appreciate it, man. Like you said, you definitely are one of our biggest critics, but I appreciate you being willing to have the confidence and the ability to question some of those things, because serving on some of the other boards and other organizations, a lot of things will fall through the cracks simply because, for lack of better words, somebody in the room is not willing to ask the question. And then, a year down the road, you go, well, what happened here? Well, it was a problem back then. Nobody talked about it. So my goal, and you nailed it, in the past, we haven't always had it. And I refuse to sit here as one who also was, had problems with it. I want to be as transparent as we can be. I don't think there's really anything we're doing that we can't let you guys know about in the greatest detail of what we're doing, outside of stuff that would obviously be covered under, some type of special information concerning a specific individual, if that makes any sense. So here, that's the goal that I'm going to keep working on. And I'm always open for anybody, especially on our budget, to say, do we really need that? Or have you looked at somewhere else for a bookkeeper in this, or to do fundraising in this aspect? If people have more knowledge that can point us to other directions that have a cheaper option, or maybe it may be a little more expensive, but the end road of that is going to be better for us as a whole, I'm fully open to hear any and everything that we have. It doesn't mean we're always going to agree 100%. There might be reasons we go a different direction, but that's how this whole system should work. As I said last year when I first got on the board, and I got to talk a little bit, we as a whole, the COM and AI Beauty, we are all AmpGuard International, right? That's us as a whole. So one doesn't really exist without the other, and checks and balances, in my opinion, are already set in place for a reason, and we should use those to better our organization, because I definitely don't want to see us take 20 steps back to what we once were, and that's the whole goal here. So Crix, I appreciate you giving that advice, man, and just kind of pointing that out. Thanks, man. Any other questions?
So I still have a V9 committee was seconded to be able to make a quick statement, and then 9 Blades also had a question. Those are the last two. Do the both of y'all still want to go forward with it? V9, go ahead and answer first.
I did have a question also.
All right, I see that. I apologize. All right, and then also Golden Plains. So 9 Blades, or go ahead.
V9?
9 Blades.
Okay, so I was going to say, in terms of the licensing, in Canada, we've had to get our own NPO licenses, and I'm not sure if we're going to have a transferable NPO status from the US to Canada. There are a lot of little things that I think that, how to put it, we really need to make sure that it's going to be a fit. I've mentioned before, I think last time I was here, that we need to connect, I think, AI to the 9 Blades Board of Directors who've been waiting through all the Canadian legalese. It still winds up feeling a bit like Canada is sort of up in the air. And we don't know what's going to be covered for insurance or for NPO stuff. I mean, we pay for our own insurance and we pay for our own NPO stuff. So as it goes, I mean, like, does that change how we interact with the budgets, or does that change how the budgets interact with us? Because certain things will or won't work. I guess that's the crux of it.
Yeah, no, those are good things and good concerns to bring up. Currently, when we look at everything right now from the people that we've been working with for the licensing fees and all of that, as far as we know, everything will also apply to Canada the same way it does here in the United States. For great detail, exactly how that works, unfortunately, I'm not the company that we've been working with. I don't think they've given us amazingly great detail exactly how we can do that properly. However, and I was saving this to put on my cards on the table here, is if I do get reelected to the board, and that doesn't mean use this as a way to vote for me, but I want to encourage anybody who gets elected to the board this go around, that what I would like to see is that our president of the board also start a monthly or bi-monthly or quarterly meeting with all the presidents of the board of directors of all of our kingdoms. And that's something we don't do. And there's nothing that forces us to do that either. But I think that'd be a good practice for us to do so we can answer those kind of questions. We can sit together and you can talk to us as AI, and we may have another board of directors that goes, well, we've already dealt with that over here. And now we're pooling a lot of resources together for all of our boards that are trying to handle these specific types of issues instead of just trying to figure it out on our own and then eventually having a conversation with one person over here, but literally kind of having a board of presidents, which is representative of all of our boards for all of our kingdoms, to just ask those questions and try to figure out how that works out. And, and be honest with each other. We may have to say, you know what, I don't know, but collectively we can probably work together to figure out an answer to that. So that's what we're planning on, or that's at least what I'm planning on trying to push for our board. I've already talked to Fiona and Chewy about that with our last meeting. This month, we have had a meeting every single week to prepare us for this meeting and just try to answer questions to correct any problems that we may have had. So I hope that may help give you a little more confidence, because I don't want Canada to feel like you guys are out there on your own by yourself. You're part of us, and you're a part of this organization as a whole, just like any other kingdom that's here. So I want to do everything I can to reach out to you guys and make that, make that stigma of not feeling like you're part here or left on your own to go away.
Well, I got to say, it's really appreciated. Thank you very much. And I got to say also that my experience working with the international community, both this term and the term before last, has been really heartening. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Thank you for the question. And by any chance, if you have something further or something I didn't really get to cover on that one, don't be afraid to reach out to us, and we'll do everything we can to help.
So I have a point on that, Dusty, if I may, that the amount that's listed in there for Labyrinth, the MPO filing, is for AIBOD specifically to fundraise. And I did clarify with the agent that Canada is included in that. So this is going to include AI's ability to fundraise within the United States and Canada. So they're looped in with that as well. I just wanted to make sure I understood what your question was from the representative of Nine Blades, that this isn't anything individually for your specific kingdom. This is for AmpGuard International as a whole. Does that make sense? This is for our ability to fundraise legally for AmpGuard International. Does that make sense?
For those who are wondering, if this becomes a thing where the fundraising team's able to make enough money to where they don't have to ask the COM to cover it, then they don't ever have to ask the kingdoms for even licensing fees anymore.
Exactly. It's a step to become, as much as we can, self-sustaining. And so we can't do that without being legal first. And so this is the first step to becoming legal, to be able to go down that path and take that journey. And again, I verified with the agent that Canada is included in that.
Right. And I mean, as you know, as I said before, being able to serve on the COM and being able to also be part of that through the Golden Plains and the Emerald Hills, there are multiple times I've looked at budgets and gone, I don't know how our kingdom's going to even remotely support that. And so I understand a lot of people's concerns. I understand where a lot of people are coming from on it. And so, we're working everything we can, like Devin said, to get us to a point on certain things that we don't have to look at you and go, man, guys, we're trying really hard and we need money from you guys. I'm hoping that we can go, hey, we don't need as much money from you guys anymore. Like that's an awesome step, right? So that's kind of the end goal we're trying to head to.
All right, I've got the V9 committee had a statement that they wanted to make, and then Golden Plains, you're up next for your question, and we'll wrap up questions and move into essentially approving this budget and move on to appointments.
All right. So I just wanted to speak very quickly because this is just became aware to me a couple days ago, and I've been trying to hear back from SurveyMonkey before I brought this up, but we're here now. So currently the way we're using SurveyMonkey, we have a personal account, and all the different teams and committees under AI are essentially swapping devices, like kicking each other off of permission. And a couple days ago, we got a notification saying that we have 10 removals left on our account, which means we're about to get to the point where we can no longer share the service between our committees. And I know at least V9 intends to keep using it. And I'm sure the awards team, especially with certain things ongoing, will be using it as well, let alone stuff like the State of AmpGuard committee, if that still exists, and a couple other ones. So the cheapest business plan that accommodates what we need is $75 a month for 3 seats that can be hot swapped freely. And that's about $900 a year. So whether or not you want to do anything with it now, we are going to be coming to AI at some point and saying this needs to happen, because SurveyMonkey is an invaluable tool for us. Not only does it give us better analytical tools, but it keeps all of AI's surveys that we've ever done under one account, under one roof. Because Google Forms, how many surveys have we done that are under different people's Google accounts that, once the link is scrolled off somewhere, we can never find it. So I think this is something worthwhile investing. And I made a comment somewhere that currently we have more money allocated to stationery and food than we do to the SurveyMonkey account. And I think the analytics are totally worth the extra investment in the long term. So that is that.
Thank you, Wenshu. All right, Golden Plains.
So not about the fundraising stuff, if that's helpful at all. Another thing that my kingdom was concerned with as it pertained to licensing fees, which is kind of relevant but not relevant, was with paying the licensing fee and paying AI, we wanted to know if we would be able to be blanket covered underneath y'all's insurance.
Currently,
Getting
that's
it
something.
in kingdom is getting it in Texas is near impossible now.
Right. So currently, that's something as a board we haven't fully discussed as an option. Looking at it, I believe it has been asked in the past, and the past answer has been no. If you want me to give an answer as to why, unfortunately, I don't know the answer as to why it was said no. I do know in much, much larger organizations that have much more funds to create an umbrella corporation like that. For us, how we're set up, I'm almost positive we would have to have some type of restructuring on things to even make that viable for us as an organization to move forward. But I am definitely more than willing to sit down with you guys and sit down with our team, and even if other board members from other kingdoms are willing to sit down and just see what options might be out there that maybe you guys haven't been afforded to or haven't even seen yet. Because I think there should, or let me phrase that, I hope there's something out there that we can point you to help you out on that. But currently, I think in our current situation, the answer from AIBOD would be no. We wouldn't be able to do that right now.
Well, but the problem is with the licensing fee, you are setting yourself up like an umbrella corporation. So if you are going to be the umbrella corporation that is AmpGuard International, then I don't understand why we can't be blanketed under your insurance when we're paying you for the right to use the name and everything else.
That may be true, and I'm going to assume our legal counsel is about to pop in here any second for that one. But
Sure
I would I would liken that to any of the other franchises that we look at as well with inside of our world today. Unfortunately, that's not exactly how that works. But before I overspeak and sound really dumb, because I'm not an attorney and understand that as well as I should, I'll pass that to JP for a second.
Yeah, and that's not entirely accurate. So the way that you can think of this is the paying a licensing fee lets you use the name. It lets you use the trademark. It doesn't necessarily make you part of the same corporation. If we wanted to set up as an umbrella corporation, that's something else we could talk about and something that we've been talking about on and off for years. But it would require a very different setup than the way we work right now. I think the easiest way to think about it is it's not even really a franchise setup. It's more of a setup like, I guess, let me think of it this way. You could liken it almost to the way that Major League Sports work, in that there's an NFL corporation and then there are 25 different teams that are under that. They each have their own corporate structure, their own corporate governance, their own budgets, their own operational stuff. They're licensing the ability to use the trademark effectively and to be part of the league. It's not an exact match because, well, we're not a professional sports league and they're governed under a whole different series of rules. But the way that it is set up right now is it's no different than if you were to essentially want to resell somebody's book, or resell or use, license their artwork is effectively what we're doing. Now we're set up a little differently because we're pretty unique in our structure. But right now, the way it works is corporate governance of AmpGuard International and, you know, corporate insurance policies and those sorts of things really only cover that parent corporation. And so it's not, I guess, entirely accurate to say that because you're paying a licensing fee, we're acting as an umbrella corporation. It's a little different.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So GP did, I know you gave the clarification, but does that help in any context, or would it be helpful if we do kind of sit down as a board and maybe reach out to you guys and just see what options with other kingdoms that they've gone through that maybe might help you guys figure out best practices or best way to move forward for you guys?
I would not be opposed to having you sit down with us and have a discussion. That would actually be super awesome.
Sure.
I know it's just like, it's been really hard trying to find insurance that will even touch us anymore.
We've definitely been there. I know, being in Burning Lands and EH, and when I was there in GP, it's a very difficult process, and trying to find the people that can or will can be very hard. So I can't make any promises that we can figure out a solution for you, but I'm more than willing to try to sit down and get any more people that are willing to sit down to help you guys out.
All right. So I know I've had a couple of folks kind of reach out and ask questions, but we did set the period of time to be done at 6:30, and it's almost 6:50 now. So what I would like to do now is move into voting for approval of the budget. And what this is, if everybody wants to take another quick look at the budget, split 22 different ways. That would be AI. You would be approving AI, essentially asking you for $697. So essentially $700 each, which I think is far lower than the last like 4 years. I think it's all been like four digits the last several years. So this is actually the lowest it's been in a couple of years. And we're looking forward to it continue to go lower. That all said, what we're going to vote on now is the budget as it stands. So we can get moving on with the rest of the night. All right, let me go ahead and share my page really quick. Cassio, I am on annual budget. It's almost towards the end there.
I got you.
Excellent, cool. And I've got the budget up set right here so everybody can view it as we go through. All right, Burning Lands.
Yes.
Blackspire.
Blackspire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
UG votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes no.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine votes yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains will vote yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
North Reach.
North Reach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Come back to me in just a second.
Taldegor.
TD votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
Yes.
Wetlands.
Yes. Sorry.
Nine Blades.
I'm gonna give it an optimistic abstain. If we don't get covered, we might need to ask for that money back to cover ourselves.
West March.
West March votes yes.
Rising Winds.
Yeah, Rising Winds votes yes.
All right. This item passes. The annual budget has been approved. As I mentioned, we don't have the licensing fee policy in place yet. So there's none of the things that we've talked about in the licensing fee policy are applied to this. This is simply AI going, hey guys, AmpGuard International Board of Directors asking the COM representatives to go back to their teams to be like, hey, can we get this much money? That said, we've got two more items on business. They're appointments, but I do want to make one quick note that was brought to my attention. This is a point of order for procedural things when it comes to rule changes. All rule changes that are brought forward to the COM are then voted on in the subsequent year. So what I want to do really quick is just have a proposal where we approve all rules changes that have been introduced today go into effect in 30 days, rather than the 1 year period of time that they're supposed to normally get based on the rules of play. Why I want to do this is so that way we don't come back tomorrow and go, dang it, we needed to do that, and none of these things that you guys have all voted on can't happen for the next year. So just a quick show of hands, who would like to vote yes, or sorry, who would like to vote on that topic? Same thing as before.
Clarification, what exactly are we voting on? I'm sorry.
So, point of order, all rules changes, when they're brought to the COM, are then brought to, or we vote yes on them, they're play tested the next year, and then the COM votes on them again in a blanket vote, and then they're implemented 30 days later. So essentially, everything that you voted on this year would play test for a year as it stands, and then be voted on again next year for final approval. What I am suggesting is that I believe the intent of the COM this year was to vote on these items so that they would go into effect this year. That is my fault for not making that clarification. So I'm wanting to make that clarification now. So that way we can move forward, everybody going, having what they wanted essentially.
I'd like to make a motion. I will see your 30 days and raise you instantly. I see no reason why we should delay 30 days to have these things go in the rule book. I think they should go in tomorrow. I think there's events the next month that a lot of people might celebrate. Hey, we want to play Paladin and Anti-Paladin this event. We want Scout to have 5x charge. So yeah, I'd like to vote to override us and make it instant.
I'd like to second that vote just because we have rules that haven't gone into the rule book since last year, and we're already playing them anyways.
I'd like to third that hour. My wife already has the sewing machine going, making a dragon tunic.
All right. So, quick point. Let me just double check with the two folks that have their hands raised. Representative from West Marsh.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was including the Paladin, Anti-Paladin. You can start playing it in 30 days or now, depending on how we vote, if you have the proper attire.
Yep. All rules changes that were proposed by Manama.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Mm-hmm. Emerald Hills.
Oh, I was totally going to second that. I didn't realize the hand didn't automatically go back down. Sorry.
Okay. So just again, this is a procedural thing. So I just want to see yeses in the chat. Are we cool with moving forward with this proposal? All rules changes go into effect immediately following this meeting. No play testing. Cool. All right, so we have a majority there. I have at least 14, 15 yeses now. So let me make a quick sheet for it, and then we'll move on with appointments, folks, and then we'll be done. Y'all have been excellent.
While we're waiting, there is something that I wanted to discuss, and I'd hoped we'd had a little more time, but this has been way too long. So I step out of office on the 28th, and prior to that, I would like to have a meeting, if at all possible, with the COM and any AIBOD that are available, as well as maybe an inclusivity person, to talk about some of the findings that I have had upon talking to a bunch of other people, and my personal experiences about like leadership and the reasons why we feel the lack of POCs and non-males participating.
All right, so just to quickly clarify, Celestial Kingdom asked, is this to apply the award vote, which is an ROP vote? Will this vote need to be at 90%? No. So the rules changes in that context, as I understand them, are for like rules outside of the award standards. I think whenever that was written, the award standard was still separate from the rulebook. I may be incorrect on that. Let me double check it really quick, just so I can make sure that we're all 100% on this, because I don't want us to like step on our own foot and not be able to do this thing. My understanding is that the award standardization changes are good. Those go into effect immediately because that's how we've done it the last couple of years. But the rules changes for gameplay is what this 1 year playtest period thing applies to. Let me double check that though, just so that way we're good. I mean, pull it up right here real quick. So rules change proposals are submitted. So that's in the context of RRO items. I think I'm in agree. Sorry, I interpret that as anything that's like proposed by Manama from the rules revision team. Okay, yeah, no, I mean, it's a good question because that's kind of whole part of this whole process that I wanted to take as being XCOM secretary, was making sure we were doing stuff as we intended and as we were written. So that's part of why we're doing this step. So that all said, this vote is to make all of these rule changes come into effect following this meeting. We'll start off Burning Lands.
I vote no.
Black Spire.
Black Spire votes yes.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves votes yes.
Celestial Kingdom.
Celestial Kingdom votes yes.
Dragonspine.
Dragonspine will vote yes.
Desert Winds.
Desert Winds votes yes.
Emerald Hills.
Emerald Hills votes yes.
Golden Plains.
Golden Plains votes yes.
Golden Vale.
Golden Vale votes yes.
Iron Mountains.
Iron Mountains votes yes.
Northern Lights.
Northern Lights votes yes.
Northreach.
Northreach votes yes.
Neverwinter.
Neverwinter votes yes.
Polaris.
Polaris votes yes.
Rivermore.
Rivermore votes no.
Rising Winds.
Rising Winds votes yes.
Taldegor.
Aldegor votes yes.
Viridian Outlands.
Viridian Outlands votes yes.
Winter's Edge.
Yes.
Wetlands.
Yes.
West March.
West March votes yes.
Nine Blades.
And Blades votes yes.
20 in favor, 2 opposed. This item passes and goes into effect immediately. And for the sake of everybody's sanity, if for some reason we have interpreted those rules wrong, and it even has to apply to the awards that we passed, it did still hit that marker as well. So we're good across the board, folks. Awesome. Next item on the docket, and our last two, is the appointment of the AI BOD seats. Originally, I had intended to give 5-minute spotlight to each of the individuals running. However, we are fairly short on time, and I hope everybody has reviewed all of the applications. They are on our agenda sheet. I'll just post the agenda itself into our chat. That way, everybody can review it very quickly if they need to as we're going along. That said, is everybody fine with us just moving directly into the voting? All right. So as a point of clarification, the way the voting is going to work is I'm going to call on each member or representative, and I'd like to hear your tiered voting, your most preferred to least preferred of the 4 items. So the way I've set it up is you have these 4 items: Dusty Marshall, Shannon Call, Dallin Delgado, and Chris Biolo, and then the option of no confidence if you wish to do so. So, now. Sorry, I'm just quickly checking up with what's going on in chat there. A lot. So we'll go ahead and get started if nobody has any questions. But the way this will work, you put all your preferred choices. If anybody who is a most preferred choice has more than 50% of the votes, they are automatically filled into that role. And then we move on to the next vote. If that doesn't happen, then we go into what is called rounds of redistribution, where we take whoever had the fewest votes that round and remove them and move that person, that representative's votes up. So their next most preferred then is counted into that most preferred slot. Cool. All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Again, your options are Dusty Marshall, Shannon Call, Dallin Delgado, and Chris Biolo. Burning Lands.
Okay, just to clarify, I give four I give four people.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Let's go with Mr. Marshall, Shannon Call, Chris, however that last name is pronounced, Biolo, and then Dallin Delgado.
Blackspire.
Blackspire is going to go Chris, Dusty, Shannon, Dallin.
Crystal Groves.
Crystal Groves is going to go Dusty,
Was that all you had, Crystal Groves?
You're muted right now. There you go.
Dusty, Dallin, Shannon, Chris. Sorry, I got a phone call right in the middle of saying.
Celestial Kingdom.
We're going to be voting for Dusty, Shannon, Chris, no confidence.
Dragonspine.
It'll be Dusty, Dallin, Shannon, Chris.
Desert Winds.
It will be Shannon, Dusty, Chris, Dallin.
Emerald Hills.
It will be Dusty, Shannon, Chris, Dallin.
Golden Plains.
Dusty, Shannon, Chris, no confidence.
Golden Vale.
Dusty, Shannon, Dallin, Chris.
Iron Mountains.
Dusty, Dallin, Chris, Shannon.
Northern Lights.
Dusty, Chris, Shannon, Dallin.
North Reach.
Dusty, Shannon, Chris, and no confidence.
Neverwinter.
Dusty, Dallin, Shannon, Chris.
Polaris.
Dusty, Shannon, Chris, no confidence.
Rivermore.
Dusty, no confidence.
Rising Winds.
We're going to go Chris, Dusty, Dallin, Shannon.
Tal'Dorei.
Dusty, Shannon, Chris, Dallin.
Winter's Edge. Apologies. Viridian Outlands.
Chris, Dusty, and then no confidence.
Winter's Edge.
Dusty, Shannon, Chris, no con.
Wetlands.
Yep, we're gonna go Dusty, Shannon, Dallin, and then Chris.
West March.
Dusty, Dallin, Chris, Shannon.
9 blades.
May I please have Shannon, Dusty, Chris, and Dalen.
All right. So first choice, most preferred is Dusty Marshall. Congratulations, you win that seat. So now we'll move on to the next vote. Let me highlight this really quick. Cool, you win. Appointment number 2.
Hooray, Dusty.
So now, remove him from that sheet. Our options are boop, boop, boop. Shannon, Dallin, and Chris, and the option of no confidence. Burning Lands.
Shannon, Chris, no confidence.
Blackspire.
Chris, Shannon, Dallin.
Crystal Groves.
Shannon, Chris, Dallin.
Celestial Kingdom.
Shannon, Chris, no confidence.
Dragonspine.
Chris, Shannon, Dallin.
Desert Winds.
Shannon, no confidence.
Emerald Hills.
Shannon, Chris, no confidence.
Golden Plains.
Sorry, dang mute. Shannon, Chris, no confidence.
Golden Vale.
Shannon, Dallin, Chris.
Iron Mountains.
Dallin, Chris, Shannon.
Northern Lights.
Chris, Shannon, Dallin.
North Reach.
Shannon, Chris, no confidence.
Neverwinter.
Dallin, Shannon, Chris.
Polaris.
Shannon, Chris, no confidence.
Rivermore.
Dallin, Shannon, Chris.
Rising Winds.
Chris, Dallin, Shannon.
Tautogor.
Shannon, Chris, Dallin.
Viridian Outlands.
Chris and no confidence.
Winter's Edge.
Shannon, Chris, no con.
Wetlands.
Shannon, Dallin, Chris.
West March.
Chris, Shannon, Dallin.
9 Blades.
Chris, Shannon, Dallin.
All right. Quick tally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 is a majority. Shannon Call wins the majority and is a new member of the board of directors. Congratulations, Shannon. All right, folks. With that, we have wrapped up all of our business for today. We still have quite a few other items that will be scheduled in the next 3 months to go over. So be looking to your next executive chair to be scheduling those. It's been a pleasure working with all of you today. I appreciate everyone's professionalism throughout the day. And I truly wish all the rest of you a great rest of your day. And with that, I call this meeting to close.
Seconded.
There's a rest of the
Thirded.
30th, 40th, 50th. I don't care. Let's just, we're good. Congratulations to the board members being elected in.
Big,
And I'm
big
gonna stop
shout
singing.
out to Vormar for running all this. Super professional. Major props to you. I don't know
Yeah,
if you can
thank
hear me
you very
clapping,
much.
but
Thank you,
so much.
Vormar.
Yeah.